A very good morning to you all from trackside at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course in Lexington, Ohio. This is the World Racing League on Driver's Eye Live. Happy to have everybody's company as always. I know it's a short turnaround for us this morning, getting our streams up, the timer down to 0 and ready to go racing. But as you can tell, things are a little chaotic here at Mid-Ohio at the moment. We left you yesterday in not quite a deluge, but some pretty substantial rain that soaked the track right before the end of practice and qualifying yesterday. And temperature dropped to 32 somewhere on the early hours of the morning, and we ended up with about an inch of snow. And so here we are with a sopping wet 2.3 mile layout at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course, and about an inch of snow off in the runoffs. My name is Brendan Kazmarek, joined this morning, at least for a little bit, by Joseph Mudrack. Good morning, Joseph.
Hi, Brendan. And by the way, it's not that kind of runoffs.
No, that is true. It is true. They haven't been here for a couple of years, actually. Joined also by Scott Michaels. Good morning, Scott.
Good morning.
Scott pulling double duty this weekend, I think. Is that right, Scott?
No.
No.
I'm single booked this weekend.
Well, fantastic. So we got Scott for 2 full days. It's nice. And I know I've just committed him to that, which he'll very much appreciate. JT Temmie will join us a little later on. He is double booked, at least for today, with some racing commitments. And Gabe Howe joins us on production for the first time this weekend. And a big hello and welcome to Gabe.
Thank God for Gabe.
The Driver's Eye Live team. Yes, Joseph is thrilled to have Gabe. Could not be more excited to have Gabe. But happy to have Gabe along and happy to have all of you along as well. Cycling through the trackside shots here. It is still snowing, as you can very obviously tell from our shots. We'll have some onboards to sprinkle in early this morning as well. The cars appear to have fired their engines. I say appear to because I don't have the best view of the pit lane. Our broadcast booth is across from start finish on the first floor of the timing and scoring building on the inside of the track, so driver's right. And I can just see a few taillights starting to pop up with the tarps and the covers coming off of the cars for the last time before we send our 58-ish car field strong out onto the track for the first time to go get a sense of track conditions, run through what we expect to be 2 pace laps, although I suspect that they will make a call in real time as to whether or not we're going to start the timer behind the safety car, or perhaps throw in an extra pace lap or 2 before we get the green flag for what we are expecting to be 8 hours of racing. Maybe some snow to come a little later on, some flurries through the early parts of the afternoon. This should let up here fairly soon. And the good news, at least from my perspective this morning, is that as the snow has lightened, the visibility has improved substantially. So even though there is precipitation falling, it's apart from the spray, visibility really shouldn't be a massive issue. Joseph, we'll start with Joseph. This is your something of a home venue, I suppose. You've spent a lot of time here, including the now pretty infamous Xfinity race that was run in the wet here. This is a challenging track for single class in the dry. We've got multi-class racing in the wet.
Yeah, I remember we did have a decent amount of rain. Was it a year or 2 ago?
Yes.
And the thing that will be interesting to look for. So the snow is the dramatic part here, right? The snow is the visually obvious part. Makes for great visuals. But the thing that is going to be interesting here is that this is basically going to be a wet track. It's obviously going to be a wet track. It's going to be a cold track. There's certain tires on some of these cars that are not going to handle these conditions very well, and it's going to be really interesting to see how that affects the running order. Remember, we're qualified based off of fast times from yesterday's qualifying practice sessions, which were all in the dry. So this is going to mix a few things up, and it's going to be a little treacherous for some of these entries. Keep an eye on that, especially if and when the track dries out later on in the day.
Yeah, we make a habit of trying to tell the whole 8 hours as a complete story, and I think it's going to take all 8 hours today to get a sense of of what the story of our Saturday race here at Mid-Ohio is going to be. Some pretty distinct phases of the race. The wet track this morning, like you mentioned, Joseph, the drying track to come hopefully a little later on, but it's going to stay cold all the way throughout. 40 degrees for a high temperature a little later on this afternoon. Real feel somewhere around 35, 36. So not a whole lot of temperature going to be put into the track. We think back to our first 2 races of the season, first at NOLA Motorsports Park, and then again at Barber last month. And I'll turn this over to Scott. Our story at NOLA, especially on the Saturday, was tires. Sunday things started out wet. People got a better sense of, what tires worked, what tires didn't, and how to make them last. Barber, the story was strategy and the Code 35s and how you play all that. We're back to something more of a standard endurance race from the strategy perspective, but I think with these 2 phases, we are likely to see, Scott, some pretty unique outcomes through the first part of the race as the track starts to dry out and things warm up a little bit, and then the recovery drives from those that's maybe struggled in the wet.
Yeah, I'm expecting to see stuff that we don't usually see in terms of some wildly different car pace. We're used to WRL having that front pack in GTO of sort of 5, 10, even 15 cars, at least for the first few hours, relatively well matched because of the balance of performance that's done here. But I think that's almost entirely out the window in this sort of condition. We've seen it before when we've had wet conditions. We've avoided wet conditions, at least over the last couple of years when I've been involved, for the most part. But every now and again, we'll get something pop up, and all of a sudden, it's not just going to be car ability in these conditions, but driver ability as well. But I think we're going to see some. I wouldn't be surprised to see 1 or 2 cars just absolutely clearing off from the field early on, and then for example, we touched on it in the pre-race before we went live. It's going to be interesting to see how the front-wheel drive cars, or even is there just a single front-wheel drive car in the field, how that handles these conditions. Stuff like production cars versus full race cars in these conditions. I would guess that. So that's obviously specifically for the GTO class. Obviously, all 3 GP classes are all production cars, but in GTO we have some race prepared cars. They tend to be a bit more touchy, a bit more sensitive to conditions. So I'm wondering how they'll stand this kind of weather, particularly the fact that it's so cold. I think hopefully the DOT tires everyone's on will handle things well, but whether they'll all be as balanced as we're used to, I doubt it. And it's going to be really interesting to see how that pans out.
Our turn 10 camera here, much like the precipitation this morning, appears to be slightly frozen. So we've got 7 others at the moment to get through from around the circuit. But in the meantime, Scott, you mentioned cars that maybe won't handle quite so well in these conditions. I saw yesterday from my perch here on the exit of the final corner, turn 13, the JTR BMW M4 GT4 that's been so strong through the first 2 events of this season was getting wheel spin all the way to the braking zone at turn 1. Just anytime he put any meaningful throttle input into it, it spun the rear tires up and he'd have to come back out of it. It wasn't even a traction control situation, just could not put the power down all the way down the front straightaway. Now, we've had some cars out on track this morning, those being some of the school cars, the safety trucks that were dispatched to try and move some of the standing water around the curbs and disperse some of that off into the runoff. And that has actually helped remove some of the online standing water for the most part, but it is still a completely damp and wet track. So like you say, Scott, I think we're likely to see a lot of very touch and go and uncommitted driving here early on as drivers get a feel for the track conditions, both as they relate to temperature and, of course, to the precipitation. Cars have not rolled off the grid yet. We are approaching 9 o'clock, and actually looks like I just see a pair of flashing lights heading out from turn 1 all the way down at the end of the front straightaway here. So hopefully our turn 1 camera will pick this up here in a moment.
Yeah, that that may be a reconnaissance thing. I am currently seeking additional information.
Aha!
But,
Nope. There is
okay.
the 401, which is your pole sitter this morning. So we have cars on track for the first time on Saturday morning. A little bit of a late start as far as our pace lap and reconnaissance laps go. But we do still expect the checkered flag at 5 o'clock today, so not quite 8 hours of green flag running. And like I said, we don't have any direct information here beyond what we get from the WRL app, which is a great resource for teams, for us, and for all of you following along at home as well. Race control notifications to come through there. The race control log, of course, follow along with incidents, penalties, and the like throughout the race today. Your source for live timing is racehero.io, a Haggerty Motorsports company. Of course, the new title sponsor for World Racing League, as well as Haggerty Motorsports, and happy to have them along for the remainder of the 2022 season and hopefully beyond as well.
Yeah, just to
for your live timing. Go ahead, Joseph.
now, I just want to really quickly allay any track conditions concerns that anybody has. So it is marginally, but it is above freezing here. So we shouldn't be too worried about ice or anything like that, acting as a safety hazard here. It'll just be a wet race. The only thing that's going to be a little different, a little weird, is going to be if somebody does go off track, because that's obviously going to be a different situation. Pretty safe to assume that they'll probably need to be extricated. They'll definitely slide a lot further than they would on just wet grass.
That was certainly the case at the end of our last session yesterday. I think it was the Honda S2000 that first did a loop here at start-finish, but then spun off at the exit of turn 5 and put itself into the grass/mud, not even into the gravel. And as soon as it came to a stop, it was obvious it wasn't going
anywhere.
Is
Is that a spun car on pit exit?
It's certainly two stopped cars on pit exit. I don't know if they're spun. One of them is the Overnight Motorsports car.
They're not parallel to the racing surface.
Interesting. Yeah, he's pulling out of the snow there. So this is not the Core Motorsports car. This will be the Overnight. I'm actually not sure which one it is. Yeah, there's no indication there of which of the Overnight. There are 3 here this weekend, I think. Which of the Overnight cars that is. But it has recovered and heads on its merry way here.
That's obviously concerning. I don't think we would expect a huge amount of tire temperature to be possible in these conditions, even when we do get up to racing speed. So the fact that we're spinning off on pit exit might be a sign of what we're going to see consistently for these first few hours.
Oh, there goes the 9.4 Lexus at the top of the hill, doing something like 30 miles an hour.
Now the thing that is going to be interesting
there's the car off the mud. Yep, that's the RRT car, which was off. That is exactly the spot where the S2000 came to grief yesterday that I was referencing earlier.
So the thing that will be interesting here in terms of surfaces is part of this track is tarmac, and you see too that there's also I'm not sure that they're quite concrete, but there's definitely patches that are of a slightly different composition, and so they might have a little bit different temperature, might be a little more slippery. Scott, do you mind if you air that? Because I'm kind of thinking the same thing. I'm wondering how this is gonna go.
Yeah,
we're gonna have these 2 pace laps to feel it out, but I think I agree with your take.
Yeah, I having done some karting in similar conditions to this. I grew up in the UK, so that happens. I remember going out on track on days like this, and while it looks very dramatic, it ends up just feeling like a wet track. So before the cars rolled out of the pits, I was basically saying, should we just get going as if this is a wet race? I don't see why it'd be any different. But my comments there have aged poorly. seems, because this is looking a lot harder than I was expecting it to.
Well, remember, these are DOT tires, right? So you're not running on anything resembling a racing slick or even a racing compound for that matter.
Yeah,
Right?
I mean,
200 tread wear, these tires will last 3 to 4 hours in warm, dry conditions.
yeah, I
at race
mean, being
pace.
DOT tires, they're obviously, you would assume they were designed to be not death traps in this kind of weather because they're designed for road use, in inverted commas.
Sure, that doesn't necessarily mean all season, though. Especially in this
Fair
case.
enough. I would assume it did, but I'm not a DOT tire expert for sure. I have
Yeah, I mean, if you're basically
experience in this weather would be on both slicks and wets. I've raced in series that don't have wet tires as well.
Yeah, I mean, if you're effectively on summer tires here, it's not very summery at the moment.
Okay.
So, yeah, I think
I always just, so this is me showing inexperience with this type of thing, but I have always interpreted quote unquote summer DOT tires as being, yeah, they're still not going to kill you in the wet because otherwise we would have legal issues. Because people don't need to change their tires very often with weather conditions on the road. But this is starting to, maybe this is showing that that's not the case.
Yeah, I mean, there is also the issue of cars aren't really building temperature or pressure into the tires at this speed. You're really just moving around, getting a feel for what the track is like.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was alluding to earlier, is that I wouldn't expect necessarily to be able to get a whole lot of tire temperature at any speed in these conditions with hard DOT tires.
Yeah,
but again, that's
right.
Yeah, and to get to that point, you'd have to have maybe 3, 4, 5 clean laps to get anything at all, and the chances of getting that far with tires that don't grip and aren't up to temperature in a field of 58 cars, having 5 laps without a full course yellow feels less likely than maybe if we were in the dry here. So, man, I don't know. I mean, this is a tough spot for race control to be in. It feels like the conservative answer is let's, kind of keep around under full course yellow here or maybe red until the snow starts to clear up. But I'm not paid to make that decision. So,
yeah, these
are pretty extenuating circumstances here.
Well, there is one car that's still stuck in the mud on the way down the hill in the infield.
Oh, of course, down at turn 5?
Sure, I haven't loaded the track back up.
Oh, gotcha.
So yeah, I guess there is probably a difference between the kind of temperature the tires are at while you're sat frozen on the pit lane versus running around at any speed will get it at least up to above freezing, get your tires up to above freezing. So maybe that was the issue you got coming out of this first lap. The tires were literally at 0 degrees Celsius.
32 degrees exactly. That's what it was when I arrived at the track this morning.
So yeah, maybe they just needed to get that initial. We're not talking getting actual temperature into the tires, but getting them up to even 10 Celsius, I imagine, is zero.
Yeah, I mean, right? Yeah, I mean, you're basically talking about it. The tires just will not. There's no flex in them at this temperature, right? And then,
yeah, whereas just running around with the weight of the car on top of them is going to put some energy in and just flex the tire a little bit and get it so it's not a block of ice. So
yes,
hopefully we're
as it were.
Yeah, hopefully we're maybe beyond that point. I haven't seen any more cars fly off the track, so it's interesting that we've got multiple safety cars out there, but they're not really splitting the field at all. I don't know what the procedure is there.
Yeah, these are the circuit's pace cars rather than the series'. I don't necessarily have a point there other than that they might be following track procedures more closely than series procedures.
Well, and the other thought there is if you keep the cars in something like a single line rather than having a gap in between them, if you're trying to push standing water off the circuit or off the edge of the circuit, you're getting a field of 58 or 60 cars doing that all at once rather than, with a 20 or 30-second gap where water can start to recede, back towards the track. So that may be a part of it as well. I will say this. the temperature is still only 33 degrees. A weather app of choice is suggesting a break in the snow in around 7 minutes. I'm not terribly hopeful there, but I am starting to see some reflections of sunlight off of the side of a couple of the cars as they come down the front straightaway. So that is positive.
Sure, take what we can get.
Although there doesn't seem to be a whole lot of activity elsewhere around the circuit at the moment. So
Now the one, Brendan, you're there at the track.
Yeah, they took out a bunch of openings.
You could speculate the visibility might be a minor issue here, but it doesn't look like the snow is particularly heavy.
no, and it was this morning, right? And when I was doing my initial setup, first thing around 7:15, 7:20, visibility was an issue. I mean, you could not see from the keyhole back to turn 1. And some of that was the sun had just come up, but a lot of it was the snow was actually so heavy that if you were going to combine that with spray off of the cars around you, that you were really going to be hard-pressed to get any decent visibility. The case now, and has been for at least an hour, that what we have is a lot smaller flakes and a less heavy and blanketing snow. So that's opened up the visibility quite a bit. I would still say it's not that much more than maybe 3 miles. I would say I'm not qualified to make that call, but actually, but
Yes.
it is. It is, yeah, definitely enough. And even with the spray in these conditions, it's not like we're running downforce cars at 170, right? We're running cars with pretty substantial ground clearance and DOT tires at, maybe 100 miles an hour, 100.
Yeah, I was going to say the DOT tires will make a big difference there as well.
Yes.
Certainly, any of the karting series I've run with that don't have wet tires, it's kind of remarkable how little spray you end up getting. I guess remarkable, also not. Kind of shouldn't be surprising that tires not designed to pick water up don't pick water up, but I imagine these DOT tires are not that efficient, putting 40 liters of water into the air behind each car.
Right.
So.
Now,
and there's no diffusers either, right? So you don't have any of that aero-generated sort of pull of the water that then disperses it behind the cars, which is also helpful.
Now, we would ordinarily be pulling in the pace car at the end of the second pace lap, but obviously that hasn't happened, so we'll look for confirmation as to when we plan to go green here. Obviously, this is honestly a little bit more of an optical issue, if you will, on the PR side than a real safety issue.
Just for the second safety car running presumably intentionally wide out of the last corner and went through an enormous puddle.
Yeah, it is right there on the exit curb, Scott. And it's funny, I don't know if you can see it from that angle. I don't think you can. There's actually there's a patch of green grass just behind that puddle where cars have been running through it and throwing the water on top of the snow, which is obviously had the effect of melting the snow directly behind it. None of the other cars are running through it, but I think the pace car is intentionally trying to run through these puddles. There's one that forms there. You often get one on the inside of some of the curbs. Turn 4 occasionally will have one. Turn 6, I mean, you see it in professional races too. It's a massive puddle that forms on the inside just up against the curb at the bottom of Madness. There's another one on the backside of the curb at turn 9 coming down into Thunder Valley. So there are a couple of these.
Brendan, I'm looking at the race control log and I have some comical news to share.
Yeah, go ahead.
We were wondering, which one of these, which one of the overnight cars spun. And so I was going to look at the race control log. Within the first 2 corners, all of the overnight cars spun. So I'm afraid I can't actually. I think it was 2 overnight cars that we saw at turn 1.
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, so it does make you wonder if they've got a particular tire compound that's going to struggle in these conditions. Go back to one of the points we were making earlier.
So in my head, there was a brief thought that maybe they had just decided to pull back to the back of the field and let things pan out in front of them.
And then
get
can I get
caught
an
up in the
EOL?
chaos. Right. The other problem this creates for us is we don't know which of the overnight cars is carrying the Sentinel on board this weekend. So if we had gone to the race control log to find the one that spun at pit out, we'd have been able to tell, which car had the onboard. But they all
That was
spun.
exactly, yeah.
I will say it does feel now like, okay, we've had 4 solid laps under full course yellow. You've got, cars that have been running consistently. You haven't had cars throwing it off into the runoff and into the snow. So there is, it seems like progress being made at least on feeling out the conditions, if not actually on getting some temperature or into the tires or into the track. But like we've mentioned already, the real problem here is that until you get up to speed, you're not putting any energy into anything.
I can tell you which overnight car has the onboard, by the way.
Oh, there's another spot. That's the PC car.
Yeah,
It's
that's
fun
44.
coming off the hill at turn 5.
It's the 196 with the onboard, by the way.
Oh, very good. Well, we have an answer then.
I'm getting that from the fact they've got their fastest lap on their onboard. And I'm matching that
Perfect.
right here.
You're so smart.
Mm.
Dr. Scott.
I prefer Mr. Pitt, but everyone's different.
Isn't it? No.
I don't actually prefer Mr. Pitt. I just said that for the joke, and I'm sorry.
Yeah.
So they're Dr. Pepper Snapple Corporation.
I didn't know there was Dr. Pepper and Snapple.
Mm-hmm.
How long have they been
Yeah, that we never came up with a couple name for him. Isn't that crazy? There's no Brangelina for Dr. Pepper Snapple.
Dr. Snapper, surely. Sounds terrible.
It
Really
sounds like a
bad.
vasectomy
It does. Very uncomfortable. Very uncomfortable.
on lots of levels.
So I've noticed there are a lot of cars at the bottom of the timing screen that haven't set any laps, so presumably aren't starting.
Oh, the friggin' choice
One of them is
bar.
JTR Motorsports.
Which car would that be, Scott?
Yeah, that'll be the 698.
Okay, it's definitely
Those
been
guys
out
suck
there.
ass. I have to
Oh.
clean all these
The
cars.
698 you said, rather than the 696, which is the team car.
Yeah, no-
Okay.
No, they're both
698.
out there.
Okay.
The 696 is the second car in
698.
line here.
Yes, that car has.
It is the car painted like Tim Meyer's camo shorts. Identical paint schemes.
Do you think they took a picture of it and they're like, this is what we want?
I've made it 17 and a half minutes before I made fun of Tim.
The 696, the 698, I feel like was the one that was quick at Nola.
Yeah, so the 698 is the M2. That's the white or the gray and green car that sort of bears the original New Light colors. It's actually at the tail end of the GTO line.
So maybe Brendan, as you're on site, maybe you could take a quick check through those 12 or so cars
Oh,
at the bottom
sorry.
of the timing that aren't coming up with times on the timing screen, and see if any more of them are actually there.
I can do that. I just wanted to point out that the 421, I think, is trying to get some semblance of energy into the tires and into the car, and has just the most elongated, lurid slides coming out of these corners at 30 miles an hour. It just takes forever for the rear tires to finally hook back up.
So something that we were discussing the only front-wheel drive car in GTO before we went live, but that car, if we're talking about tire temperature, that car should have less of a hard time with that, at least as far as the front tires go. So we could see that car, which I've forgotten which team that is. Ice Driving Canada, right?
Is the only front-wheel drive car, yes.
Right. So I've kind of blown the fact that we were going to make jokes about that at the start of the race. But we could actually see that car moving forward pretty quickly because it should be the only car that can get...
Oh, pace car's off, guys. They've pulled the pace car off.
They pulled a pace car off.
Yes, but it's the GTO pace car, which baffles me slightly. Now they've still got the double yellows out, so I'm actually not sure what the story is here. We've got the Sentinel number 609 round 3 racing car into the pits as well.
Lights are off on the other pace car.
By the way, I'm wrong. It wasn't the 698. It was the 131, which is in the New Light colors, the Chandler School car.
Okay, well that car is
Sorry,
also at the bottom of the timing list, not saying laptops.
It is definitely out there. I can tell you that.
Say 131, right?
Yeah, I thought that was the 698. It is not.
Okay. Hilariously, both of those cars are not setting. So the 698 probably isn't out there then?
Possibly not. I also wonder if maybe there are a few teams that have just
Decided it's not
not-
worth the risk.
yes, especially in these conditions. Now, if it warms up and dries out, you can go get track time, but I'm just wondering because I mean, how many cars do we have there? 41 through 50. So let's say 11 or 12 cars. That's a lot of cars to not make it from Friday into Saturday.
They're all GTO, other than NRG and round threes.
Okay,
Everyone was supposed to have an onboard.
we
go
might
ahead.
be going green at the starter stand here on the kink.
Oh, good call. I've forgotten that we start on the back straightaway because of course we do. I think we're going to have a single file start down the back. And if we jump to the turn 3 camera, I think we may see our leaders.
If we still have the turn 3. Oh, we do.
We sure
Flag.
do. There's a green flag and a huge wiggle out of the number 401 as he gets the throttle down and sets off after about a 20-minute delay this morning on the first full-speed racing lap of round 3 of the 2022 World Racing League from Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. Just extraordinary scenes here at the moment. If we can pick them up at turn 4, I think we're about to see a little bit of excitement coming up and over the hill. There is the 421 going slowly up the hill. May loop it on the backside here, exiting at turn 5. Car certainly looked like it had some rotation in it. I think we've just missed the leaders coming through there. But so far, they're actually not going that much more quickly than they were under safety car. But so far, it looks like the whole GTO field has made it.
Oh, GTR 99's running the karting line around the outside there. I think that's
Yep.
going to be.
We're gonna pick up the general production start
Sure.
here in just a moment. So
I want to make a
BGT1,
really
2,
quick
and
point.
3. Yep,
I
go
want to
ahead.
make a really quick point. The 609 came into the pits right before we went green,
Yes.
and dropped a few spots.
Yeah.
So I wonder what that's for. Checking tires.
I was kind of wondering if they were protesting the fact that we're starting, but they have now left the pits. So
I'll tell you that the 3 leaders have come through start-finish right together. The 99 is going to make a huge run up the inside on the way into turn 1 as our general production field gets the green flag at the kink on the back straightaway. The 147 from Moorhead Speedworks sails off down into turn number 4. There come your overall race leaders down into turn 1. It's 99, then 696, and then the number 401. Cut back to turn 4. There we go. That is the 147 from Moorhead Speedworks out in the general production lead, followed pretty closely there by... I actually don't recognize that car. That's a new one for us.
Oh, look at that! Ginger Racing with a lurid slide.
by the way,
Yeah,
99 took the lead from 3rd out of the last corner.
That is
It just
correct.
way more traction. So
Yep, that
that's
is-
going to be interesting.
Absolutely
They
correct.
seem-
This is on board the number 21 of Northloop Motorsport. Whoa! Look at that. And listen to that. Just instantaneous wheel spin as soon as he put the throttle down, coming up the hill at turn 4.
Yeah, well done.
Cross down on river.
Here come
What
your
was that?
overall race leaders down into turn 4, guys. This is the 99. Actually starting to build up a margin now. I was going to say way out front, but it's about a second.
He's riding the cushion. That's how far out he's going.
Yep. And look, I mean, this is the time when experience in the rain can make a difference. Right?
Oh,
It's not just hey, we're all amateur racing drivers, running as quickly as we can on a dry track. We all have experience in Mid-Ohio here. This is where having laps and time in a race car when it's the conditions are like this will actually make a big difference in the time that you can put between you and your competitors. It's the 330 in GP1. The leader there is the 325. It's the winning formula. That is a Mazda Miata with, I believe, a K-Series engine in it. It is listed as a K Miata, so that's what I'm taking that to mean.
Okay. I thought that was a typo. I'll take your word for it.
No, I believe it's got a Honda engine in it. So, whoa, big slide out of the Ford Performance Racing School Mustang there.
On the way in, so that's crossed up basically from 8 all the way into 9. That's
Remember too that corner is off camera. That I tried to show that with the camera angle. It looks like the camera's just tilted, but it's actually the whole track there from 8 into 9 is completely off camera.
We've had the 147 spin out of the lead in GP1 at turn 12, followed by the number 2 going 4 off to driver's left at turn 12. I believe that'll be the run up to the carousel. So, you know, a tricky spot we don't really have eyes on. We don't have a camera at turn 12, but that seems to be a spot that's catching out an awful lot of cars. And it's moved the 147 out of the lead and elevated the 3. I've got the 362 for RRT Racing at the point in GP1.
Interesting lap time spreading. You've got the leader, the 209s, whereas the majority of the GTO field is in the 225s. I think there's a train behind the 421 Thunderbird racing car. But yeah, the GTR 99 car's clearly got a lot more grip and confidence in these conditions right now.
Yeah, that Thunderbuddy car, remember, this is still only that car's 3rd WRL race. And, I mean, conditions are tricky at best here. I want to make a point. The 281 is on the way by, start-finish here in front of me, going fairly slowly. It's got a massive pile of snow across the splitter.
Oh!
That car
okay, no contact there.
Oh, yep, that's one of the overnight cars again.
Yeah, it sure is. But it looks like they've basically done exactly what the other RRT car did while we were pacing. Just got on the gas a little hot. They are going to be able to pull it out of there.
You know what's going to be really interesting really quickly is that our top 3 cars in GP2 have overtaken all of the GP1 cars and are way quicker than most of the GTO fields. So they're going to start coming up behind those cars pretty soon.
Oh, spun 94 Motorsports Lexus up at the carousel.
Is that the same car that spun on the warm-up laps?
I don't know which one it is. I think it's the 83. The majority red car, as opposed to the majority blue car, of course.
We've had a spin as well. I don't know if it's a spin per se, but we've had the Harrison Motorsports BMW drop an awful lot of spots on the last lap from... I think they were up in 4th, and they're down in, looks like 9th in GP2 at the moment.
On board a slow 196 here. I think this is the car that's recovering from the spin down at the exit of turn 5. Also, I just would like to make a little mea culpa here. I mentioned a car that I thought was in the X New Light colors. It's not that I think that the JTR cars are the X New Light cars or is the X New Light team. We had that explained to us at Barber by one of the guys who came up and gave us some time in an interview very graciously. I just picked out the wrong car and the wrong colors. I saw the green, the bright green and the gray. It is not the New Light car anyway. I believed that was the 698 because they are both M2s, and in my head it briefly made sense. So that is my apologies there. I know the JTR New Light story now. Thanks from Barber. So we'll put that to one side and press on here. We've made it through almost a half an hour this morning already.
Spun Lexus in the carousel. I don't know if that's...
That car's just continued, Scott.
Okay. So now that GTR 99 has gone into traffic and is losing 10 seconds a lap there, our fastest car on the track is a GP2 car.
That would be the winning formula, Scott?
Correct. And we're about to see the rest of the GP2 field come. They've actually passed Ice Drive in Canada, so start your jokes now.
That car's been off the road, and it was acting as a snowplow. It had a big pile of snow on the splitter when it came past me down the front straightaway.
So yeah, I was speculating whether that car might be able to get up to speed quicker than anyone else. Quite the opposite.
Well, the problem is there's no ice. It's still just water.
Yeah, we started too late. We should have started at 5 a.m.
Right.
5 laps in the lead by now.
Sun is definitely on its way out. I don't know that there's necessarily breaks in the cloud cover.
Oh, there's a Lexus again.
Oh, same car. Off in the same spot as the 196 was, and that car may not be able to work itself out of there.
I don't think that's a gravel trap. I think that's...
It's not,
that's
but
grass.
it's all mud. That tire barrier to driver's left there is all new. They've reorganized all that portion of the track, and actually all the way around. The Armco is new, the tire barrier is new, and the catch fence is new, which means that they've had construction vehicles off in the runoff there, and it is completely torn up from the work that was done in the off-season, which means it's now all mud, of course.
Yeah, we'll see if they go yellow to pull that car out. Thunder Bunny, the 111's made it up to 3rd in GTO. The 401 continues to slip back now into 5th, been overtaken by the 962 and Thunder Bunny.
noticed from this 609 top, that car is a lap down, that's the one that pitted early, but they're just getting past every corner. So I think
Well, we noticed last year the tires just don't seem to really hook up in the wet conditions, so they're really hoping for this to dry up, I think.
Full course yellow, boys.
All right, that answers
We've
that
made
question.
it exactly half an hour since, well, not quite the start, but certainly since we had cars roll off. 8 laps are completed. Oh, spin in front of me. It's the number 123.
That was 2 laps in a row, by the way, where the GP2 cars were significantly quicker than any other class.
You see it there on the...
So this will be a full safety car, right?
Yes.
Okay, so hopefully, we'll presumably see the field get bunched back up together, and then we're going to have some GP2 cars on the train of some very slow GTO cars. We'll have to watch that on the restart. Genuinely think we could see some GP2 cars in the top 5 in the next half an hour or so. Very exciting.
So this is kind of what I was referring to earlier, Scott, where I think we're going to get very distinct phases of the race today, where you have cars that are really, really strong and drivers that are really, really strong throughout the opening part of this race where conditions are the toughest. And then as things dry out and start to even out, even though it will stay cold, you're going to end up with, cars that are on something of a recovery drive that have a lot more pace in the drive than they were able to sustain in the wet. And I think it's going to keep things actually reasonably unpredictable through, maybe 12 or 1 o'clock this afternoon, up towards halfway, before we have a real sense of, how things develop towards the end.
Is there going to be much temperature or wind developed through the day?
Wind, I'm not sure about. I can look that up, at least for the Mansfield area.
Temperature, no. It's going to max out at about 39, 40.
So we're not likely to. We may not get a fully dry track all day, even if it stops snowing.
So the sun will assist in that, and we will have cars running around all day, so that will help. But you may be right there. Also, I think we're expecting a little snow shower later on. Somewhere around 11 or 12 o'clock this afternoon. It may hit us again. Now, if we've got energy in the track, hopefully it keeps some of that from, immediately dampening the track. But that kind of remains to be seen here. I will say, we saw those little spins on the pace laps. Once we actually got going, things were relatively calm.
No, if you look at the race control log, I did the Midwestern thing of saying no to agree with you.
Yep. No. Yep.
So if you look at the race control log, we went green for about 7 minutes, and honestly, we didn't have that many more entries than you would expect in just regular green flag running at the start of a race.
Exactly.
So everyone did pretty well, to be honest. I don't see any reports of contact or anything like that. So other than the spins that we pointed out, it's been remarkably well driven.
Joseph, I know you're not going to be with us through the end of the day today, but these types of races where you don't have, or you have very distinct phases and things constantly in shuffle, would have meant disaster for your irresponsible math.
I mean, I can tell Gabe how to run the irresponsible math.
I don't know that we need to do that.
I think we might. I think this is the best for irresponsible math.
They pulled the 94 Motorsports Lexus out of the mud pit on the exit of the turn 5, the top of Madness, and now that car will head on its merry way.
Do we have multiple pace cars out there, or is the field just not bunching up at all?
It's not really bunching up.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know that our lap time under full course yellow is going to be that much slower than it was under green.
The R99 still set at 2:17 on the last lap, which is faster than 90% of the field was doing under green. I know it wasn't behind the pace car for that whole lap, but
yeah, so
it definitely was for some of it.
245, 250 looks to be roughly the safety car lap time here. We're actually going to get the 99 coming across start finish in.
Yeah, and a lot of the field is running 225. A lot of the GTO field is running 225 when they're going absolutely flat out.
Yeah.
And by the way, I don't.
331 is the number, by the way, so it is quite a bit slower, but
Okay, so it has
still.
Now that might have been a hot pull situation in any other track condition. I don't mind that they went to full safety car. Basically off the bat, the car pulled out.
You can't, especially there with the I didn't mention it at the time, but the way that Lexus just veered off the road was not a sudden snap. It was a very slow, just the sort of thing you would expect to be able to catch, but it was just clearly absolutely zero grip.
A lazy spin, so to speak.
Yeah, we saw a car do exactly the same thing on the pace lap. So that's probably the most dangerous point on the track, I'd say. So if you were going to do a pull, you've been on a safety car, I'm a little bit worried the cars might slide off and crash into our safety vehicles there. So that's a bit worse parts of the track. So yeah, definitely don't want to be doing hot pulls. Whether we could cover it under some, I guess this just isn't a Code 30 track.
You're correct. Yeah, it's when we run into those are track procedure specific kind of things.
Yeah. So yeah, absolutely no chance of doing that under green or under local yellow. So yeah, this is the only choice really.
To your point, Scott, two very good points were brought up by RJ Till in the drivers' meeting yesterday evening after the last session had concluded. The first was that under these conditions, knowing that they were on the way, there was no way they were going to do hot pulls with boots on the ground and cars going by at anything resembling race speed with the lack of grip that was anticipated. And indeed, was very much the case and still is the case through this morning. So that was anticipated and certainly became the answer. I think that will probably continue through most of the day. The follow-up point to that was that when we do get full course yellows, we always have the cautions brewed, cautions mantra. And whereas you might have been in a rhythm under green, everything kind of resets here, and you put the cars back together in a large pack. So there was really some strong caution advised from RJ to the drivers to really be on your toes when the track conditions are like this, and you've got all the cars back bunched up together. So we'll keep an eye on the restart here and see if they can kind of keep things as clean as they were on the initial start. I was actually very pleasantly surprised with how things have gone so far, and I would assume, that the folks upstairs in race control were reasonably pleased as well.
Just trying to keep an eye on the timing screen. I'd quite like to work out how many cars are still on the lead lap. The Moat got 18 past the start finish line. I don't think that might be all of them. I don't know if Brendan's got any chance of working out who's on the back of the lead train. According to timing, it's the 257 GP2 car.
So I've kind of been keeping an eye on this. The lead general production car is that GP2 entry from the winning formula, right? The number 325. That car is caught up, as far as I can tell, as we go back to green here with the number 99 GTR BMW leading the way. It looked like that car was caught up behind a Cayman or a Boxster that didn't have much interest in catching the back of the train. So he's actually going to lose a little bit of time here.
Yeah, so last time across the line he was 26 seconds behind the nearest car for position, which isn't a huge amount. That car was a lot further behind before the yellow.
Yeah.
But it kind of more interestingly, it looks like the GP2 field's been split. So we got the top 5 GP2 cars on the lead lap overall, and then the GP1 car off the lead lap.
Yeah, I'm not totally sure what we didn't quite catch this, but I'm not sure who the safety car actually picked up because it wasn't the overall leader. I'm not sure what happened there.
It was GTR, was the car immediately behind the safety car. We've got 2 cars off.
Oh, okay, never mind then.
One is a Hyundai Veloster, the number 257. From Copeland Motorsports. The second one is a Hyundai Veloster, the number 251 from Copeland Motorsports.
So I'm guessing that is every single front-wheel drive car has been off now. So
it'd be close to it, Scott. Yeah.
That's why I've never quite bought the whole. Well, it's wet, so it'll be
Yeah. They still have understeer.
Yeah.
We didn't have a great steer. By the way,
you have understeer, and it's also all going through 2 tires.
and ice cold rear tires.
Yes.
By the way, the winning Formula car did manage to catch up with the train. It was
Oh, very good. So we'll keep an eye on that.
Yeah, I'm looking to see that car rocket through the field. And in fact, 5 GP2 cars probably rocket through the field.
So they are all together. I mean, GP1 has been basically dropped from
They're off
anywhere
the lead
near the
lap.
top of production. Yeah, there you go.
Returning to that 251, that is an entry that's quickly drawing the ire of the stewards. They were warned for their behavior around the safety car during the yellow flag.
They were the last car on the lead lap. Is there any chance that they kind of artificially got themselves into the back of the lead lap?
I won't speculate on that, but I take your point.
So actually, 251s is Cobra Motorsports 2. Right ahead of them would be Cobra. So are we saying that was 4th and 5th in GP2 who both went off the track right on the restart?
4th, 5th, and 6th. It's listed as possible contact between. We've got the 197 now off. Wheel spinning. Are they going to get it moving?
Stop moment. No, it's down. It's back down.
That's in.
Yep.
Okay. So the 251 under investigation for contact between. God, they all came together. With the 257 and the 18, so that would be the team car in addition to the BSI Mazda. And there's a second incident that's under investigation for possible contact between the 81 and the 18. The 81 is not a number that I recognize. Nor is it a number that I see in the list. So I'm going to take that as a misidentification.
Is it the 196 that's in the grass? The overnight motorsports car? Because they're on board. That car is definitely in the grass. I don't know if that's the one we spotted going down the hill.
It's the 196. It's the green color car.
I think I called it as the 197, but I'll buy that.
Yeah, it is the 196.
It's the car with the onboard is off.
Correct. Yeah, and we've identified that. We think is the 196. Full course yellow again. Number 2.
Oh, sorry. From one of the round 3 racing onboards, it was a BMW that just managed to skate its way around the outside of the carousel. Presumably, there's a bit of a delay there and went on to yellow on that onboard.
Pulled up one of the Acura pace or Acura school cars behind me at race control here. Interesting.
GP2 leader is up to 12th overall, so even though we only got a few minutes of green flag running, that was enough for them to make a few places.
So there are a couple of cars that are really starting to stand out here, and it's not just that you've got everybody is struggling, because that is clearly the case, but the 696, the 99, and the 325 are just, you can see it visually on track how much more grip they have all the way through the corners.
I would add to that,
particularly under acceleration.
I would add to that the 410. So their fastest lap of the race is 2:14, which makes it about the 4th fastest car on the track.
Right. I hadn't picked out that car yet. The 111 is also kind of getting there, but it was trapped in a train behind the number 762, which never really got sure footing under it when we went back to green there, and immediately had lost a huge margin to the 2 race leaders, the 99 and the 696.
So the 410 is a Honda S2000, which is not a car I'd have identified as something that should be reveling in these conditions.
No, although it was so I will say this, Scott, that car was one of the few to be out there during the rain yesterday. When it got damp at the very tail end of the last 2 sessions, basically, the last qualifying session and the last HPDE session, that car was out there for both of them. Now, it did end up backwards in the mud at turn 5, but it was one of the few cars that decided to go actually put some time in it. And I do wonder if having some awareness of the track conditions from those sessions yesterday, even if it was only 5 or 6 laps, would make a difference in how you handle these first couple of hours when the conditions are at their worst. It's very funny seeing that car tucked up behind the number 410, tucked up behind the Ford Mustang, the number 98. It's got a big honking rear wing on it. And it's already a fairly big car, and then up behind it is just the tiny S2000.
Well, the S2000's 14 seconds a lap faster. By the looks of things.
So why? And I'm sure we have competitors, drivers, team owners, etc., in the YouTube chat who can shed some light on this as well. But I mean, Scott, as a man of physics, the GP2 cars being quicker than, or a number of GP2 cars being quicker than the entire GP1 field, is that just down to being able to get power down because there is less of it? Or,
that weight, I imagine, as well. Being a man of physics, accelerating more weight requires more friction. So because you need to be able to generate more force off the corners. And there is a severe lack of friction in these conditions. So yeah, I'd say it's a mixture. It's going to be a mixture of the two. Just advantage of that power.
Yeah, I mean,
into the pits is the 196, by the way, along with the Homatro. I think it's Homatro. Yes, it is. Homatro safety team vehicle.
yeah, I mean, remember that these tires will have an optimal operating temperature.
Yeah.
But if you're so far out of the optimum that you don't have the grip to get them up to, like you're just on this curve and you just can't get up of it. And I wonder how many of these teams have alternate compounds that they can play with. We've kind of entered into a tire compound race again after the one that we had in NOLA. We had we had a race of respite at Barber, and now we're back to having a situation where it seems like your tires are the most important part of the car again, rather than the engine or the chassis that you've chosen.
It is certainly an element of WRL racing that hasn't really played a part in our last full season of racing anyway. But even in the races that we covered back in 2017, 2018, again, the end of 2020, it is unique, and it's something we don't really have a lot of information and data on. But it does kind of come to the fore in races where the conditions are at their most extreme, right? We saw it at NOLA when it was warm on a really abrasive circuit on the Saturday, a little bit again on Sunday morning when it was damp, and now again this morning when we're barely above freezing, and it's actually just started snowing a little more heavily again. I just want to take a moment to acknowledge how wild this is. Like, we're at, okay, it's another WRL race. It's the beginning of the month. We get to do it again. 8 hours, the whole bit. Kind of set yourself up for it. But it is not very often that this is a thing in professional motorsports or in amateur motorsports. We saw it a couple years ago, I think, at there was an amateur series that ran at VIR in kind of similar conditions. I think I've seen it. Was it Barber or Road Atlanta?
Road Atlanta. The one that Bob Varsha commentated on.
That's right. Yep, down at Road Atlanta. It was just a couple weeks ago, wasn't it? Was that this year?
The one I'm thinking of was multiple years ago.
Yeah. Okay. So, I mean, it does happen, and you set yourself up and make the right decisions as an organization, and be safe about it, right? Which is the right call. But it is still extraordinary.
Yeah, the thing that's challenging, and the thing that I have some sympathy for the series on, right, is that when you're not a high dollar series, but I don't have any kinder way to say it compared to an IMSA or an IndyCar organization, a full pro series, you don't get first priority when it comes to scheduling, and so you kind of end up with some of these races that are a little in the off season for what these tracks would normally be running at. I think you mentioned to me yesterday that this is the first weekend of the Mid-Ohio racing season. It doesn't usually snow like this in early to mid-April, but it's one of the things that can pop up, which is why IMSA will be running next month and not this month.
That's a good point. So we were discussing this yesterday. This is the first rental weekend of Mid-Ohio season. Which
I mean, you take what you can get, right?
Up to speed, but
you get the track when it's available.
Yeah, you do take your chances here, right, with weather at this time. And in fairness, Joseph, you and I have been here in late October, mid to late October we came out here, and it was cold then. I mean, 30s over
Yeah.
50s during the day, and
But that's
didn't
what
feel
I'm
that
saying.
much different from this.
That's just the nature of being a a series that you're getting the track when you can get it, and sometimes it's not the optimal season for the track. It's still a fun track to drive around, but you get these long tail events, and it's just a function of that. I don't think anybody really even expected snow at this point, but you can see there's no leaves on the trees. We are not yet in springtime in Ohio. We're approaching the end of the first hour, which means that we've been running under safety car for a good portion of that, but it makes me wonder when we might start to see some of the GT4 and TCRs start to take to the pits.
Yeah, I think we've had one of the Velocitors stuck in. I believe it's a 257. One is black with bright orange, the other is bright orange with some black. But I can't see the numbers behind the pit wall because I am at pit wall level. This is unfortunate. But we really haven't seen any activity at all. Now, we've been...
257. I can clear that up for you.
Oh, very good. Thank you. Even under green flag racing, which we had only a handful of laps of, you're not using anything like the amount of fuel and power you normally would be. Right? On top of that, we've been running around under full course yellow for the better part of this hour, since we rolled off at 9 o'clock. And, I mean, you might be able to run 2 hours at this pace and at this, fuel consumption level before you would realistically need to pit. Now, eventually that's going to catch up with you, and the decisions you make now are going to have an impact later, but nobody really knows at this point.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many elements to this race, right? That would not typically be elements of this race. You've got a track that's slippery and a track that's cold that is clearly not suited to, several competitors' tires. That's going to extend your yellow flag running probably for at least the first half of this race. I think it's safe to say.
Yeah.
You've got the threat of additional snow later on, which is going to put more moisture onto the track. If it's heavy enough, I don't know that we expect it to be, but if it's heavy enough, it could end up red flagging the race. That could shorten your running time. There's a dimension that admittedly probably isn't as fun for the teams to deal with, but if you're shooting for victory, that it's relevant, right? You have to be thinking about it.
I think we may be getting ready to go back to green here. I saw the double yellows get pulled in at start finish. Now the AOA number 85 is the snowplow, as it is now, because it's also got a pile of snow in the splitter, is just came back under the double yellows. But they've pulled them in again, and I think if we can follow the leaders around through the final corner here, Gabe, onto the front straightaway, I think we're about to go back to green at the exit of turn number 13 and down into start finish. Unless we've lost the camera, which would be unfortunate. Yep, there we go. It's the 99 GTR BMW who heads onto the front straightaway, picks out the rain line, pulls to driver's left and gets the throttle down and makes his escape, or attempts to make his escape from the 696. It's the biggest margin he's had since we got going here. It's never been more than a few car lengths with those two cars in particular. And, slide wide there from, I think it was the RRT Racing BMW down at turn 1. You can see how many of the cars are avoiding that sort of rough patch on the inside. Well, I'd say it's rougher. That there is some track cracking there, or asphalt cracking there on the inside. But that is where the oil and the residue lies, and almost everybody is a full car width or two off of the racing line through turn number 1 there. Oh, big slide there from the number 21 North Loop Motorsport BMW down at the keyhole turn. And again, those BMWs are making a decent escape there at the front of the field. Whoa.
Oh,
that was a wiggle?
That looked lurid on the way into the kink.
Yeah. I think that was a 72 car from, maybe not. Actually, it was the lap down. looked like maybe the 72 there, but you're right. As the car started to come over the crest, it looked like the rear kind of jumped away from him there, which is shocking. I also want to make a point here that different cars and car designs can play a role here. And this is more of a Scott function or feature, but sorry, I'm just reading Scott's comment on the Thunder Bunny onboard. You've got two front-engine cars up at the front, right? The two BMWs. You've got the mid-engine Porsche Cayman from 762 that's a little, further back. But if you're looking for grip, maybe not under acceleration, but certainly for grip on turn-in and bite on turn-in, having the weight over the front wheels is going to make a little bit of a difference here.
It's
as does
So the 401 get pushed off onto the grass between turn 1 and the keyhole by two BMWs that were just all over the road and all at sea.
A reminder that was your overall pole sitter as well.
Right.
The problem with the front wheel drive argument, Brendan, which is what we were getting at a little bit earlier, is that you're in a situation where, okay, yeah, you have. You still have the same problems that a front wheel drive car has in general, which is that everything is going through those front two tires, and so now you have these two rear tires that are basically just training wheels for the front two wheels.
Yep.
And they're completely unloaded, and now you've got no grip, and so the rear's just going to slide around on you everywhere.
Yeah.
I think
you need power.
The argument for front-wheel drive is that when something goes wrong, it's not massive. It's not a lurid, slow slide into the grass. It's a bit of understeer that you can deal with a little bit more. So therefore, in theory, have a bit more confidence in the car. And also the fact that everything goes through the front tyres, so therefore you can get some warmth into them. The downsides are that there's no weight specific. That same blue BMW
weight to it.
401 on board. Going off again. That BMW's having the driver's either having a lot of fun or he's absolutely terrified. Every corner. But yeah, there's no weight on the front tires, so therefore you have, in theory, I guess you have less grip but more confidence, because if something goes wrong, it's easier to save it.
The thing that undercuts that car on the other side of that, though, is if the fast line is kind of rim riding the whole track.
God, from the 401, this BMW, every corner is in a 45-degree slide, all the way to the outside, and then somehow picks up.
Do we have that 401 on board up, Gabe? I'm not sure if that car's.
I think it's the 401's just made the pass on the BMW question, but although, yeah.
Yeah, if any of the onboards are stable enough to do a full lap, I would be curious to just kind of sit on board with one and just see what it's like.
Yeah, unfortunately, the Thunder Bunny 111 is a bit twitchy, but the other Thunder Bunny that came in one is extremely good quality, so that might be worth doing.
So
the 401 is also a decent quality.
Yeah, I mean, look at this. There's no confidence in the tires here.
Overall leader, the 99 as well.
As they get into traffic here, that may be the right. It'll take a couple of laps, but once they get up to the back of the field, that may be the right on.
Yeah, they
also
passes up the race while they've got some clean air.
Yes, and the 696 is hanging right with them. That gap is within a second and has been since we went back to green. So it's not like he's out there running around on his own at the moment. The two of them are together, right together.
Meanwhile, somebody who is struggling in traffic is the former GP2 leader, who has been passed by BSI, which is not a car that's been quite as on the pace. So I guess
but that car is interesting because we had a lengthy discussion about the Mazda MX-5 Cup.
Sorry, Brendan, let's just reverse back again.
Okay, I will still make the point about this BSI car. So that car blew an engine just the other day. Right? It popped an engine in on Friday morning that resulted in a pretty hefty off barrier. Not necessarily anybody's fault, just really poor luck. But the BSI car, now that they've got another engine in it, is being driven by Thomas Annunziata, Connor Zilic, Rowan Gill, and Stephen Clements. Now, I don't recognize all of those names, but I certainly recognize the name Connor Zilic, who is one of the top drivers in the MX-5 Cup. He featured really strongly at Daytona, and admittedly, I didn't watch St. Petersburg, but that is a name I absolutely recognize. So that is a man experienced in the car and experienced with the conditions. Obviously, Daytona was in a something monsoon, even if it wasn't so cold. And I would not be shocked for that car to kind of take the fight to the winning Formula car, at least sort of through this back and forth period here.
Well, speaking of the winning Formula car and fight, there are actually four. Our top four in GP2 are all within 3 seconds of each other. So we've got the Veloster in third of Copeland Motorsports 2, not Copeland Motorsports 1, which has dropped away a bit. And then the Honda S2000 in fourth. And all of those cars are right together, presumably in a whole bunch of traffic. Swapping places every lap by the looks of things. While also working their way through the back end of the top 10 in the GTO field. That's not the easiest thing in the world. So the 511 Choice Racing has an onboard camera. So those cars. Oh, there's the Audi TCR. That would be the ICE driving. Canopy car heads up and things in snow on the outside of the carousel.
Just wanted to feel at home, Scott.
Yeah.
We can do these jokes. I don't care. This is fine.
Too easy, and we will take advantage of that opportunity. Okay, so that GP2 battle has just come across the line. It's all blown up. Winning Formula is in the lead. Copeland Motorsports 2, the Veloster has moved into second. BSI has completely disappeared. They haven't come across the line yet.
Interesting.
So, on that lap.
I wonder if this is the car in the pits. There are a couple of MX-5s in the pits actually, but I can't pick out because I don't have any elevation over the pit wall. I love it. I can't pick out behind it.
It was a 3:03 on that lap, which is 40 seconds slow.
That will probably be from just having stopped in the pits there. One of the FRSs comes out. That's from NRG.
My knowledge of Mid-Ohio is that the finish line is before any of the pit boxes would be.
No,
so it should have come across the
there's
line
about a
before.
dozen or more pit stalls in front of the start finish line.
All right. Although it's not listed as in the pits.
Oh, big slide from the Choice Racing 511 down the hill out of turn 5. If we can jump on board with the number 99 here, Dave, I think that might be the right play as he navigates traffic also as the race leader with the number 696 right in tow. We still have that feed up.
He's actually got a lot of clean air right now, 99, looking at his onboard. Although I think it's on quite a big delay. They're coming around the last corner.
Oh, yeah. There's quite a delay there then. Oh, man. This 401 just has absolutely no grip. Off the final corner. Just cannot put the power down. Oh! That is... I couldn't pick the number up there as it went backwards.
Just missed the wall, though.
Exactly. Just missed the tire wall. And now he's going to pull out right alongside of the leader. He's got to keep it moving there, but he's going uphill. Off goes the number 44 in Sympathy coming down the hill. Steams through the grass and the snow and mostly mud. I don't know if he's going to be able to keep it moving. The red BMW, as long as he's not high-sided there, I think he'll be able to keep going.
The problem that the PC car is going to run into is that he is going to actually run into a gravel trap if he keeps going in that direction.
Yeah, wet gravel, not necessarily the worst thing, although the gravel traps here are really deep.
Yeah, they are.
And that's been the case historically here. So I think we've lost the number 44 to that gravel trap there. He has not reemerged from the right side of the camera. And I suspect we're going to have to go double yellow again to go recover that car. So if we do get a full course yellow here, it may be wise to take a brief advertising break if we're set up for that game.
Winning Formula has managed to move into 8th overall, and I've just seen from the choice on board that the Veloster has moved into 2nd place, has moved up ahead of that car as well. There's another car up at the keyhole. I think it's the Audi TCR.
It's off at the keyhole?
Yeah, facing the 90 degrees to the track, pointing at the barrier in the grass on the outside, or in the gravel
So
on the outside.
the notes in the last 5 minutes are 281, 4 off drivers left, which will be the Ice Driving Canada car at turn 12, which will be at the, is that at the carousel?
I think that's the carousel. I think that's the one I called at the time.
Yep, 946, 4 off drivers right at turn 1. And then 2 cars off drivers left at turn 5 with no numbers. We know one of them is the 44, and I didn't get the number on the red BMW as it came past. I mentioned the BMW car earlier with a lowered slide on the back straightaway at the kink. That wasn't the case because the BMW car did not start today. It's not to say he didn't leave the pits, actually, but I don't think that's who that was.
Okay, all right. Hard stop at 6 today. We need alignment by then, people.
Here's where the rubber meets the road.
Have these initiatives moved the needle, like, at all?
Well, let's shift gears a minute.
We're really kind of at the apex here.
Well, we gotta stay agile.
I said we fast-track the pivot.
Can we circle back? Keep everyone in the loop.
Focus, guys. We're in a race to the finish, all right?
We need to put the pedal to the metal. We need to nail those hairpin turns, cross that finish line, and take that checkered flag.
Yes, Josh. Yes!
Start your engines! Woo!
Ready to hit the track? We've got you covered with the world's largest motorsports calendar, track day insurance, and more. Haggerty, let's drive together.
It's your Uncle Cooper. Truck owners who run Cooper AT3s are some of the most dutiful people I know. Even if that duty is to haul a load of this stuff. It's not glamorous, but it's their duty nonetheless. So if you and your truck are constantly tackling the regular duties of the day, go with a tire that can handle them all. Oh, man. I stepped in it. Go with the Coopers. Cooper.
Sentinel by Candelaria Racing Products is a comprehensive motorsport video system incorporating live streaming, local recording, picture-in-picture, flag status, leaderboards, data overlays, and more. Perfect for endurance racing, sprint racing, and HPDE. Sentinel includes everything you need to get started. With the ability to control the live feed from the cloud and GPS auto start, you will never miss an on-track moment.
Back at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course, with the glorious sight of the Homatoro safety team, who I believe will have just pulled the number 44 out of the gravel trap there at the exit, well, it's really the entry to turn 6, is where that car wound up. And that seems to be the trouble spot today, doesn't it? Just that exit at turn 5, the car gets light up over the top, and as you would normally get the power down and set yourself up for the swing into 6, at the bottom of the hill, the car just takes off to the left. Some are handling that better than others.
Yeah, we've seen that exact slide happen to 3 or 4 cars.
And it happened yesterday a bunch as well, Scott. So that is, I mean, that is just the worst case scenario. Cars going light, adding power, you know, transitioning from the left to the right. It's exactly the wrong setup for having any sort of consistency up over the crest of the hill. 44 is into the pits. That was the car that was just off into the gravel.
Yeah, so that should be everything cleaned up, right? I've noticed that we're starting to see a decent amount of snow melt around the track, even though we're seeing it now reaccumulate. See how much of it sticks, but around the S's, for example, we're not seeing a ton of, we're not seeing as much snow cover as we were. So that gives me some confidence that we're starting to warm up the track a little bit, maybe make it a little easier on some of these tires.
So I'm watching the 511s on board. That car has the 2 GP2 leaders ahead of it, which are in 8th and 9th overall. 3 cars ahead of that is, I think, or 4 cars ahead of that is a car that is holding up the field with a huge gap in front of it. I don't know who that would be. Unfortunately, the 511's on board is pretty dark for some reason, so it's a little bit difficult to see too far ahead. But on the restart, we should get to see a really cool battle between this winning Formula MX-5 and the Copeland Motorsports 2 Veloster, which is furiously warming its tyres to any effect. But lucky for us, the Copeland Motorsports car is very, very Dayglow orange, so it's easy to spot, even on this very dark choice camera.
Yeah, so
there's a 25-second gap between the winning Formula and Thunder Bunny Cayman. So yeah, I think there's a car holding the field up. With it might be that Boxster again. It's got no interest in catching pace car teams.
Yeah, a few.
Oh, no, it's actually Mustang, I think. Oh no, maybe this camera's a little bit. No, that camera's not as synced up with the onboard I was looking at. I thought it was.
So Race Control has called a few drivers in to swap them out for these conditions. I don't know if that's going to be for the day, but certainly for the time being, they're asking a few drivers to step out. That's already happened in some cases. Some of those were, about a half hour ago. Before
these
we had
cars that have spun off, or are these cars that are just going around very slowly?
They're cars that have spun off. They're all called for either going 4 off or having a spin. Basically, I think they're cars that the series feels are at the risk of becoming minor hazards.
I don't know if those are actual driver changes asked for or just completed. Because they haven't issued any black flags, right? So, I'm intrigued by that.
Yeah,
that may
am
just be
too,
a note on the backside of, well, they ended up coming into the pits anyway, and things. If you are looking for patterns as a steward, which is quite appropriate, that may be okay. Let's reset here. It's a new guy in the car.
Another update on cars that are not capable of catching pace car cues. The Lexus that's in front of the 401 is all a big train of cars.
That car might be going as quickly as it was up the green.
Yeah, it's kind of what I was getting at. It's just past the pit entry, so it's not in trouble. But there's a 32-second gap between 4th and 5th overall. And the 401 has an onboard. It's following the Lexus around, and there's a huge gap in front of the Lexus. So it's a bit of an issue at the moment.
I noticed we had JT Tammy join us here. I don't know if JT was interested in speaking this morning. I know he's got other things going on coming up here. But, JT, you're welcome to join in the fun anytime you would like.
This is interesting. NRG Racing went out in GP3. They've now done 3 laps.
Thanks for the update.
Yeah, they decided to let the track warm up a quarter of a degree before hopping on out.
I like that JT told us he was going to join at about 1 Eastern, but because we have GP2 cars actually in the overall, he couldn't keep himself away.
I'll have to disappear again, but I will be back by 1 Eastern.
I think we might have GP2 cars in the lead by then, so get excited.
That would be awesome. I know, I saw K Miata, I'm like, yes. And then you guys kept saying, JTR. And I'm like, not again.
Are you, does R Factor 2 have snow, JT?
No. But if it drops below freezing, it's automatic rain.
Interesting.
It's an odd bug. Luckily,
how does that work?
Luckily, we're just above freezing at the Nürburgring, but...
Oh, right. They canceled the VLN race today, or postponed it to November, which is somehow better because of snow there today, didn't they?
I'm not sure.
I think they did. I think we were supposed to have a VLN, or NLS, sorry. Old habits die hard. We were supposed to have an NLS today, and didn't, because it's too cold, and it was supposed to snow. Huh.
I am really loving that wing on that Mustang.
Yeah, that's the number 98. So we had the Core Motorsports car here, or we have it here. Admittedly, I don't think I've noticed it this morning at all. But the 98 is here as well, and that's been out, since the green flag.
Okay. I wonder if there's any work in between them, or if they're just completely separate entries.
I believe. Well, I don't know. I think they're pitted together here. Well, maybe not. So the Ford Performance Racing School entry, the number 98, excuse me, is right across from me just prior to start finish. I don't see the core car out there in front of, or the core pit stall out in front of me at the moment. You might notice from the track sides, by the way, and maybe it's not as apparent elsewhere around the circuit, but we have had some snow melt off in the grass where you're seeing a little bit more, green grass than you otherwise would. Oh, well, sorry.
If you're gonna ask me to fill air for you while you go do whatever it is you're doing,
that's fair. The one thing you're going to talk about is how green it is.
Yeah, absolutely.
I should have known.
That's all I've got.
Have you guys noticed how white it is here this year?
Yeah, it sure is.
Guys, it's cold.
It's cold in the commentary booth, JT. I nominally had heat this morning. It was the first time I felt it warm in here all weekend. Yesterday, it was pretty miserable in here. So I doubled up on socks today, and it hasn't helped.
Oh.
So, I want to make a quick point. I don't know if Gabe's intentionally pointing this out, but it's a good point worth making. A lot of these teams are attempting to warm things up by basically being super binary on every input. So, full gas, full brake, full gas, full brake. And that'll, in theory, help heat up the brakes, which will keep the tires a little warmer. The thing that's going to have an effect on is that it's going to string this field way out.
I'm intrigued that they've actually been able to get basically to full throttle. I mean, I know revs are low, but I'm actually a little impressed they've been able to do that at all.
So this kind of brings us on to one of the messages we got through our Scoops channel. The GTR 99, the race leaders are complaining, so probably more commenting, because it's not really something you can avoid, but commenting on how the yellow flags just take all the heat out of the tyres.
Yeah.
Really was restarts. And that's and that is the car that's been dealing with things the best. So if those guys are having trouble, it's kind of a testament to the fact that we don't have cars all skating off the turn one on the restarts every time. But we do, we have only been able to get 4 or 5 laps before somebody skates off.
Producer Gabe has been hard at work adding onboards. We've got the Thunder Bunny onboards up and the fantastic shot from the front of the number 147 Moorhead Speedworks BMW 330.
Can I comment on the Cayman Thunder Bunny onboard, which I think we commented on this last time, but I just realised that their central mirror is actually a camera. It's placed really nicely for us to get. It's pretty cool.
2-for-1 deal there.
Well, 3 for 1, because we've got the driver camera as well.
Oh, I didn't know the driver camera was up. I hadn't pulled the individual feed up here. I've just got the producer feed in front of me.
That central mirror is enormous. Well, mirror, in inverted commas, is enormous.
The accordion effect you were just describing a little earlier, Joseph, is being realized down the front straightaway here with cars basically at a stop, maybe 5 or 10 miles an hour just in front of me at start finish.
However, the Lexus has caught up with the train eventually. So
yeah,
that 4th to 5th is closed. Has the GP2 field have caught up as well. So we do have a condensed field now at least.
Yeah, this is that stack up you were talking about, Brendan.
Yeah, sorry, I need to do a check here of the entry list. Okay, no, BSI Racing is great. BSI used to have a different number. It used to be, I think, 167 in bygone era. That car is now just a plain white number 18, which is why I hadn't recognized it on track. I'd wondered briefly if maybe it was a replacement car instead of a replacement engine after its engine failure yesterday. Excuse me, but nope, not the case. I'll sit there.
If you look at the horizon here out this onboard, you can see, obviously there's a ton of snow in the air, but there's still that hint of blue sky, just kind of, it's like all the snow's just kind of already dropped out of the clouds and it's just kind of in the atmosphere now.
Yeah, I mean, you look at the radar, and it's just very light, sort of spotty showers. So I'd expect that this sort of light flurry without accumulation activity is going to continue for the next little while. Also worth noting, we've gotten above freezing. Okay, we're up to 33, so I certainly wouldn't expect anything to continue to stick. Especially with the cloud cover being as light as it is, Joseph, like you've mentioned. Right, where you actually are having a little bit of energy from the sun poking through, and maybe just kind of keeping things. I mean, not that it makes a difference at this temperature, but certainly preventing things from continuing to stick. I can't believe I'm having that conversation in the middle of a race. And talking about
whether or not snow is going to stick.
Yes.
I'm thrilled that we are, to be honest. I'm glad we're not just kind of looking at cars stopped in pit lane.
Yeah, no, I did it again. I completely agree, and I think credit is due not just to the series for letting this take place, but for the drivers and the teams for playing ball with it as well. Several have chosen not to, as far as we know, and that's perfectly acceptable. But you know, there are 40 or so cars that have chosen to go and do this and go back to green, with just over an hour and 20 minutes gone in our first of 2 races this weekend from Mid-Ohio. The 99 and the 696 lead again from the front of the field. And again, the 99 just able to get a really, really good jump off the final corner. To kind of stretch the margin out to the 696, though I don't think in practice, or certainly at full pace and full tilt, relatively full tilt anyway, that there is actually that much to choose between them. There certainly hasn't been over the first hour or so of racing we've had this morning.
Yeah, I couldn't talk from him because I saw 4 cars all pile into turn 1, and I was like, there's no way this is going to work out.
It's worth keeping an eye on that. The Moorhead Speedworks onboard, the number 147, by the way, because it is locked in a little bit of a battle with the RRT Racing number 362 BMW, with about 10 seconds in hand over the number 134 back in third. So, actually, I think that move's been done. The 362 is the silver and purple car that just came through the shot behind. This is the number 147, and that RRT BMW is nowhere to be seen out the front-facing camera. This BMW 330. So, I think we've had that lead change done in GP1 now. Of course, oh man, you can see the car rotate mid-corner. The car just sort of started to slide away for really no reason at all over the crest of the hill at the keyhole.
Oh, speaking of cars sliding away, look at that. The BMW getting all crossed up on the way into 5, collects it, and back underway.
Yeah, visibility in that part of the track is actually starting to decrease a little bit. I'm not seeing the same here facing south as I am, basically facing from the front straightaway down towards the keyhole. But looking off to the west, which is where this weather is coming from, obviously, it doesn't look nearly as clear or as like the snow is as light as it is, at least from what my vantage point is here at start finish. So maybe a sign of things to come for the rest of the circuit there as well. Now, also the cameras are going to make a difference there, so keep that in mind.
Fastest lap of the race for the number 99 in the lead, but only 2 tenths quicker than JTR, who are chasing them.
Yeah, also did their fastest lap of the race.
Yeah, worth noting here, I'm getting the sense that this is basically the ultimate pace in these conditions, that 207 range. We haven't seen, while it is the quickest lap of the race, it isn't outside of like a time bracket, so to speak. It doesn't feel like we're really making any progress in terms of track conditions since basically the first 20 minutes.
By the way,
whoa, huge slide out of the last corner from the 134. There it is.
Wow, it held that slip angle.
Every tire model eats your heart out.
Every single production BMW 3 Series seems to be having that kind of drive handling condition right now.
Which is very interesting because the M4s are dropping away out the front. Maybe not that surprising given that those are GT4 cars with electronic aids and all of that. So I do understand that to some degree, but you still have the same, basic concept.
I think a scenario like this is where you're going to see cars that have been able to ballast and shift their center of gravity down, I think are going to benefit a lot from these conditions, because it's the cars that have the kind of higher roof lines that we're seeing kind of wobble around on their on these changes of direction.
I'll counter that with some very, very questionable experience. In karting in these conditions, it's actually taller drivers who are able to transfer their weight to the outside tyres a little bit better who benefit. So,
but you can shift your body weight actively in that scenario, right?
Well, yeah, but having a high center of gravity is basically the same thing. Turn into a corner and that will transfer more weight onto the outside tyres. I'm not saying it's
right. Yeah.
It's just a I would say that low center of gravity is less efficient for the drivers. My experience is very this time.
Yeah. I think it's the suspension. Like, to your point, I think it's the suspension aspect of the rocking back and forth on that suspension that feels like it's throwing these higher roofline cars off. You know what I mean? It makes them less predictable.
So, can I make a little bit of an update on this GP2 rumble through the field?
Yep.
As I just spotted 609 having a Mustang getting unbelievably sideways on the way downhill. We're up to 5th and 6th with our GP2 leaders, and they are the 3rd and 4th fastest cars on the track in the 212s.
And yet only behind the 2 race leaders, Scott.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, which, by the way, you just made the point that 207 appears to be off pace and 2 seconds quicker straight away.
What I failed to consider was that was the first lap back to green before the tires had any type of temperature back in them. So we're going to see a little bit of improvement here, maybe into the 4s or the 3s, but I don't know that we're going to get that much further than that until it stops precipitating. Anyway, back to the GP2 deal.
Did we make the point, by the way, that the 251 took the lead from the 325 off that restart?
I assumed that's where Scott was going, but I had
okay.
So the 251, the Copeland Motorsports car, has just gone around the outside of one of the onboards I'm looking at. It's the 401. So is that for position? No.
It's for overall position, actually.
What? Is it in the 401? Oh, sorry, no. This camera, the 401 camera, is on a massive delay. So that was actually the move at the end of the last lap. Yeah, because I've just seen their winning formula come past them as well. The Veloster went around the outside in the carousel, and then the winning formula car just powered past on traction at the last corner. So yeah, the 401 is definitely struggling for traction. It's just, those cars have just disappeared through turn 1 as well.
Yeah. I wanted to ask this, and ask this of our team owners and viewers as well. Maybe you can provide some insight in the YouTube chat, or especially to our Driver's Eye Live phone number, which has been pushed out at various points this weekend.
God, that's another BMW getting loose coming out for 4.
So what I wanted to ask is, we have these 2 GT4 cars at the front, right, that obviously have, considerable electronic aids because they are GT4 cars, and, it's all very good, certainly very helpful in these conditions. But GP2 versus GP1, and even some of the slower GTO cars this morning, does being a more softly sprung and more compliant GP2 car, production car, have advantages or pay dividends in conditions like this, where you can lean a little bit more into the tires versus, a race prep car, a factory prep car like a GT4 car that is almost certainly bound to be more stiffly sprung. I don't know. Somebody might have more experience with that as we get a looped BMW down at the carousel that now continues.
The immediate advantage that I imagine that the GT4s would have is electronic aids that you probably don't have, or if you do have them, they're probably not as sophisticated on a general production car.
Right, but it's really only 2 GTO cars that are taking advantage of that. Almost every other GTO car is being outpaced by a handful of GP2 cars.
Well,
if I could just interrupt for a second.
Yeah, sure.
The 401 is right behind the battle for the lead in GP2, and it's a really good fight. They're swapping positions almost every corner. So I don't know if we can lay that on, but we'll maybe find those cars from the track sides, because the 401 is on the way.
Yeah, whoever's on board the 251 at the moment is actually pushing that car fairly hard. It's Maximilian Opalski, Zachary Hollingshead, and Caleb Bacon, who are listed against the car. But they are running it right to the edge of the track in the braking zones, turning it on the wet line, and really maximizing the available grip in that car. More than I would say I see out of most cars on track. And obviously, the winning Formula car has been super competitive all the way through this portion of the race as well. So
we've got some GP2 cars in the pits. I think it's our third and fourth. I don't know what that would be about. Why you would do that under green when we're seeing so many yellows? But yeah, we're two of them.
Well, I think there was contact involved there, Scott. I think that's a.
Okay.
I think that's been in, not enforced, but I think that's been brought about by. Oh my goodness gracious! So that 410 is being called for possible contact.
Is it with the 257?
The 257 is also under investigation for possible contact, but with a different car.
Oh.
with Duradura and the 142.
Those two cars were running third and fourth in GP2.
Yeah, I don't know if there was some kind of stack up. The incidents were on different laps, so probably not. I guess is the answer to that question. Oh, that camera never came back.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, that's different looking conditions.
It's a time lapse.
No, but it does show how much progress we've made in terms of at least the off-track conditions. Off in the runoff. Almost forgot that's how bad it actually was.
I think I actually think we're starting to get close to a tipping point here in terms of track temperature, because we're starting to see a lot of fast laps being put in by a bunch of different entries. Thunder Bunny's put in a fast lap that's a 3-second improvement. Choice Racing's improved by 1.5 seconds. The 401's improved by 1.2. So I think we're starting to get rid of some of the standing water and maybe bring in a little bit of track temp here.
Yeah. Maybe, but I mean, this is actually the longest green flag on the race so far. So the drivers are just going to be getting more confident, more temperature and tires through driving more laps, I think.
I see Brett Sellers in the Facebook chat actually with the comment about a half an hour ago. Embrace the suck, and I think that's been fairly appropriate. It also makes me wonder if he's in air traffic because I've heard that phrase before.
Change for the lead in GP3. TCS Motorsports number 22 has overtaken TC Klein's number 93.
Thanks for that, JT.
The 93 is also dropped way more than just that. So if that's something that's happened on the last lap, then that TC Klein car's probably in trouble.
They've had a spin and continued at turn 2. That'll be up at the keyhole turn. Oh, we've got a car stopped here. It looks like they're going to get underway, but it looked like they had spun to driver's right coming out of turn 4, which turn 4's got a decent amount of camber in it, and it's got a patch on the inside line, or really on the driving line. Yeah, you see them. I think they're pretty well dug in there.
Yeah, that car is not moving on its own.
But he's in a little bit of a rut. His best chance might be, because it's a slight incline there, his best chance might be to try to roll it back down the hill, basically from whence it came.
It is moving.
Yeah.
I'm actually genuinely impressed. It looked like
pixel by pixel.
It's more rotating than actually moving.
It's getting there. Don't throw it yet.
A little beaver that
No, it is moving.
Don't put it out. Now he's going to get to the lip of the track, which might be slightly higher.
Yeah, well, and there's a little bit of a hill there. I mean, you're already going uphill, but there is, as you approach the edge of the track, it does sort of drop away.
Caution will be out here.
Front wheels.
I don't know how it's possible to move that slowly but that consistently, but he's going to make it.
Yeah! That's my impression of what everyone would be saying.
That Veloster seemed to have no respect for the fact that car was redoing the track and couldn't control its own direction. But anyway, we got away with
that. Lead change, guys. The 696 has jumped the number 99 in what I assume is traffic, because their lap times dropped off down into the 212s, which is about 8 seconds slower than we might have otherwise expected from those two cars. But my guess there is that the 696 probably just took advantage as they were working their way through some of the production traffic.
Yeah, this improved track condition situation is a little bit of a double-edged sword because as the track gets faster and drivers get more confident, they start to push the limits a little bit more. A little bit of a wiggle at the trough of the hill coming out of the carousel, and you might start to see more mistakes and bigger mistakes. So don't be surprised if we actually you know, start seeing spins. Race control log is lighting up.
Full course yellow. Yep.
I rewound the 99's onboard camera. It was actually a really interesting pass. He tried to overtake a BMW 3 Series down the inside of turn 1 and found that the wet line was way quicker. So the car he was trying to lap went quicker than him around the corner, and then the JTR car just followed the lap car through. So wet line in turn 1, definitely the way to go.
So the notes in the race control log at the moment are saying car 131 with possible contact at turn 11. And also cars 21 and 22 with possible contact without a turn number. So being that we haven't really found where we think the incident might be, I'm wondering if the answer here is to jump on an onboard and follow it around for a little bit and try and pick up maybe around the turn 11 area.
Yeah.
Where these issues are. Now this is perfect because we're coming up to 10 here. So let's ride with this for a moment and see if as we come up to the carousel, well, 11 and then the carousel, we can pick out.
There it is.
Oh, man.
Driver's left.
That's the Chandler School car, the 131. Off to driver's left. Also a note that at turn 2, the 257 went 4 off and continued. They've pressed on.
Just before it updates, that last green flag lap before the safety car, fastest car on the track was the Copenhagen Motorsports Velocity. The GT2 car.
Yes.
I wonder who's behind the wheel of that car, because that was the car that had gotten race control a little peeved with them earlier on. So it's clearly a fast driver and one that's probably new to the series.
Well, let's keep an eye on that because
that the driver that we saw go off on, was it lap 1 that both Velocitas went off?
It possibly made contact with each other.
It was either the initial start or the first restart. They made contact at the carousel. I saw them both off, and then they both came through. Now it's worth noting that the potential contact between the 251, the 257, and the 18 at that portion of the track is unresolved, still under investigation. So let's keep an eye on timing with that car in particular, that number 251, because there is a chance that that car is going to have to, well, we don't have an answer on that car's fate as yet, relative to that incident down there at the carousel. Which I would expect race control to take a particularly dim view of because it was under full course yellow.
And the car's just moved up into 4th overall. Then what happened to 762 racing? I thought we were under safety car for the entire lap, but probably not.
I am genuinely impressed with how well that 762 car has stayed in the top 5, considering how slow it's looked overall. Maybe that's just because it always restarts right behind the overall leaders, and they just rocket away anyway. But every time I see it, I feel like it's never really moving all that quickly, and yet, through the better part of an hour and 3/4 of racing here, it's stuck right there in the top 5.
Yeah, its fastest lap is its top 5 fastest lap, but only just, but 9 seconds slower than what the leaders are doing.
Maybe that just highlights how slow the rest of the GTO field is relative to the leaders.
I think that's exactly it. I think
218s.
I think we've got like 3 or 4 really crackerjack GTO cars in these conditions, and everybody else is really just kind of scrambling for grid.
I also wanted to make the point that I was hopeful and expecting that we would have a couple of cars that were really strong in the wet, and then as we got to a later phase of the race, maybe if the conditions improved, that we would see different cars come to the fore. Instead, what we have are 2 of the very best cars in the dry, also being far and away the quickest cars in the wet.
Yeah, I think that effect you're looking for is going to be these GP2 leaders.
Yeah.
Which will absolutely end up 3rd and 4th.
Well, and the thing that's going to be wild about this, after everybody bunches up here, we're an hour and a half in. It's not impossible to think we could start to see some GTOs take advantage of this full course yellow and come in for fuel, which might elevate GP2 leaders into the overall lead of this race legitimately.
Well, so let's take a step back here, because have a 40-car strong field with greater than normal differential in pace because of the conditions. And if you do pit under full course caution, you are almost certainly going to come out at the back of the entire train, which means now you've got to pass 40 cars in the wet, some of whom are doing laps in the 240s. And you are going to give up phenomenal amounts of time if you're not coming out with, or if you're having to pass 40 cars in a row without any space in between them. So there is a scenario where you could be better off waiting for the field to string out for a few laps and then coming in and pitting under green.
I think the fuel flow rate is so slow that I don't think that would make sense.
It's all a question of time loss, right? So
well, that's what I'm saying. I think you'd lose too much time.
If you're going to lose a minute by pitting, let's say you pit under green and it's just the time you spend stationary while your competitor is going very, very quickly, that number might be a minute. It might be a minute and 20, something like that. If you pit under yellow, your time loss is, your lap times as long as it takes you to get through the field. And if you're passing 40 cars, that's basically a second and a half per car, 2 seconds per car. Which, you're surrounded by cars.
I think it takes too long to make that up.
I don't know. I think there is a world where you are better off waiting to pit until the field strings itself out. I'm not saying it is the answer, but I can see that being a consideration for sure.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to start to... The lap times here are still slow. I mean, still 40 seconds a lap slower, obviously, not right now, but when we get back into green flag conditions, the lap times are about 40 seconds slower than they were in qualifying practice. So you're probably not going to lose a full... You might still lose a full lap. I don't think it makes sense to do it. I think you still... I think you still come in under caution, and then. Now the other question, I guess, is: do you expect another caution to come out? Before you're due a stop. That's you don't want to unnecessarily shorten your stint.
Well, and I mean we've made it an hour 40, and we've only completed 34 laps here, most of which have been. Well, all of which have been at something less than full pace because of the conditions, but many of which have been at the full course here.
Yeah, that's the other point. Is it not only have so many of these laps been under yellow flag conditions, but they've also not been under full gas conditions. Yeah. Particularly if you don't have traction control, right, you are probably going to be soft pedaling it for most of the lap. I don't know. Honestly, a lot of these entries are probably going to be dictated by their rental drivers' drive time. To be perfectly honest, I mean, it's going to be in a situation. It's going to be in a situation where you've got to bring your car in because the next guy who paid for his seat has got to come in. To be perfectly frank,
I do wonder if we've had any rental drivers back out and say, "Not today." And if you are a team owner with an answer to that question, by all means, please text our hotline number and give us some insight there. I would genuinely not be shocked if there are a handful of drivers who said, I'm really not comfortable in the rain, never mind the snow. I don't think this is a great idea. Also, I'm going to try and do some investigative work later and find out if we've had cars not take the start today as a result of the conditions.
Just as a insurance measure, basically.
Sure, and I mean, let's make the case. We've had some wet races and some wet starts before, but the snow is the most extreme we've seen, and I would make the case that the rain is probably the heaviest we've seen, or at least the moisture on track is the heaviest we've seen at any WRL event that we've covered in the last year or so.
Yeah, I mean, there were definitely a few entries that I expected to take the start. Split decision, BMW, Core. That haven't so far. At least I haven't seen them come out. So yeah, I buy that completely. That they've just decided that they want to preserve the equipment for tomorrow.
I'd also say round 3 racing in GP1.
Are you asking about the 705 or the 701?
701.
That car's
I
broken.
actually hadn't noticed. No, the 705 is broken.
Oh, 705. You're right. Okay.
The 701 is interesting, and actually I should try and seek. I can seek some information on that. Do that.
Yeah, because that's that car did very well at Barber. They won Saturday and got second on Sunday. So I mean that's kind of big points.
Yeah, especially being that round 3 is down a car this weekend already. We lost the 705 a little bit earlier on Friday. Gives us some fits there. I'm intrigued by that call for round 3. If it's a call that they made themselves.
Have we cleared the? Where is this happening? Sorry, have we cleared the stricken car from the 131 from the entry to the carousel yet? Okay.
It came by me with brown and red mud caked all over the right-hand side.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Green.
Perfect. That answers both questions.
Now, for the first time today, the 696 leads the 99 away. So kind of backwards from what we normally get here, or what we have gotten through most of this morning. But keep an eye on that margin, and maybe not a bad time to jump on board the 99 if we still have it here. And kind of watch this now that the roles are reversed. There is a chance that the 696 has been held up a little bit by the 99, but we'll kind of wait and see. There it is, just right off the initial jump there at the green flag with an hour and 47 minutes gone.
And you can really see the fact that the tires have completely lost their temperature. The front tires just did not want to fight on the way to turn 1. That is going to kill your confidence for the next couple laps. Everything's going to be backed up, 100, 200 yards from where you had planned on it. Now, these cars are running wide on purpose here. This isn't them missing the corner. You see how slippery this concrete is. You just have no grip coming off of it. So they're going to take the wide line where there's an aggregate for the tires to actually pick up on. Better surface conditions over on that outside line. So that's not the driver's making a mistake. That's an active decision to get off and actually not take the rubbered in line.
A little bit further back.
696 is pulling a gap here. We'll see if that comes back together before they come back to traffic or not. But the 99 still looks really unsteady here for the moment. So does the 696 for that matter. There used to be a bridge here. If this feels unfamiliar to you, the Honda bridge has been taken down. Temporarily question mark, but either way it's no longer there. So the 696 looks like that gap maybe has stabilized a little bit. Look at the counter steer that's going into the 99. This looks like a rough drive.
Would you like some input on the question of cars and drivers not participating because of the conditions, Joseph?
Would I?
Tie some of that together. So almost in real time, as we started that discussion.
696 off track. Off track drivers left. That'll pay him the lead back to the 99.
He's continued. That car is not in the runoff over here at the carousel. But we were joined almost in real time by Steve Smith and Brian Leary from Big Mission Motorsports. Brian is not going to join us on mics for the moment, but Steve is here. First, thanks for swinging by, Steve.
Happy to.
You look very bundled up and very warm.
As warm as I can be. It's
yeah.
awful out here.
It's not great in here either.
No,
I
it's
can't
not.
feel
It's
my
like
toes, and we've only been here for 2 hours. It's not good.
That 134 has just improved their fast lap by 2 full seconds, by the way.
He called on the radio and asked what the fastest lap in class was, and I said, these are terrible. Stop it, man. 4 minutes. It's 4 minutes. That's the fast lap.
Well, and that is the only car for you guys out there at the moment, right?
At the moment, 336 is parked. So
Yeah.
we came into the weekend with Brian, Glenn Conser, and Andrew Colfeld as our guest drivers in the 134. And Corey Jenkins, formerly of RPM, Ronnie Phelps Motorsports, Brian Griggs, and I run the 336. And having been out here last year, which wasn't as cold but was equally as wet, I just had a miserable time on the Sunday race. And for me, racing really has to be fun. And if it's not fun, I don't see the point in taking undue risk. So we parked that car, never brought it out onto grid, and really have no intention of doing so today.
Have you guys had conversations with any of your competitors down the paddock that arrived at the same conclusion, or?
Yeah, I just spoke with Alex Nelson. That's NRG Motorsports. So they have the GP1 Cayman and the FRS BRZ and GP3 or 2, GP2.
Yeah.
And they just packed it up. I don't think they ever took the Cayman out this morning, but one of the drivers said, let's see if we can learn something. Let's see if we can get some skill development. And they said, nah, we're not going to learn anything. We're just going to increase risk if we stay out here. So they've called it a day as well.
So you touched on the Ronnie Phelps car, and we've had a couple of discussions about that car now being part of Big Mission Stables. Can you provide a little more insight on how that came about and why it came about?
I will do the best I can.
Okay.
I think, as we've seen the series grow and really become a top-notch racing series without necessarily using the moniker amateur, it's just really very, very good racing. And the time commitments to have the cars prepared, to have them ready to compete, have increased dramatically. The 134 car, which had minimal damage of Barber, we had 40 to 50 hours in the car between that race and this race. And Corey, as the principal of that team, he had a great stable of drivers, really, really good drivers that had been together for a long time, but they're spread out. Austin, Texas, Salt Lake City, and Kansas City. So Corey, I think, had the brunt of that work on his own shoulders, and it just became unmanageable.
Yeah.
Where, we have an automotive shop and have 6,000 square feet, and 5 lifts and 4 technicians, and then the motorsports is a part of that.
Yeah.
We just brought him in, and he asked if we'd be interested in so we were, and it's worked out really well.
Nice. It's been nice to see, another car under the Big Mission name, and kind of feeling like a more cohesive effort across all of those, all 3 of those cars. And it's nice to see all 3 of them back. And the Ronnie Phelps.
By the way, that
back
134 is up in the
amazing.
second class.
There you go. That is
4 minutes, Glenn. 4-minute lap times, buddy.
Is he enjoying it out there? Have you heard positive feedback from him? Or is he as miserable as you?
The only radio chatter I've heard was, my feet are really cold. Well, yeah, there's no insulation in the car, and it's 27 degrees. So can't help you there, bud.
Does he have a full complement of co-drivers for today, or is it?
He's got Andrew Colfelt is going to go in, and we think we're probably going to either split the day in half, or Brian is going to go in if it starts to dry out.
Oh, nice.
I think if it gets back to yesterday's conditions, we were out at the same time yesterday, and that was pretty manageable.
Okay.
But
so, what are you guys looking for from the pit wall? Whether you're engineer, strategy, team owner, whatever. Is it just, hey, whatever you got to do to keep it on the island, do that, or are you actually, getting feedback on tire temperature, rain line, ways to build temperature and pressure in the tires? What does that sort of look like from your side, standpoint here?
we have full telemetry in the pits, so
Okay.
we can monitor everything that's happening with the car. Tire pressures are not an issue. Tire temperatures are an issue, and that they're not getting warm.
Can I ask you what tire temperatures are like at the moment?
I'd have to ask Brian.
Okay.
I haven't looked in a while.
That's
but
okay. I'm
cool
very
to the
curious.
touch.
I bet. I'm very curious as to what that number is actually like. Right, DOT tires, 200 tread wear.
Falcon 660s, yeah.
What about, the brake temps, are those basically, are you able to put the amount of temperature that you want into the brakes if you're not able to go at the pace that you want?
That's a good question. Historically, we've had 0 issues with braking. We don't run cooling ducts. We just have open fender wells and natural air cooling. No scoops, no nothing. And we're running Porsche calipers with a PFC 08 compound. When we're at temp, you usually hear us squealing around the track like a freight train, but I don't hear anything today.
Uh-oh.
It's our position in the pits today is we have a couple of guys that wanted to get out and run, and we want to support them and be there and make sure that everything is is there that they need. Strategy-wise, I don't think we're at a point anywhere close in the race to even worry about strategy, because I don't think this represents what the field's going to look like in 3 hours.
That's probably true.
Now, if it does dry up and ends up being a little less treacherous later on, do you see yourself bringing the other car back out, or is that it just to shake it down, or does that feel pointless?
Depends on the lap count and whether we can finish within 50% of the leader's laps. But if it gets really dry and Glenn's got us in second, I'm just kicking all the rental drivers out. I'm going to hop in and take a checkered flag. Because I'm an awesome driver.
We also had I asked Brad McCall for round 3 just before you walked in what the story with the 701 was in GP1, and he had the same answer, just not worth the risk. So we get it. But thanks, kudos to you guys for sending a car out there. I mean, not everybody had to do this, but it seemed like the interest was there from enough that, we got 40 or so cars out on track to come do endurance racing.
Yep.
And it's fun.
Then I think, we've got a second squall kind of going in here shortly, and we're going to split the team up. We have more people than we need in the pit box. And
okay.
I've been meaning to go to that Shawshank Redemption Prison Museum, so we're going to take half the crew over, grab some hot chili, check out the prison, and then swap teams.
Nice.
Well, thanks for having us in.
Yeah,
Glad
thanks for
we could
stopping by.
answer your
Appreciate
question.
it. Yeah,
And,
thanks for coming by. I know it's not a quick hop between here and there, even though it's only a couple yards away. But thanks for stopping by and send your competitors over. I don't know that we're going to get many other voices on the radio here this weekend.
Well, I'm a talker, so give me another good subject.
Just tell them there's a fire in the booth. It's nice and warm. They'll come in droves.
Not warm. Thanks, guys.
Stay warm. Change for position in the top 10 in GTO. Choice Racing 511 has overtaken the Pinnacle Motorsports 727. That'll be for 7th.
Yeah,
Overnight, the 197 has just brought itself up into the podium places in GP3, overtaking the 9483.
Well, so let's pay attention to that GP3 card, right? The leader is TCS Motorsports, the number 22, right? AOA Racing, the number 75, sits in second. Those are 13th and 14th overall, respectively. And they're both ahead of the GP1 leader. Your GP1 leader is the lowest placed production leader at the moment, which is shocking.
We should switch back over to the 99 if we've still got it, because the 696 has actually just rounded them back up and taken the lead in GTO and overall.
There it is. Catch game.
On your point, Brendan, it just sounds like GP1 in general is just a miserable place to be today.
Literally just survival.
Yeah, just watching the BMWs out there, just trying to find whatever grip is possible. Then
look at the slot on the 696, and the 99 is going to have the run.
Well, look.
Full course yellow.
Oh man, it's all happening. Did you see how aggressively the 99 got in the corner?
It's at turn 9. I don't have a number for you, but I can tell you it is at turn 9.
If we have the onboard or the trackside there, maybe worth jumping to if there's anything in the shot. If not, we could stay on board here and just kind of round the lap up. I don't see anything. I don't see any yellow.
No, I think that's gone off. No, let's go back to that shot because I think that's gone off to driver's left there over the turn 8 exit curve. Because there's a pair of tire tracks that were going over the curb there at turn 8. I think that's straight off, not even into the gravel. I think that's off through the grass, which is obviously going to be very slippery.
That'll be up at turn 9, Gabe, if we have that camera.
Yeah. I don't. It'll be the 22. That's the 22 for TCS Motorsports. If that ID is correct, that'll be the leader in GP3.
No. Yeah, we were just talking about the GP3 leader, and I think it is because the 75 has come through and actually taken the position on timing. I know Scott doesn't do the whole curse of the commentator bit, but a note through the text message service here at Driver's Eye Live from number 421 and the Thunder Bunny camp that they are on the way into the pits for a change of tire compound.
Sorry, who was this again?
The 421.
Okay, that'll be Thunder Bunny. Yeah, and they're in the pits right now. That's the
yes.
They were running. I had them in 6th overall.
That is correct. And because they've come in while the field is still strung out here, there's a chance they're actually not going to lose that many positions or that much track position if they can get this done and kind of wrapped up quickly. Now they are doing a tire change, which won't help, but we'll want to keep an eye on that now that we know that that is a car that has changed tire compound this morning. We'll want to keep an eye on that car's pace as we get back to green here. You know, it's been stuck in the 2:15, 16s through most of the morning. And, yeah, just keep an eye on that car's lap times. A wrecker is being sent out.
Yeah, it's listed as heavy impact on the race control log. I didn't want to call that until
let's hang on this turn 9 camera here if we can.
Yeah.
So what are you pointing out, Joseph, with regards to tire tracks?
It's very faint on our camera, but you can kind of see a set of tracks running off of the turn 8 exit curb.
Oh, almost like you dropped a wheel on the backside of the curb and then went straight through.
I think that's exactly what's happened.
Interesting. Well, an onboard may be able to pick that up as well. So
that's been updated. Okay, so the reason I was hesitant because I didn't want to. Sometimes these IDs can be off if the corner workers aren't familiar with the vehicles.
Yeah.
It wasn't the 22. It was the 85. So the 22 is.
Oh, that's the AOA car or one of the.
Yeah,
AOA
it is.
cars. Yeah.
So the 22 seems to be in okay health. It'll be the 85, which I'm gonna go on and say is probably out of contention. If that call of heavy contact is accurate.
Sure. So then, okay. I'm just trying to make sense of the TCS car because it did lose the position, right? It's not like that car was just, we had assumed it was involved in whatever this incident is, and therefore, therefore had dropped down the order. But it did actually lose the GP3 lead on that lap right before we went to full course yellow.
Okay, so
the number 75.
There were actually 2 tire tracks. I don't think the one that was all crossed up is going to be the one that's the issue here. The one that kind of looked like a double helix. I don't think that's quite it. The one that I'm more concerned about is the tracks that look like they're going basically straight off. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of gravel through there, though. I agree with you. The crossed up ones look like they're rotating too quickly to be a real problem, but...
Yeah, so that looks to me like there's a streak going off to driver's left there. And I wonder if that's our issue. Because if it were earlier, I think it would have been called at turn 8, right? If they had just gone off before the or a little after the what is no longer the Honda Bridge.
Right, turn 7 is basically all you can call that now.
Right, yeah.
The bridge is gone.
We've got a couple takers to the pits now too. Overnight has pitted in the 197, so that'll take them out of 3rd in GP3 for the moment. BSI Racing has also pitted out of 3rd in GP2. I think the 325 for the winning formula that swapped Miata might also be in the pits.
Worth pointing out on live timing over at racehero.io if you're not already following along, and also in our camera shot there. Those first 4 cars in line are your top 4. The 2 GTO leaders, the 696 and the 99, and then immediately behind them, headed down the straight into the keyhole, is the 251 and the 325, who are your 2 leaders in GP2, making up your overall top 4 there. So.
Now, I want to make a quick programming note. We've got a little bit of a glitch with a couple of the Race Hero feeds. It looks like we've got conflicting entry IDs, which are going to wreak some havoc. You see there, actually, it lists the 85 is a Hammer Motorsports entry, and in third. I don't think either of those is correct.
Yeah, interesting.
Yeah. So ignore any information you see about a number 85 Hammer Motorsports. That's obviously the AOA number 85. It's been updated again. Okay, double programming note. So ignore anything for that number 85 AOA machine. Secondly, we're still, I think, looking for ID on the accident at turn 9. So I'm going to stop updating that, but it looks like it wasn't the 85 either.
No, I see the 15 now listed in the race control.
I see the 15 now listed, and I also see the 15 is missing on my data. So that feels more
seems
consistent.
more likely, yeah.
Yeah.
And that's not really speculation. If they've got 15 listed in the race control log, that is now,
Well, it has changed 2 times.
That is true. Although they are teammates, so that may
Yeah.
just be a case of slightly mistaken identity between.
And they're all Mazdas of similar vintage.
Is the 85 even out on track?
It's a good question. It's further down the order.
I haven't seen it at all on Race Hero today. On timing.
Yeah, it's interesting. You're right, JT. It's not even on Race Hero.
There's been a couple cars that I thought were on track, but I have not seen any timing from at all.
Yes, that's a good point.
Oh, there's a
I've got the
backwards
75. I don't have the
Lexus.
85.
A backwards Lexus headed down the hill at a turn 5. And I think we've heard that story or seen that story.
Yes.
That might be the third time that car's spun at that corner.
Yeah.
Hell of a sequel.
The trilogy continues.
Yeah, and it does appear to be stuck there.
IS300 and turn 5 exit. Name a better duo.
Better than me, that's what I say.
Yeah, I know. It's especially now that we've been under full course yellow conditions for some time. The temperature will have fallen away from these tires. It looks like the cloud covers come back through with the weather system that you guys mentioned earlier.
It's so there is a real disconnect between what the cameras are showing and what I'm seeing out the window, right? There is lightness out the window, right? And I'm not facing west, right, which is where this weather is coming from and where the wind is blowing from. So there is that, but that turn 9 camera shows a much more dismal and dark view than what I'm physically seeing out the window here, which is, yeah, you can actually see sunlight reflections on some of the cars and on all the cars actually. But it's not quite as bad as it appears through the cameras there. Like, it also looks like
you can
very,
see,
very heavy there.
I mean, you can see the sunlight on the reflections here of the windshields of these cars.
That's fair.
So, there's evidence of how weird the conditions are, and I'm just so excited that I get to drive straight through this later. Cannot wait. But yeah, so that's, gosh, I want to come back to the 15 really quick, because that will have been, as far as I can tell, that's the sole. Is that right? Is that the only AOA car that they actually took out on track today?
I believe the 75 was out there today, wasn't it?
I don't have it.
I had that, yeah. That never showed up on timing for me in GP3.
I could have sworn I saw a second AOA car. I thought I had seen at least the 85, but maybe not.
I had
the
3.
75 is right in front of me. It's bright yellow. It's just come across start finish.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we've got some transponder weirdness.
No, it is
here.
there. It's in P17, so it's there.
Okay, yeah.
There in 34th, and maybe that is the only one. Maybe the black 85 has not. Did not take the start.
Oh yeah, now
we've got some like transponder, like 3-way swap going on between the AOA and Hammer.
Yeah, because now I see 9 cars in GP3, whereas it was 8 previously.
Are you okay? You're looking at Race Hero, right?
Yes.
That's not my problem. Okay, great.
No, that's not your problem. That's is a weird transponder issue at the track.
Our ticker,
perfect.
Or our tower does not show the 75. It's just not there. Very peculiar.
Actually, JT, I'm going to send you this link because I think you'll find it useful. I don't know if you've had a chance to look at it yet. But
Car
anyhoozle.
44, spin and continue at turn number. Sorry,
Two.
turn 2. Yeah, that's
That'll be up in the
10.
keyhole turn.
Yeah, it is up at the keyhole turn. The 15 has made it back to the pit lane entry on a flatbed. It looks like the damage is to the left rear from what I can see here. Oh, spun 44 at the carousel. So there, whoever is behind the wheel of that Peter Chang car, the number 44, is having a torrid time under full force yellow.
Still top 5 in class. They're doing fine.
It is astounding to me how much GP1 is struggling this morning. Astounding.
It is. So I think what it might be is that they're just in the sour spot in terms of
power to weight.
Well, not just power to weight, but also power and the level of things that you can put on a general production car.
Yeah.
You know, it's just the grip being as low as it is in these conditions is apparently just fine for a well electronically tuned GTO car, and a decent number of the GP2 field. But anything kind of more powerful than that is we'll say unbridled by certain electronic or aerodynamic aids really seems to be struggling today, and I wonder if that'll continue for the duration.
Yeah, so I think you got a bit more power than your GP2 cars. I don't think there's a restriction on terms of tire size, so you're probably running a bit aggressive on terms of your tires, and I feel like because they have no grip at all, it's quite easy to overdo those tires instantaneously.
Yeah, I'll buy that.
Yeah, so round 3 and Big Mission are pointing out it's no fun.
DC is listed against the number 44, but also no action needed. So I wonder if that is they are requesting the driver to upcoming pit stop. If that's what that means. Not be shocked if that's the case.
I wonder if they've just had a driver change.
Oh, that is possible, yeah.
I mean, that's what they're mentioning on the race control log. But I wonder if
they did, because there is also a pit road speeding warning being applied to that car, 39 miles an hour.
Yeah, so I wonder if it's just a driver who just is really having trouble getting to grips with this, because you're being thrown into this fresh, right? You have no frame of reference for it. Your last frame of reference will have been, bone dry conditions, still chilly, but bone dry yesterday during. So we'll see how that car gets on if they pull him back in and do that driver swap.
We're going to try and sneak in a quick ad break here before we go back to green. We are still under double yellow, so we've got the better part of this lap to run. I just want to make sure that we've got another lap coming here. I missed the restart. If we can avoid that. Actually, if we can jump to turn 9, Gabe, we may be able to catch the pace car there. And if we see the lights still on, I think it's probably safe to just throw it to... do we have turn 9? The... should be trackside 6, I think. Trackside 6. There we go. No, lights are off on the safety car. So we're going to hold off on running to ads here and come back at the restart and catch all of this. Remember that we're setting this up in a way that has our 2 GTO leaders directly in front of our 2 GP2 leaders who have been, in the top 5 in terms of on-track pace. That's why they're in the top 5, because they've been able to consistently run laps down around the 210 bracket with the leaders running in the 204s. So this will actually be really interesting here. Also keep an eye on the 421, which we know just made a tire compound change, presumably also a driver change. That car is back in P12, 12. So let's keep an eye on things as we go back to green with 2 hours, 15 minutes gone out of our 8-hour enduro. First 8-hour enduro of the weekend at Mid-Ohio. The 696 gets the jump on the number 99 from Team GTR. And about 35 or 40 cars follow in suit behind him, or behind them. GP2 leaders playing a part in this as well. Try and catch them on the run down to turn 3. At Kink. There they are, turn 2, 696 just ahead of the 99. And again, this angle just makes it look so much more challenging. And the visibility so much more limited.
And that's the 325 behind them, right?
Here. Should be, yep. So that's actually a change. Oh, the Copeland car's, has it pitted?
Yeah, I think they...
I think they from the lead.
They just pitted. They actually just pitted.
Yeah, there you go. Okay. 250, it was 251, wasn't it? Copeland 2?
Yes.
Yeah, so that car's just come through start finish again. So that answers that. Remember that car still does not have a resolution on its contact investigation from very, very early this morning. 9:39 is the timestamp there.
Yeah, so, the way that we know, or one of the reasons we know that that car's pitted is because they've just been issued a warning for a fueling infraction. So this one was for restarting the car before the fuel jugs were back over. Hello, sticker tires. Before the fuel jugs were back over the wall.
Right. So, penalty applied to the 281 for contact. 2-lap penalty.
281 will be ice drive in Canada.
Yeah.
That'll shuffle them fully to the back of GTO.
Yeah, and the driver is not going to take further part today. Your 3 leaders are together down the front straightaway, and the 325 is going to make a run at the 99 here. If we've got either, well, let's follow this from
there they are. Yeah,
turn 1.
Come on.
The 325 got a really nice run off the final corner, and as they sail off into turn number 1, tries to kind of run the ring around the outside. I think he's got it.
Yeah.
He may not have the legs towards the end of the straightaway, but man, does he have the punch off the corner.
I think that's the 99 saying, just go. Just get out of my hair. I don't want to deal with this.
Are we about to see a GP2 car take the lead on pace?
I want to see that, and then I want no additional... he's just gone right back through on power.
But that's it. He only has the legs down the straight. I think if the 325 can get a run somewhere, there's a chance he could make a pass through some of the twistier bits here, especially before those GTO cars have tires that come up to temperature.
This is going to be a little bit of a... Okay, so it would be fun to be in a GP2 car and be the overall leader, but it would be kind of stupid to try to force that issue.
Oh, so no, you don't push the issue, right? That car has been rock solid all morning. There's been no mistakes. It's not like we've seen it off for as quick as it's been. It's been quick and it's been consistent.
Yeah, it makes me a little anxious because there are a lot of people out there who would say, well, I'm faster, ergo, I should be in front. But it's just that's not the race right now.
Here come the leaders into turn 9. Do a really nice job following this around the track here, Gabe. This has been fantastic. You can see how much quicker that Miata is through, like we said, the twistier bits.
I mean, it is perfectly set up for these conditions. Yeah. It is so planted.
Yeah, we'll see it next at the exit of the final corner here. I should see it here in a moment, actually. Here is your leader, the sort of camo-colored number 696. This 99 has actually been held up a little bit by the leader, and the 325 in turn being held up by the 99. Again, the 325 gets the punch off the final corner. The 99 has the legs, but as we saw at turn 1...
Is that the team car, the 698?
No, it's the 131, the Chandler School car.
Ah, right, of course.
We'll see him here in a moment. There it is. And again,
here we go.
The 99 diamonds off the exit of the corner, tries to put the power down. The 325 keeps the speed up all the way around the outside, and then gets drawn away from down the straightaway.
It's actually, in a way, kind of the best case scenario for both of these cars because the 99 is trying to he's trying to take the dirty line on the exit. The 325 is taking the dirty line basically through entry to mid corner. So in a way, they're kind of perfectly set up to go side by side through turn 1 and then kind of just fizzle out.
Big slide from the 421. So I'm not sure which direction they've gone on compound there. I'd be interested to get that information from Matt Kehoe, who has, I think, been the one texting us this morning, to see which direction, whether they've gone softer there with more tread, or whether they've kind of come off of that now that more of the standing water has been pushed, away from the racing line. It's not gotten drier. I will say that.
This is going to be a challenging situation here for all 4 of these guys. They've navigated it quite well, but that's a situation where you have to go side by side in a track that has effectively turned into a 1-lane racetrack.
Oh, sorry, spin in front of me here, guys. The 197 is now perpendicular to the racing line coming off the final corner. That's the Overnight Motorsports Porsche
3rd in GP3
box there, and actually just pulls it forward and finds a nice gap in traffic. I know where we're going.
Well, you say that, but it looked like the 75 just passed it.
So they went softer on the 421. Look at that real-time response. That's fantastic. Thanks, guys. Really appreciate that. So softer on the 421. It doesn't seem to have made a huge immediate difference, but and they didn't do a driver change, as a matter of fact. So Mark is still in the car there, which is interesting. So this time past start finish, the leaders have actually strung themselves out a little bit. The 99 isn't quite keeping touch with the number 696 from JTR Motorsports Engineering. And in turn, 325 is slipping back a little bit as well. So things are kind of finding the natural, their natural positions here.
The note about the 75 is relevant there, JT, with that fight for GP3, because that's actually being investigated for possible contact between those 2 cars. So, to paraphrase somebody else, did he jump or was he pushed? It might well have been the 75 taking that spot on the heels of contact between them and that 197. Round 3, 401 has clawed back 4th in GTO from the 111 for Thunder Bunny. They've also put in their fastest lap of the race by nearly a second to a 2:12.5. So that 401 starting to get some pace back right as the precipitation kicks back in.
So I want to make a note here. The number 511 from Choice Racing is into the pits. Now he's given up, I believe he's given up 7th in overall position to do it, which would be about 5th in GTO, which is fine. But I believe this is the first pit stop out of necessity from a GTO car.
That
certainly
might
the
be
first
right.
green flag stop I think we've seen.
Of the front runners, I think that's right. We've seen, I think, the 98, the Ford Performance Mustang.
They pitted a couple of times under full course yellow from memory.
Sure.
So of the front runners that are basically running as far as they can go, with what we'd expect to otherwise be a normal stint length, an hour 15 in dry. I think this is the first of those GTO cars to stop, and they've done it after 2 hours and 20. We'll call it 2:20 in round numbers of racing, which just shows you how far off of the ultimate pace all of these cars are. In the meantime, traffic has bunched up your leaders again, and the 325 is making one of his now patented launches off of the final corner to try and get up onto the back bumper of the number 99. He's kind of done it, but again, once that initial sort of punch is over off the corner, he just has nothing, in terms of pace down the straightaway, which is quite right. They are certainly not built to the same specification. There's their 762, which is still your 4th place car overall. Round 3 racing right behind him there in 5th. And I will say, having lost sight of the 401 for a little while, they've actually made a really nice recovery. That car was virtually nowhere in the initial stages of the race relative to the other BMW M4s that started near the front. And having started on pole, it sort of drifted off, towards the bottom end of the top 10. And now, with a little bit of patience and a lot of consistency, it's actually put itself back up onto the GTO, no, not the GTO podium, because we lost the GP2 car. the Copeland car into the pits. But it's still done really well for itself there to kind of hang on to a top 5 overall, and sort of put itself back into the picture of the race as a whole. The Copeland car, having pitted, by the way, hasn't gotten back the pace it had. I wonder if some of that is a driver change or all of that is a driver change. Last lap for that number 251 is a 226 flat.
Yeah, I mean,
much closer to the GTO cars around
it. If you were splitting the race into thirds, if you had a 3-driver lineup, yeah, I mean, you would expect now to be around the time that you might make that swap. So I wouldn't be surprised at all to see that be a new driver in that car. And even if they're, the same speed in terms of raw pace, you're still getting used to these weird conditions.
Yeah, I'm seeing the same thing out of the Thunder Bunny 421 car that pitted recently and presumably has had a driver change. They're not.
Look at the visibility here in the S's. Sorry, Scott.
They're in traffic, but they are the traffic. They've got a big queue of cars behind them, and that car is 10 seconds or so a lap slower than it was before the pit stop. So I think new drivers getting in the cars are having a really hard time adjusting at the moment.
Well, it's not just that, but
Sorry, I'm watching the onboard of the 421 car. He had I think it was the 21 North Loop car, which was for position, despite the fact that that's a GP2 car. Around the outside in the keyhole, and then the 421 got completely sideways and almost sideswiped the car that was passing on the outside. So yeah, really hard low grip conditions.
I think the pace has come out of the track again. I don't know if that's because the snow has gotten heavier. I mean, it certainly has based on the visibility cues we have from our track sides. But oh man, look at this traffic.
3 wide into the keyhole in these conditions.
Lap times are back into the 13s. Now, what I don't see out of the front of the 99 here... Oh, there it is. I was going to say, I don't see the 696. But what you do see is the 325.
Go for it.
Make it happen. He's gotten the power down really well again, but this is where the 99 is going to have the strength. Is this launch off the corner here down from the keyhole into turn 4. Now, if the 325...
99's going to back out of it. 99's going to give him the spot. Oh, we've got to be out of here. I think he's actually gone under yellow flag. I think that's probably a standing yellow at the kink. That's why he's backed out of it.
It is, and as we cut to the trackside there, you saw the positions actually did stay the same. So the 325 is now into second overall. That is your GP2 leader, and right on the tail of the number 696. I think conditions have definitely worsened here.
That's the 410 that we're looking at. That AOA car in a slide all the way out of turn 5.
Oh, there's the 325. 325's having a go. Round the outside of turn 8 and 9.
Yeah, buddy.
Got it done. Got it done. We live in a world where a GP2 car just passed the GTO race leader for the overall lead.
Hey, Brendan, what's the answer?
Wait till you see the gap on Racer, guys.
Miata is the answer.
Well, he got the pass done at turn 9 and had a 3.5 second lead. Yeah, but between turn 9 and start finish, Scott, in a third of the lap.
Nice.
Now, granted, that's the third of the lap where that car's the strongest, so that's fair.
Run away.
Well, funny because you were saying that the pace has come out of the track, but that lap, despite making 2 passes, was within 1.3 seconds of that car's fastest lap.
Yeah, I'd say that the track has come out for everybody except your GP2 cars.
Yeah.
And TC Klein's just put in their fastest GP2.
Yeah, and the Copeland car that we were saying isn't up to pace yet. Every lap is getting 2 seconds a lap faster, so it's getting there.
Are we at the changeover point when GP3 becomes the fastest cars on track?
I actually was going to make a point about that earlier. I noticed that the gap between the 2 safety cars at the very start of the race was absolutely enormous, to the point where it only took a lap and a half for the GTOs to get into the back of the GP3 and GP2 field, which meant that all the GP3 cars went down a lap very early. If it hadn't been for that, considering the pace of the TCS GP3 leader, I don't think the GP3 leader would have ever dropped off the lead lap if it wasn't for the enormous gap that was left at the very start between the safety cars. So, bit of a shame because that car's still, it lost a lap almost immediately, but then it's still only 1 lap down, I think.
I think we're looking at like an inverted grid in terms of performance versus grip levels out there. So as the grip gets worse, your slower production cars become more competitive.
Yeah, it's a very bizarre everything right now.
It's going to be, it's literally tire temperature, I think. Those cars are able to push harder and maintain the temperature, whereas the...
Are we under a standing yellow here? Or is that
No,
just
that's traffic.
Well, no, I know it's traffic, but I'm surprised that that he wasn't moving out of line. But I guess it's just because that concrete patch is just so slippery in these conditions.
Yeah, there's one line.
I think
GTR in the pits.
Sorry.
No, go ahead. I just want to make the GTR, or make the point, GTR's into the pits. And personal best lap of the race from the 325.
Out of second in GTO and third overall.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I think as the conditions get colder and colder and the tyre rubber gets colder and colder, the rubber that's laid down on the track as well tends to get slippier and slippier. So it actually turns the track more into a one-line track where you have to stay off the race. So I think we're seeing cars queuing up on a single line and not willing to go off of it because they can't go anywhere near the race rubber. Having said that doesn't seem to affect the keyhole quite as badly. Looking from the 609 on board at the moment, that seems to still have multiple racing lines through it.
Visibility really dropping now down around the turn.
I want to put the fear of God in you guys real quick.
Go ahead.
The 325 is just put in its fastest lap of the race by 1.3 seconds.
Wow. How is that actually possible? Like, I can understand the not getting slower, maybe, but getting faster.
You're not caught up behind the GTO cars through the twisty pits, through Thunder Valley and back, up to Madness, right? So there's that. If you've got some clear track, that's going to help. And you can do a little bit more experimenting. You can try some different lines because you don't have a ton of cars around you that, are committed to their own lines. So, like I said, I know they're going to have traffic, but they've done a really good job of working their way through it so far.
My car is now 6 seconds a lot quicker than anyone else on the track. Oh, I missed the 401. I think only 4 seconds quicker than any of the car on the track.
Now, let's watch these cars that are starting to make their pit stops, right? We saw the 511 from Choice Racing in. We know the 99's been in. And almost certainly these guys are going to be doing driver changes at this stage. Let's keep an eye on their lap times because it's going to be an adjustment period. Even if a following driver is better in the wet, you've still got to go, find where the grip is, find, the portions where you can't be anywhere near the racing line and figure out what the rain line is actually going to look like.
Now, for all the discussion that we're having about the conditions of the track, this is a long stop for the 99.
Yeah, it is.
And it looks like, is the visor up?
It's very steamed up.
Yeah, because it looks like the official there was waving to put the visor down.
It looked like the visor was down to me, but it's completely steamed up.
Yeah, it's a tough situation to be in. Now, the visor only has to be down while fuel cans are over the wall. So once the fuel cans are over the wall, if your visor is steaming up, you can't lift that up at that point.
That car is still stationary in the pits, right? So
yeah, they fall back to fifth.
And I can't actually see it, which I hadn't realized. But they're still putting fuel in that car.
Maybe they've got
whatever they did first.
Maybe they've got an air bubble or something?
See, it sounds like he's trying to start it up.
Actually, the visor was up at one point. He closed it just before the guy started waving at him that JT was talking about. But yeah, he did definitely have the visor up for quite a while during that pit stop. I think he was clearing his glasses.
So yeah, so everything was fogged up.
Literally everything. He's got glasses on and they're fogged up. His visor's fogged up.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean... Yeah. you would think...
We got a text from Tim Myers earlier talking about the fact that the BMW GT4s have very good anti-fog systems on the on all the interior windows. It doesn't help you with your helmet though. So.
No.
I will say really quickly, I want to come back to the point that we were making about the track conditions. We were talking about how abysmal they must be. In the last, now, this is the reason the commentator's curse happens is because you say something surprising because it's wild that nothing has happened yet. We've had like 3 race control log notes in the last 15 minutes, which is crazy.
Yeah.
I mean, the fact that we're not sending everybody off the track is an actual testament to the fact that these guys they know what they're doing and they know how to be responsible.
99's pulling out of the pits. Also, this is a new driver, so the fact that his visor's fogging up, I just rewound it as to the point where he was actually climbing in the car, and it was already fogged up from being outside the car. So, I mean, he can drive around with his visor up, so not a huge issue. But
Yeah.
it definitely was fogged up while the fuel was going in. He had to have his visor down, and he was presumably completely blind at that point.
You know, I wonder if he was in a heated tent, you know, just somewhere
Yeah.
to stay warm, and then just came back out into the cockpit, and it's just frigid.
It might not even be that. It might just be that his helmet has been sat somewhere and it's so sort of maybe obviously.
Yeah.
Presumably his helmet's not in the rain, but there's so much moisture in the air that your stuff gets damp. You put it on, the warmth from your face, body, heats up that water and it steams everything up. That's why drivers are very careful about trying to keep their race shoes and their equipment dry in races like this when they climb into cars that are more susceptible to fogging up the windows, because if you climb into a car with any moisture on you, that immediately evaporates and fogs up the windows. So I'd say he's probably had that issue. He's put on a slightly damp helmet.
And he's gonna almost run wide. On the island. Never mind. Yes. Oh, wow. Understeer, oversteer.
Yeah, and remember that car's now been stationary for 5 or 6 minutes, so there's literally nothing in those tires in terms of temperature.
He just doesn't have a feel for the line is. He doesn't know where the grip is yet, and it's really messing him up.
We've also seen with this car in the past that they tend to have one driver who is significantly more capable than the others. They tend to put him in last, but I wouldn't judge them at all for putting him in first in these conditions. So it could be that we see this car, the driver disparities will play well.
Now, he's probably getting a little bit of coaching in his ear here to say, this is where you need to be at this corner. You need to be on the line here, off the line here, because you can see him adjusting to it. You can see him either that or he's just a quick learner and he's figuring out where the grip is.
Well, and you get a little bit more confidence every time you turn the car in and load the car up, right? You get a sense of, ooh, well, okay, this is where the limit is. This is, how to feed the steering input into the car in a way that is predictable and smooth and consistent. You get a sense
on a given day,
at
at a given racetrack, you think there's a limit, but it was actually 100 yards ago.
Yeah, fortunately, you're only doing about 25 on the way into some of these corners anyway.
That's the Moorhead 147 that's gone through. So that's a GP1 car. So this is a real struggle bus that we're on right now, and it just shows you how difficult these conditions are, especially if you're coming in green. And
by the way, the JTR car had a horrible lap that time. Got passed into turn 1 by the 401, and then the 762 has also found its way past.
I wonder if that's traffic. I see that. Yeah, they're down to 3rd in GTO.
I mean, I've just rewound the 401, and the 401's just quicker at the moment. The pass was made in traffic, but 696 was just struggling to grip the whole time.
696 hasn't pitted yet. Worth noting there.
I don't think any of that. Oh, the 762 might have. 401 definitely hasn't.
No, I don't think the 762 has been in either. No.
Yeah, nobody in that group.
I want to take the opportunity real quick to we don't get the chance to do this very often, to call out our overall race leader by name. We had a text from the folks down at Team Winning Formula, or the Winning Formula. Robert Manicherry is the guy behind the wheel in the opening stanza of this race, with the note that the driver is Robert Manicherry and he's a stud, which is probably correct.
We can tell.
Kudos to Robert. I mean, this has been some of the most extraordinary scenes we've had the chance to cover from a WRL race. And if we're going to pick one guy out who's got it figured out better than anybody, it's him. So kudos to
yeah.
Robert, and fair play to the winning formula guys, because that car is exactly set up for this.
I was exactly going to say the same thing. Don't give the driver all the credit, because that car is maybe one of the most compliant that we see on the racetrack today.
Well, yeah, that and the equivalent Veloster.
Yeah,
sure.
Which actually came from further back on the grid and then off on in turn 1. So
right, but that car fell away after its first pit stop.
Yeah,
that 99 that we were just on board with, you could hear the traction control kicking in with the rise coming out of turn 9. It is. I'll reuse the word. It's treacherous.
So the 762 is in, and the 99 has come through on track just behind the 696. So that pit stop cost it 2 full laps.
Well, the
Almost
696
exactly.
is past them because the 696 is going so much faster right now.
Sure. So
I think they actually came
a lap
out
and
with
some
quite
change.
a long. Yeah, they actually came out of the pits quite a long way ahead of the 696, but have not been at the pace yet.
Right. No, that's fair.
Yeah, the 696, they've lost a lot of pace all of a sudden.
Yeah, they're not fast either, but the 99's really struggling.
I want to make a point about the pit stops here. We see a lot of unforced errors, what we already have this morning, everybody's first pit stops. And I think you have to actively work against getting caught up in the weather and the conditions if you're down there. I mean, yeah, this is extraordinary. It's been snowing all morning. The conditions are abysmal on track. The visibility isn't great in various places. The list goes on. But when it is time to come in and make a pit stop, you have to remember all of the little unique rules that apply in the WRL and prevent yourself from committing these, to be frank, silly and unforced errors that we've seen cost teams races in the past. 2 visor up penalties means you get a lap, right? And that's taking cars out of contention.
I believe it's actually any combination of 2 pit lane infractions, or maybe fueling infractions is a lap.
I just we were talking about.
Look at this. Let's stay on this shot for a bit, because these corners where the cars are a little unweighted coming off of turn 5, that is a real trouble spot. As a matter of fact, the 83 had a spin there about a lap ago that we missed. But yeah, go ahead, Scott. Sorry.
Yeah, sorry. I just wanted to ask a question I've been meaning to ask for the last 2.5 hours. Have we seen the winning formula in WRL before? It's not a name I recognise.
I don't
but my
recognize
it.
The name feels familiar. Let me do a little bit of research here, because Race Hero.
I was thinking the same about all the cars that were running high GP2. I feel like maybe it's because I don't pay as much attention to GP2 usually as I should do, but I don't recognise Copeland or I recognise obviously. I've lost the name. North Loop. They're regulars for sure, and they've moved up to 3rd in GP2, just chipping away at things.
So
we seem to have quite a lot of new GP2 teams for this race.
So the winning formula is a team that has kind of popped their heads in and out. They last showed up at Road America last year. A couple years prior to that, they did the Peachtree Grand Prix at Road Atlanta for WRL, as well as the race at Barber. So they have been around for a bit, but they just haven't been full-time competitors. As a matter of fact, this is their first WRL race of the season, so you are correct in thinking of them as fresh.
Yeah, the only time I ever would have seen them was in Road America last year.
Right.
Okay. What about Copeland? Because they've brought 2 cars here, but I don't recognise the team name.
Hold that thought.
This 147 car jumped on board, just had a quick on and off back at the carousel. Oh, and a spun. I think that's the BSI MX-5 is off to driver's left at the exit of the keyhole.
I believe that's being called as the 85.
Okay, no, I'd buy that's the 85, because there is the BSI car actually going around the outside of one of the BMWs there. So that is correct, Joseph. It'll be the 85.
Oh, look at the 696. Is it the 696? Getting loose. That might be the 698. No, that's the 401. I'm sorry. Holy cow. It's a good thing I'm leaving soon. The Copeland entry, Scott, appears to be new unless they've bought that car from somebody else.
Oh, spin coming out of through Thunder Valley on the right there from the 401's on board. Presumably that's just before it went yellow.
Something else that I'd like to track down actually is I do kind of wonder if Copeland's bought their Hyundai from Brian Herta. If that's the TCB that Brian Herta Autosport was running at COTA.
Well, I don't think it was a TCB spec car, was it? It was just the.
It might have been TCA, but it was definitely
right.
a racing track car.
Well, bear in mind, of course, there are two of them here today.
Right.
So wherever they bought them from, presumably they bought two from the same place.
You would think, yeah.
So with this full course yellow,
really
let's keep an eye on the pit lane here. We know the 401 is in. That's already happened. This is a pretty natural. I can't believe I'm saying this, but a natural stopping point. We're almost 3 hours into this race, and have a number of cars that haven't been anywhere near the pit lane yet. Your overall race leader is one of them.
Yeah, it's funny saying that because we're almost 3 hours in, but we're only 59 laps in, which, if you think about dry lap times, that
is true.
That's way less than 2 hours of running.
Yeah, that's true.
I'd say. I don't know what the lap times were like in the dry, but I imagine they're well below 2 minutes.
They were in the ballpark at 90 seconds or so.
Right, so that's an hour and a half.
Be about a minute 40.
So that's about an hour and a half of running, that's about right for in the dry. So actually, I would almost say that I'm a little surprised they can't go a little further than this because they'll be using way less throttle in the rain. But
that is fair, and maybe
some of those
just
GT4 spec cars though, with the smaller fuel tanks, could only do an hour and change though.
Yeah. But the point is, like, if someone like Screaming Goat were here, I would expect them to go for another 45 minutes or so.
Yeah.
Which means that our GP2 leader, I'm not going to expect to see him much before halfway, to be honest, at this rate of yellow flags.
Yeah, we were talking.
Do we know if the winning formula, if that car has caught the pace car yet? Because if not, then they might be able to get a reasonably fast lap in here, and they were far enough ahead of the 401 that there could be a risk of them going a lap down because they pitted immediately as the yellow came out.
So yes, and he's in. So the leader has caught the safety car with a pretty substantial margin behind him, and immediately has ducked into the pits.
Oh, okay. The 401's on the way out anyway.
401's on the way out, and the next car to look for will be the 696, which was not directly up behind your race leader. The Hammer 01 is in this little pack that's tucked in behind the race leader, but because of when the 325 was able to get into the pits, he doesn't have a queue of 30 cars behind him. He actually may be able to get out here with some okay track position. The 696 has just appeared in the middle of the carousel and does not pit.
So that's the 401 and the 325 have both pitted, so that would have been first and second overall.
401, the 401 is behind a very slow moving Boxster trying to catch the safety car train, so I don't think they're going to end up passing 325. They might have had a chance if they had a clean run through this lap out of the pits, but they haven't.
I had a word from David McKee with Screaming Goat sending in some information. Hello to David and everybody at Screaming Goat. Would love to see you here, but I know we'll be, I think you're back for Daytona, which would be great. Copeland are IMSA competitors, and apparently they have a bunch of Carters in their cars. So you have your answer there on the Copeland front, anyway.
That perhaps explains the confidence.
Yeah.
Passes don't tend to be short of that.
It looks like the sun might be trying to break back.
It is, yeah. The 325 is on its way from the very far end of pit lane down to turn 1. So that's that result. Yeah, so this basically just leaves the 696, I think, is the only car featuring near the top. That and the 01 as cars that haven't pitted yet.
Did I just see the 325 exiting the pits in that previous camera shot?
Yes. Yeah, it's out.
In which case, I think... Oh, no, sorry, I've got my 401 and my 609 mixed up. I don't think 401 has come through yet.
They've just come through. They were in the last little pack that just came past start finish. So there will be probably 6 to 7 cars in between them.
Right.
Once
The
everything's set up.
85.
You can
The
see
85's out of the grapple, by the way.
Yeah, I was gonna say you can see that cleanup operation in the background of the shot that we were just on.
So there's a comment here.
Focus, guys. We're
Notification from in the WRL, one of the WRL posts. Right? And the comment says the turtle will beat the hare in this race. Which
Who is the turtle in this?
They're all turtles right now.
Exactly my question, Scott. It's normally you'd say, oh well, yeah, the GTOs aren't, they're normally the quicker cars, and they're the turtles, or they're the hares, but they haven't been the quickest cars on track. I mean, especially over the last hour or so. And I'm not sure in that analogy who's who here.
By the way, this 762, I think, pitted the lap before the yellow came out, according to Race Hero, which is really unlucky if that's the case.
Yes, its out lap was the lap before the yellow came out.
Right. So I think it might have somehow managed to survive on the lead lap, so not too bad. But it has lost track position to the 111 and the 401, I think.
Brendan, I'm going to take the opportunity to make 2 transitions at the same time. Oh, as a Miata goes off track.
Is one of them out of the broadcast booth?
One of them is out of the broadcast booth.
Okay.
The other, it's actually going to be 3 transitions because the other one is now a Miata transitioning off the track at turn 5. Yes. So I'm going to leave.
Okay.
I got to go. I got to do things. Unfortunately, to my chagrin. And then the other transition is we owe people airtime.
Yes, we do. If Gabe is prepared to do the ad thing, then I think we can also be prepared to. All right, yeah, let's go ahead and do it then. Almost 3 hours gone in our Saturday race at Mid-Ohio. From the World Racing League, title sponsor Hagerty Motorsports on board. Cooper Tires and Sentinel also in support this weekend. Go say hi to them quickly and then be back for yet another restart at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course in Lexington, Ohio. We'll see you in a minute.
focus, guys. We're in a race to the finish, okay?
Here's where the rubber meets the road.
These initiatives move the needle, like, at all.
Well, let's shift gears a minute.
We're really kind of at the apex here.
We need to put the pedal to the metal. We need to nail those hairpin turns, cross that finish line, and take that checkered flag. Woo!
Hit the track with the world's largest motorsports calendar, track day insurance, and more. Hagerty. Let's drive together.
It's your Uncle Cooper. Sure, once in a blue moon, you might need your tires for hauling a horse in a hailstorm. But most days, you're gonna need your tires for tougher things, like teaching your sister's kid how to parallel park. Thankfully, these Cooper Enduramaxes aren't just tough, they're everyday tough. Okay, there's a lot of improvement. Go with the Coopers. Cooper! It's your Uncle Cooper. Your SUV is a multi-purpose tool, like a corkscrew fish scaler. And that means your tires should be multi-purpose too. Like these Cooper rugged Treks. They're tough, but also run smooth as butter. And with dual sidewalls, it's like having a multi-tool that can look like a completely different multi-tool. Don't take that idea, by the way. I'm gonna patent it. Go with the Coopers. Cooper!
Back at Mid-Ohio, the 2022 World Racing League season presses on. Round 3 presses on with a little over 5 hours remaining. Of course, the remainder of our racing today to come on Driver's Eye Live. Brendan Kazmarek, myself, Scott Michaels is with us. JT Tammy has stepped away for a little bit, but will return. Joseph Ludrek has stepped away for a little bit and will not return. And expect that to be the case again tomorrow as well. So I've heard the last from Joseph at his home race, which I think is a little rude, honestly. So just Brendan and Scott for a while, which is interesting. Quiet things up for a little bit, and then hopefully JT, our general production correspondent, will be back here in a little over an hour. I'm hopeful.
But we're only expecting JT for short stints because he's going to get overexcited and have to cool off for a bit.
No, that's fair. That is fair. Green flag waves over the number 44 PC Racing BMW, and immediately he's overtaken by the number 01 on the way down into turn 1. Your overall race leader is the number 696 M4 GT4, who is mired back in the pack because we don't do wave buys in the World Racing League. And under these conditions, who can play?
So that was an interesting moment there, Brendan, because I believe we're 3 hours into the race and you just mentioned a hammer car for the first time.
Yes, and interestingly enough, that 01 car hasn't pitted yet. I did look at that when we went to full course yellow, and that car, I'm sorry, the 01 may have, now I gotta look actually.
I think it stayed out to get itself onto the tail end of the lead lap.
I believe you're right. The one has pitted, however, and that is now the higher placed of the two Hammer BMWs, which is a recent development here.
So I think that 01, their plan is to stay out and hope for another quick yellow, which would get them right back onto the actual lead lap, and then they can pit. So that might, we'll have to look at that, because if they don't get one, they're probably going to have to pit under green relatively soon.
Right, and to go with that, the number 1, who is properly on the lead lap, we actually have quite a few cars in the lead.
They've done really well out of that, because they pitted and still gained 12 places. How have they lost that?
Exactly my question. I am fascinated at where that number 1 car has come from, because they
came from 12. Yeah, they came from 12, came in the pits, and have ended the yellow flag in 5th.
Yeah.
So, Tim, let us know what happened there. Tell us your secrets.
And passed a bunch of cars that didn't pit. It's very peculiar as well.
Yeah.
I also want to make the point with that
the race control log.
Sorry, bunch of cars off at the top of the hill going into turn 5. The 147 dropped some wheels. There was another car coming over the crest of the hill that had some wheels off at the yellow curb. The 762 runs through the massive puddle on the inside of the turn 6 curb and splashes water absolutely everywhere. There's an MX-5 making its escape at the front of the field because the number 44 is abysmally slow on the run-up over the crest into Thunder Valley at an absolute snail's pace.
Yeah, I can see that. And a bunch of cars that aren't quick enough to be capable of passing it offline.
No, and so this is a point I was making earlier, Scott. You and I had Joseph and I think, actually, had a little back and forth about whether it was better to pit under yellow or under green when things strung themselves out. And this is the scenario I was talking about, where you're at the tail end of that group and just at an absolute crawl trying to work your way through the field.
Yeah, no, I think I was more on Joseph's side, but I definitely got your point.
Yeah.
There is an argument to be made either way. I think that, as Joseph said, the pit stops are so slow that you would still lose more under green.
Yep.
You definitely want to avoid being in the back of the train if you can possibly avoid it.
The number 325, by the way, is in that pack, stuck in behind the 44.
325. Is it the car with liquid molly on the back?
The number 1 or the 01?
Oh, sorry, I thought you said the 325.
Oh, so
wait,
where's the 1 gone?
Okay, so yeah, that
yeah,
might have been a scoring issue.
We know that this is the issue. The 1 and the 85 are consistently issues on Race Zero.
Okay.
So maybe
sense.
we get an answer from Tim on that as to what the actual situation is with those 2 cars. Because that's been very odd all day. And I was wondering where the 1 came from. Because I hadn't seen it at all. Very, very odd. Unless there was a penalty assigned, but I can't imagine that was the case.
No, you're right. The one's been flashing about all over the place on Race Zero already. So I think we basically need to avoid. We need to ignore that car
until we have an answer.
So unless it's been flashing out rather than in. I don't know. Let's wait and see how that develops.
Word from Thunder Bunny that they've dumped the soft tires. Apparently they weren't any good, which is interesting. I don't know if it's a tread issue, if they went to a different tire that had a different tread pattern and just not working as well, even if the compound itself was softer, or...
So does that mean the first 4 hours they were on those soft tires and now they've gone to something different?
Well, no. So they pitted about 2 hours in, hour 45, 2 hours in, and put a softer compound on the car.
Okay.
And then we were going to kind of keep an eye on lap times. Apparently, they weren't very comfortable with the car at all, and they just pitted under that yellow and taken the soft tires back off.
I've just noticed that the Copeland Motorsports 2 car is on the tail end of the lead lap.
So that's the 251, which was absolutely knotted together with the 325 early on in the race.
Its
Pitted
last lap
early.
time was almost identical to the leader. So they're obviously, in fact, we've just got them on camera there. So they are 3 or 4 seconds ahead of the leader.
Mhm.
So that's going to be quite important because we're seeing enough yellow flags that you want to stay on the lead lap if you can. We saw them pit and not really get up to speed that well, and they dropped off the lead lap during that. So the fact that JTR is now pitted has got them back on the tail end of the lead lap. So yeah, that early pit stop hasn't worked out for them.
Oh, full course yellow, but not on race heroes yet.
Okay, that's going to help Copeland.
Yes,
that will mean that we have 8 cars properly on the lead lap at this point.
The 421 had a brief off. That's Tariq Mansour is now in the car. That was off at not the keyhole, the carousel, turn 12. And that was just slide off and on. So that'll be that Tariq's first few laps in the car, kind of getting a feel for things. I don't have an answer as to why we've gone full course yellow, basically right at noon here. The log has not updated yet. Did have an off and on at turn 9 from the number 410 with a noted unsafe re-entry.
Tariq's off looked like it's just a simple lock tire. He only went 1 car width into the grass, so no big drama there.
And honestly, the only reason I can tell at all that cars are off at the carousel, unless they're really off, but for those, like you say, 1 car width little excursions, is it's much rougher out there. And you could see the car kind of bump up and down through the grass until it gets back out on track. Other than that, it's not a very... Most of the cars that have been off there today have just very lately been off. Leader in the pits.
So it's a black and white BMW off to the right out of the keyhole is what's caused this yellow flag. It's a very strange play. It's not somewhere you'd expect them to get stuck, particularly as it's on an uphill, so you'd have thought they could roll backwards. And it's also pointed in the direction of traffic, but 45 degrees to the right. So that looks like a technical problem.
I was going to say, yeah, that could well just be a pull-off. You would have hoped that, okay, you can get...
That's what I would guess.
Is it in the grass or on track?
It's in the grass.
Oh, yeah, that's almost certainly a pull-off then. So with your leader in the pit here, 762 is going to be, well, would have been the heir to the race lead, but it itself is now into the pits. So top 2 come in.
Why has it done that? They only pitted about 6 or 7 laps ago.
I don't know. The 111 is in as well. Or I'm sorry, no, the 111 stayed out.
Yeah, because
so Thunder Bunny is going to inherit the lead here. So this is...
Winning Formula is right behind them, by the way.
Exactly, and they've gone through into second.
Thunder Bunny picked the last yellow, so that's not surprising at all that they stayed out.
Sure. So the question then is, why didn't the 696 pit last time?
It's a good question. Yeah, I mean,
you can't necessarily foresee these, the back-to-back yellows. You take your chances, and well, sure, but you take your chances. We've had today. It's never a guarantee. Absolutely. Never a guarantee. You take your chances, you make your call, and you stick with it. But if you do get another full course yellow, you're coming to the end of. You've been out on track for 3 hours. You're going to come to the end of your fuel run within the next half hour, 45 minutes. And if you do get another full course yellow, you're almost certainly going to take advantage of it after all of your competitors just did.
I guess we've just crossed 1/3 into the race, so they're on a 2-stopper. That's the answer.
Is that true? 2 hours 40, I guess, would have been...
Is it not a 9-hour race?
It's an 8-hour race. We're back to 8 because we don't have a quiet hour on Sunday.
Ah, okay. In which case, never mind. So Thunder Bunny's going to be in the lead with the winning formula right behind them.
Correct. And round
has
3
any-
might be close, but I didn't catch where they came through relative to either of the other 2 cars in the pit lane.
Is it just me who has an issue with team names starting with the word "the"?
It's a bit odd.
Weird. I don't like calling it.
Well, it's interesting. The text message I got from them was just team winning formula, which is okay. I'm fine with that. But
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Yeah.
So we thought, yeah. So Copeland Motorsports has managed to move up to 6th now. So is that more pit stops happening? Did they pass the 01 recently?
I mean, their lap time was quicker. I think they must have.
Yeah, well, yeah, I think so. I think they moved up one place there. I'm assuming that one other car has made a pit stop under this yellow, and that's why they've moved up 2 places. But I can't actually find one. North Loop's in the pits. So yeah, we've got Hammer. Oh, yeah, the Hammer on number 1. Oh no, that's why, because they were in 8th behind the number 1, and the number 1 disappeared, but it's just reappeared in 3rd. We need to find out if that car's actually in 3rd. I don't think it is. Very odd. Because that car's been running. It's been running 30 in the 30s most of the race, but maybe that was a timing glitch. I don't know. Very unsure. Kind of speaks to how chaotic this race has been, that we have no idea where that car actually is.
I think one of my favorite phrases Joseph has ever used is, I think my neighbors are playing Jenga with tables and losing. I think that's what's happening in race control at the moment.
Right.
It's so loud upstairs. So loud.
So looking at the green flag lap times from that car, there is no way it's fast enough to be running in the top 5. So I believe, and it's disappeared again now. Yeah, I don't believe that car is actually up there. Copeland Motorsports 2 up to 5th now because they've passed 762 Racing
in the pits. So that car is either it's had an issue, or just very long pit stops for no reason, or possibly both. Now it's back out on track, but as you mentioned, it had just pitted not that long, before this. So not really sure what the answer is.
Even ignoring why they're pitting again immediately, that pit stop should have been quicker. There's what looks unbelievably like a sun reflection off the back of an MX-5 from one of my onboard cameras. So I'm guessing it's brightening out quite a lot there.
No, it is. I can't
Thanks
quite
for,
see.
agreeing with me by saying no.
I look. We're in the Midwest. It's okay. There's not quite blue sky appearing, but there are breaks in the very lowest layer of cloud, which is an improvement. We knew there was sort of a little band of snow showers to come through, or heavier snow showers around 11 or 12 o'clock. And it seems like that's done so. Although in looking at the future radar, it's hard to tell whether this is expected to improve or not. Certainly the break in the cloud is a positive thing. But I don't know that this is going to create sort of a long-term opening for us here. It looks like it might. And we get lucky here. We may catch maybe 2 hours without really significant precipitation, which would, again, turn things kind of on their head here. Oh, the track is steaming.
Ooh, I love it when that happens.
Yeah, so we are about to go back. We are going back to green here. The number 18 BSI Racing MX-5 is going to lead the way. Your leader on track is the number 111, immediately followed by the 325.
So yeah, just a quick, I was about to say, good news that the sun's coming out, the track's brightening out. We might get more. Hello, Hammer, number 1, probably up in 3rd place again. We might get a little longer green flag periods, but I kind of want to see this GP2 car win. I don't think it will if it dries out. So yeah. Well, oh wow, there's a big traffic jam in the carousel.
There is. I'm not sure that our cameras are swapping back and forth very quickly here, and I'm not entirely sure what if we're seeing something, but we did catch a 196 backwards at the carousel as we flipped through some of that, and it created a big stack up as we were coming back to green. I think everybody's done reasonably well to get away with that, but the 196 does not look like it's up to pace here yet. So let's just take a pause here, and let's assume because the snow has stopped, more or less. Well,
not according to this camera.
They're very small flakes. Right? But the sun is out, and with the Trek steaming, there is obviously some evaporation of moisture there, right? By definition. So we know it's still cold out, 33, 34 degrees, not warm, not pleasant, but...
Sorry,
go ahead.
I think I'm not live again on camera. I just was looking at the 401 onboard, and the 196 spun right in front of him.
Oh.
I think they might have made contact, like very light contact. But anyway, that wasn't live, so that's not new info.
No, that's all right. I'm going to be interested to see...
third place running car, and that also explains why there's this 18-second gap
Yeah.
between second and third. But anyway, carry on, Brendan.
No, I just want to make a note that it's now going to be worthwhile watching the track conditions because we know we're getting some evaporation of moisture. Right? It's actually the gravel steaming as well.
Yeah, I don't physically know how, considering that we're at basically 0 degrees, but obviously it's...
I mean, this is the first
sunray,
solar energy that's been pumped into the track literally all day.
The track steaming thing tends to happen at warmer temperatures than that in my experience. But it's surprising. And yeah, we might
the gravel
get
steaming as well. Like the whole gravel bed exiting the final corner has wisps of steam coming off it. It's wild.
Yeah, very strange. Go away, Hammer.
Are you watching on Race Hero or on Joseph's timing applet?
Race Hero.
Okay, yeah, I'm rarely seeing it on Race Hero now. So let's
mode from one of the red BMWs there. And
the 325 here. The 325 here presumably has a new driver on board, right? From its initial start. It didn't seem to come right out of its. What's that?
You'd expect so, yeah.
I would think so. And the pace is not quite there. It's still quick. I mean, it's in the 19s, so I don't want to be unfair.
Give it time. We've seen every restart. It takes a few hours to get speed.
Look, just as I was saying nice things about the weather.
Yeah.
It's turned again. Well, anyway, point was going to be, it's not really... I mean, it's hanging with the 111 from Thunder Bunny, but it's not really pressuring it like it did the 696 earlier and the 99 from GTR earlier. So
I'm gonna give it a few laps.
Okay.
I can imagine the lighter cars take a little bit longer to get the tires up to temperature, and I think before it was on the longer runs that it put the most pressure on the GTO cars.
Let's keep eyes on the
well.
Sorry, say that again.
It was in the worst conditions that car was fast, and it's 6 seconds quicker than the car behind it. 8 seconds quicker than JTR on that.
Yeah, I'm not convinced that the 401 hasn't been caught up behind.
No, I'm watching the 401. They've had clear track most of the time. Yeah, because they got held up on the restart by the spinning overnight car, and then after that, there was a big gap in front of them.
Worth watching the 727 here at the moment. It's the Pinnacle Motorsports Porsche Cayman. 220.3, but its previous lap was a 17.3, which was its PB. So
the 401, that last lap was basically clear track, so that is its pace.
Interesting. The 696 is the other question mark there. That car is in the 27s last time.
That car, I can believe, probably is in traffic. Being 9 seconds behind round 3, who are not in traffic.
So many cars struggling to get on the throttle here.
Looking at the lap times from lap 68, the last lap, Copeland Motorsports should be catching JTR on this lap for 4th overall, and obviously not positioning class because that's the GP2 car. Meanwhile, the winning formula was it's only a couple of tenths quicker than Thunder Bunny that lap. So yeah, sat behind them. basically. Copeland has now passed JTR.
Yeah, I was just going to say we would have just seen that on the front straightaway camera as we cut to it. It's a bright orange Hyundai that came through, and there it is at turn 1 again. The Hyundai Veloster right up tight to the inside curb and on the throttle, while the 696 takes the long way around and ostensibly the wet line, but at absolutely a crawl in doing so. Oh, spinner up at turn 12. I think that's the AOA MX-5, the number, was that the 85? I think it's the 85.
That was the one that brought out a yellow for spinning in the keyhole 10 or 15 laps ago.
Yep, and it's now backwards in the runoff at the carousel. It lost it a long way, very early on, and slid for a long way into the runoff there. But it's gathered itself up and is now pressing on.
Okay.
I got a confirmation on the number here, but I'm fairly certain. Is that white number 85? Yes, it is. It's now a very white and brown number 85.
We should see the Copeland car take third place in this lap because it is significantly faster than 401 as well.
So that is the third fastest car on track at the moment. If you take out the 2 leaders from Thunder Bunny in the winning formula, that Copeland car is now slotted, will slot in third.
Agree. The third fastest car on the track is a car that we haven't mentioned all day, the 727 Pinnacle Motorsports car, running 8th.
It's done. Oh, it did do a 219. So it did drop away the lap before that. It was in the 20s. But
yeah,
you're absolutely right. So I wanted to make that point earlier where it set a PB as I was looking at it, and all of a sudden it's going more quickly than it has all race, and we're now potentially headed into a phase of the race where we, if the conditions stay like this, we might get a little bit of green flag running here. And it'll be interesting to watch that car kind of, make some progress here.
Another interesting lap time, a car that would have been the third fastest on the last lap before things update, is down in 14th place, the BSI Racing GP2 car at a 220.0.
We mentioned that car is being run by a lot of MX-5 Cup drivers.
Right, that car was very, very competitive earlier on.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what happened to them. They've dropped away from the GP2 lead battle, but right on pace again. Meanwhile, that pass... So Copeland didn't have such a great lap on that last one. 5 seconds slower than they were the lap before, but we would still expect them to be, if not past, then all over the back of the 401 on the next lap, I think.
The 111 is starting to stretch out a little bit of a margin here. It's now up to 4.4 seconds thanks to a 220.5 last time from the number 325.
Watching 2 onboard cameras, the cars are definitely side by side, but they can't see each other. It's very strange. It's the 401 and the Choice 511. I think they just zonted a Cayman, but that 401 is not particularly quick. Oh, actually, no, the 401 didn't make the pass on that Cayman, so I'm very confused. Almost like one of these. They're in the same place on the track on my cameras, but they can't see each other. So maybe actually there's just much more of a delay on.
I was going to say, are they actually synced though?
I'm convinced they were passing the same car at the same time on opposite sides of the track, but it must have just been 2 different blue Caymans. Very confusing. But yeah, the 401 there, it's very much off the pace at the moment. Well back into sort of general production, high 226, 227, 228 range. Whereas the leaders are 10 seconds quicker. So the 401's kind of stealthed its way up into that position, but I don't think it's going to hold it very long. They have pitted, but that's the Hammer car that just appeared as I was speaking. They have pitted. The round 3 racing car has pitted. I don't know why does the Hammer car just appear in third?
I don't know.
It must be registering like 2 laps at a time or something, so it ends up more than that because it's more than 2 laps down, I think. Anyway, we'll ignore it. But so coming across the line now, the fastest car on the track that time was the Copeland Motorsports 2 Veloster with a 217.6, and it is right behind Round 3 Racing. So I imagine that pass might actually happen into turn 1. My onboard camera has a delay on it, so we're not there yet. In fact, it's got the velocity goes down the inside into turn 1. There it is on the screen now, I think.
Scott, can I add a third voice to our conversation here briefly?
Please do.
So Glenn Concert has joined us, also from Big Mission Motorsports, in a really nice new suit.
Yes, lovely.
Very, very nice.
Yes,
so first, thanks for being here, Glenn. Thanks for stopping by.
Absolutely.
You are the first person to stop by this weekend who spent any time in a car today.
Okay.
So let's talk about that.
When I got out of the car, the first thing I said to the crew was, I have never been so happy to get out of a race car in my entire life. It's obscenely slick. It's obscenely stressful. Just trying to stay. I did manage to do, I don't know how long I was in the car for, almost 3 hours, I guess, and did not go off track, which I was very proud of. And we were in second place when I came off, second place in GP1 to Moorhead. I was a little. The strategy for us today, we were debating whether or not we have another car here that didn't even take the start.
Right.
But we were debating whether or not to start with this one, and I kind of told the team owner, I was like, okay, I said, here's what I want to do. I said, I'll go out and do the pace laps. So when the pace car comes in, I'm going to pull off and go down the pit lane and let everybody else go by, and go out dead last and just do laps and pick my way through. That way I don't have to worry about getting hit from behind or anything like that. And certainly not the worst idea. But now seeing the carnage wasn't as bad as I anticipated that it was going to be, and then seeing that we're in second, and basically when I came off, we were about a lap down. We had just gone a lap down to Moorhead. I was a little frustrated with that because I'm like, if I would have stayed on track, I probably would have been right there dicing with them, competitively for the lead, because our lap times were very similar. But discretion, the better part of valor. Obviously it wasn't a bad decision because we're still in second place and we're out there on the track and fighting, but. It's just amazingly slick, and the lines that you have to take to find grip on the track are very strange. And but yeah, where the line is it's unbelievably slick.
So have you? I don't know if you have a ton of experience racing in the wet, but this is, the conditions were not just wet, but also cold, right? So you're not generating a ton of temperature in addition to having all this water on the circuit. Did you find that every lap was kind of its own adventure in terms of trying to find the grip, or were you able to settle into a consistent line and rhythm and kind of anticipate where the grip was going to be?
Yeah, I've got a fair amount of experience in the wet. Well, I've done a lot of motorcycle road racing as well.
Oh, okay.
And cars. But as far as, the grip is out there. It's basically everywhere where you don't normally drive.
Sure.
The line everywhere is slick, and not the line everywhere is where the grip is. So it's just a matter of being able to get there. Every lap, it's like I knew where I wanted to go, and I could settle into a pretty decent rhythm and stay within 2 or 3 seconds consistency lap time. It's just a matter of with the traffic, in order to go where you want to go, everybody's having to really dart back and forth across the track in a strange way, and aren't always able to do that with somebody there, because you're just inviting trouble, that kind of thing. So you kind of know where everybody wants to go, but you can't always get there.
So GP1 has been an interesting tale today. I know you guys are obviously most concerned with your class position and the race you've got going on within GP1. But we have, as we go back to full course yellow here, we have a GP2 car in second overall. We've had GP3 cars leading the GP1 leader.
Yeah.
And the GP1 cars that would normally be the most competitive, right? The PC Racing, the number 44, the 147, look like they looked lousy. They were slow, they were inconsistent, and I don't know. I don't know if you have a thought of why that is.
Well, it is surprising to me. Not surprising. It's impressive how fast some of the GP2 and GP3 cars are going, and they are the narrow tire and the front wheel drive cars. The Hyundais and the narrow tire Miatas and the S2000s are the ones that are going obscenely fast.
Sure.
And it's impressive to see, but it makes sense. The narrower tire in the wet is going to be better. The front wheel drive car in the wet is going to be better. I am just amazed at how fast some of the GTO cars, like the 99, the 99 the 99 car, the blue,
GTR, yep.
How fast that car is able to go, and a couple of the other ones. I even called in at one point, John Stone Supply car that just went by. I called in at one point, and I was like, man, I wonder what tire these guys are on, because I wonder if they, if they went down to Walmart and just got some wide or some all-season tires or something like that, because I just couldn't believe how fast those cars could go, as big as they are, as heavy as they are, and as wide as the tires are that are on them. I mean, I could understand why the Miatas were going so fast. It was a little more perplexing to me how the GTO cars were going as fast.
It was really only like 2 of them, 2 of the GTO cars, and the 99's on Yokohamas. I know that.
Okay.
Not sure what the status of the 696 is, but that car, they were both in contention for a while, and then a different phase of the race approaches. It stops snowing as hard, and all of a sudden, different cars find themselves up in the top. So it's been the overall picture today has been a little topsy-turvy, but you guys seem like you're, super consistent all the way through here.
Yeah, I mean, that again, with pulling off on the parade lap, the goal was to do nothing other than just simply stay on the track and not get into any trouble, and that's what I was really focused on. Half the time I didn't even know or didn't even care really where I was. All I cared about was just completing laps and staying on the asphalt.
So
for watching some of the cars go off in front of me is, we've got a really nice highlights reel, I'm sure, waiting when we download the video and watch it, because there was just stuff happening right in front of us just all the time, as I'm sure there was everywhere, because there was just stuff happening everywhere. So,
would you do it again?
Oh, absolutely.
Oh, nice.
One of our 3 drivers has kind of said that he's not interested in getting in the car today at all. So I started. Andrew Kohlfeldt is out in the car right now, and I'm pretty sure if this other driver doesn't change his mind, then when Andrew's ready to get out, I'll get back in. And the way the stints are working out, I'll probably be able to finish the race, depending on how long Andrew stays out there. We should have enough fuel to where if he stays out for anywhere near a full tank, and the track conditions and the pace stays like this, then when I get back in, I should be able to finish the race, unless it dries out and the pace really picks up.
So I've got 2 more questions for you, then I'll let you go. First, did you have a sense of when you said there's almost no grip? Did you have a sense of whether that was all just from moisture and water, or if that was contributed to by, or how much of that was contributed to by lack of tire temperature?
It's a great question. I think it's on all of the above, definitely, because I've driven on tires similar to this, when it's 80 degrees and raining, and the grip is definitely there. Here, I think it's a combination of the tire temperature being cold, being hard. Every time we were under full course yellow, I was driving around with my left foot on the brake, just dragging the brake, trying to create some heat to keep things as warm as possible. I think a lot of it, though, is just simply the nature of this surface here, the age of the surface, and the types of cars that they run here.
Yeah.
Because this track is very similar to COTA in the wet, where the line is just slick as glass, but there's grip elsewhere, because the line with all the really high downforce cars that they run here, the line gets really, really polished. So the line is a lot like this countertop. It's so smooth that when it gets wet, there's no texture, there's nowhere for the water to go, and it's just obscenely slick. But as soon as you get off the grip or get off the line where the asphalt isn't as polished and there's a little more texture to it, like sandpaper, the water has a place to go, and you can actually find grip out there.
Interesting. That's the first I've heard that. I mean, we haven't really talked to anybody this weekend, but that's good insight, and interesting to hear that's. I think of the surface not being that old, but I guess it's been 15, 16 years since it was last repaved. So I guess that'll contribute
like I said,
to
COTA's the same way as far as you got to go offline to find a grip. The biggest difference is COTA is so wide that there's as much width of grippy area as there is width of slick area. Here, the track is relatively narrow, and I think guys, because of the nature of the track, it's a little bit back and forth, whereas at COTA, 50% of the track is slick and 50% has great grip. Here, 80% of the width of the track is slick, and there's only grip right out near the edge in some of these turns.
So if you're mired in traffic, there's virtually nothing you can do.
Yeah,
you got to stick to your line and just fight it out until you get to the other side.
Just go as slow as possible, so you don't, you just don't drift into somebody, because it's 1 second you can turn the car, the next second you're at the mercy of the laws of physics.
Do you have real-time tire temperature in the car?
We do not. No.
Okay, all right. I asked Steve earlier if he knew what the peak tire temperatures were. I'd be fascinated to know. This is the first time I've been at a racetrack when it's been this cold.
I'd be really surprised if they're anything more than a few degrees above ambient.
Oh wow!
With being wet and the wind and everything else, I can't imagine that especially once the car gets moving. when you're racing, because you really can't brake that hard. You really can't generate that much heat with the brakes before the analog kicks in or you slide off the track. And there's no friction coming through the asphalt to generate heat. So I think they're pretty close to ambient.
If you're getting back in the car later, are you praying for it to dry out a little bit, or are you ready to do it again?
Always want it to dry out. I mean, I like racing in the rain because it is the great equalizer.
Sure.
But this is not typical rain racing. With the temperature and with this surface, this is not fun rain racing.
Gotcha.
This is extremely stressful because it's all you can do to keep the car on the asphalt. Obviously, I mean, people are going off left and right. It's so easy to get sucked in, especially here, the carousel, the long right-hander before the front straightaway. With it being off camber and just the way the line goes towards the outside edge of the track, it's really easy to get sucked into that turn and you just can't make it. And you're going, I mean, really, we're going 30, 32 miles an hour through that turn is the faster you could go.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Well, thanks for stopping by, Glenn.
Absolutely.
Let you go lay down in a dark room for a while and kind of regroup and, keep an eye out on the car. See if you guys are, I think, 2 laps off the lead, but
and I don't think Moorhead is pitted yet, so I think we might get a little bit back if and when they come in. So.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah. All right. Well, thank you so much.
You're welcome here anytime. Yeah. Thanks. Glenn Counts joining us from Big Mission Motorsports and the number 134. Scott, back to green.
Yep. From the onboard of the Choice Racing car, the Copeland Motorsports 2 Veloster got a massive jump and passed 3 or 4 cars through the carousel before we even got to the start line. So that car, which is now only 22 seconds off the lead, is really on it and ready to get going. Chase down the GP2 leader and the overall leader, who are the only 2 cars ahead of him. Meanwhile, just before the yellow, the 762, which is a car that's been running competitively for most of the race, consistently was about 20 seconds off the pace. So we'll have to keep it. They didn't hit, I don't think.
No, they didn't. And I do feel a little bit like this might actually just be a driver change because their drop-off in pace didn't come until after the full course yellow, right? The full course yellow comes out, they pit a second time, and then their pace just falls off a cliff.
The Veloster just got very, very sideways in the keyhole, but lucky for them, you just map the throttle and a front-wheel drive car straightens itself out, so got away with it, but definitely lost a bit of time. But yeah, the driver of that car is really pushing it. That's the car that we heard was full of karters, right?
The 251, yes. Well, that team, I don't know specifically the 251 or the 257, but that whole team has a bunch of karters in it.
Right. Oh, and they're in the grass, trying to go around the outside of a green and white BMW. I'm watching the Choice Racing onboard, which that car is right behind the Veloster at the moment. Quite entertaining. The green and white BMW, which I'm failing to remember which team that is. It's 131. That car is not getting up to speed very quickly at all. It's 131. Not a competitive car. Oh, this thing.
No. 01's had its outlap, by the way. It's dropped from 6th to 7th. The number 727's gone by it, but it was very, very slow coming off the final corner here down the front straightaway. So that car, I think, will be trying to put temperature into the tires and also maybe feeling out a new driver at the same time. But the 727 just jumped that car, which is the point there, up into 6th.
Oh. As the 93 almost tips the Chattanooga Tourenwagen car into a spin in the carousel. I think they all got away with that. 131 is the Chandler School car, which doesn't seem to have a working transponder because it's
interesting. Okay.
So I don't know where that car actually is, but we have seen that car stop, and Chandler School isn't usually right at the leading edge, so
right.
I assume he's a few laps down.
A leader is into the 214s and only 2 seconds off of its overall best lap time, which says to me that for the first time in a little while here, I think we are actually making progress on track conditions. It's not to say it'll stay that way, but for that car in particular, it's as close as we've gotten to, going very, very quickly.
Yeah, the snow is way less obvious and the sky looks a bit brighter.
It is here on the front straightaway for sure.
Okay. So yeah, again, I think the winning Formula car needs a few laps to get up to speed. Although, yeah, I think we're yet to see a long enough run from this driver to know where the pace of that car is going to end up in this run.
but they have in that last run as we were.
Oh, sorry.
There's a spun car on board the 99 coming out of. Well, there's a spun car coming out of the carousel, so the keyhole. It's on the tarmac, so hopefully when the traffic clears, it will be able to get back going again. It's a quite nice looking blue and two-tone blue and yellow BMW. I don't know if that helps you identify.
There is a two-tone blue BMW that's Big Mission, the number 134, which would be something of a shame.
Could definitely be that car. But yeah, I haven't. Do I have any other onboard? I can't find any other onboards that are in that part of the track. So we'll just have to see who has a very slow lap time next time. Fastest personal lap of the race for the 147 Moorhead Speedworks GP1 car. So finally, someone in GP1 is showing some pace, but that car is 2 laps off the lead.
Did we ever put to rest why we went to full course yellow last time, by the way? Have an answer on that?
No, actually, I don't think so.
Yeah, I didn't think we did.
Is there anything in the race control log?
Not that I see, oddly.
GTR 99 with a 230 that last time. Although that would have been with that was the first car that had to avoid the spin on the exit of the keyhole, and it looked like they took a very safe approach to that. So that would be why that was so slow.
The spun car was a 196 down at turn 2, by the way, which is two-tone blue and black, but also is a Porsche Boxster.
Is it really?
Yes.
I totally misidentified that. I could have sworn that was a BMW.
No, it's the Overnight Motorsports Boxster.
No, the car I saw is 100% a BMW. I just rewound it.
Oh, was it a number 1 Hammer?
Yes, it was.
Aha, there we go. Also had the number 01 spun at turn 2. So
the one I saw was the number 1 because I could see it on the screen.
A little bit of keyhole chaos today.
Yeah, I've got to remember that I can rewind these onboards. I'm seeing. Oh no, I thought that was I've seen the. Okay, so the 401 just blew past the 01 like it was standing still. The 01 is the Liqui Moly car, right?
Yes. Yeah, 1 is auto park and 01 is Liqui Moly.
Yeah, so just seeing from the 401s onboard, them just drive past them on the back straight as if they're standing still. So I'm not sure what's going on. What kind of lap times is the 01 doing? Obviously, the last lap was a spin.
It was not super quick past me. 238.
Yeah. Well, that will be the spin lap, I think. Before the yellow, they were okay. 221, a couple of slower ones, but 222 in there as well. That's reasonable.
Yeah.
Their fastest lap's only a 219. As the 511 Choice Racing does 212, which is easily the fastest car on the track at the moment. I noticed before the yellow that car was also the fastest car on the track. So I think they've had a driver change and put someone very capable in the behind the wheel.
Well, it's build choice or will choice, so you have your choice.
Okay. That was actually quite good.
Thank you. Joseph would have hated it.
No, I'm willing to actually judge. Joseph just said, "Oh, Brendan pun must have been bad." I'm willing to judge on a case-by-case basis, and I quite like that one. Look at that transition.
Yeah, Gabe's starting to find his groove here. I think he's feeling himself a little bit. This is good stuff. On board with the GTR number 99. I know we've been sort of back and forth between some of the track sides. I assume it's because Gabe's been doing this, which is fine. I'm okay with this. But you can see how much now this 99, which is normally the pinnacle of stability and consistency, is just still fighting and fighting and fighting. Every single corner is a battle.
Yeah, they went from a 230 on the lap where they were avoiding the spun number 1 car, and they've only improved to a 226, which is not competitive at the moment. It's 10 seconds off, at least 10 seconds off where they need to be. The Choice Racing cars, as I said, in the 212s. So, that car's not getting anywhere anytime soon. In fact, I think they've just been overtaken. Yeah, they have on that last lap. They've been overtaken by the BSI Racing GP2 car.
Yeah.
Which is I think it's the top 5 fastest cars on the track at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, again, GP2 as a whole.
3 of the top 5 fastest cars on the track are GP2 cars.
Yeah. And one of the other ones is a GP1 car. The Moorhead car has finally started to figure its situation out.
Actually,
Speaking of fast GP2 cars, the 325 is right on the tail of the 111 now. So we could
Yeah,
be
so
getting-
this has been building for a couple laps, and like you said, ooh, the 251 is absolutely sideways coming out of the final corner. He managed to gather it up by, I assume, planting the throttle and just sticking with it. But a huge slide from the 251 as it crested the hill there at turn 13.
Oh, yeah, they've been doing that. That's part of the course of those guys at the moment, I think.
I
But yeah,
guess.
it's a front-wheel drive car, so yeah, map the throttle and hope it's assume it will save itself. They still did it 2:15.1, which makes them the fastest car on the track at the moment, because Choice Racing's last lap was not as quick. Oh, it still was, sorry, 2:12.8. Second fastest car on the track is the extremely sideways Veloster. Oh yeah, I just seen that on the onboard actually from the Choice Racing car. So those two cars are actually going around together, the two fastest cars on the track. Choice Racing following Copeland Motorsports 2.
Interesting. Choice going quite a bit more quickly here. And
not only
more
in
quickly than the
specific
leader.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Those are the two fastest cars on the track, Choice and Copeland. It's funny watching from the Choice car, because you know this car's quick, but there are certain parts of corners where the Veloster is way quicker, as it gets cut up badly by a yellow BMW. But obviously, the Veloster launches off the corner like crazy compared to the much more powerful GTO car. This is the car that I'm talking about. Although my camera doesn't look anywhere near as dark as that.
Interesting. It's not bad. I mean, there's a lot of sunlight here on the front straightaway.
Yeah, I don't know if Gabe maybe has a different feed to me. I've got the one from Bill Choice, all one word, YouTube channel, and it looks much better than the camera he was just using. But there aren't two Choice cars, are there?
No, just the 511.
So
Just the 511.
yeah, and this one's got Will Choice as the driver ID.
Okay, yep.
So presumably that's who's in the car at the moment.
He came up to me yesterday, by the way.
Sorry, what was that?
No, I was going to just share. Will came up to me yesterday at the drivers' meeting and said, I would text you from the phone number during the race, but I don't have my phone. I'm like, oh, it's okay. I'll get you the number. He goes, no, it's in Houston. So Will is a little disconnected this weekend, but I'm going to assume this is the first time he's been in the car, because it's the first time that car's gone that quickly. And it is going quickly.
You say that, but actually on this lap, there's been relatively little traffic, and the Veloster's just driven away. It's pulled at least 2 or 3 seconds. It's about to come across the line, I think. Both of those cars. So yep, 2:13.9 for the Copeland car, and 2:17.8. So that was a bad lap for Choice. Didn't look it from the onboard. Certainly didn't look that traffic affected. But yeah, 2:13.9 for Copeland Motorsports, which makes them the fastest car on the track. The winning Formula car has lost a little bit of time on that lap, a couple of tenths. But yeah, they're essentially nose to tail with the leader.
Yeah, I mean, they haven't been more than a second and a half apart since we went back to green, really.
Yeah.
That's super consistent. I'm going to share an opinion that I think I would like this race to run green for a while. Not necessarily because I think there's a rhythm or a pit stop cycle or anything like that to get into, but it would be nice to see the cars that have started to figure out the track conditions and the weather conditions a little bit play that to their advantage, right? We know the 2 leaders are very quick, but Choice Racing has the potential to make up a lot of time here. Pinnacle has a chance to make up some time. JTR is starting to find its feet a little bit again. Moorhead has had the pace over the last couple of laps. So I'd be interested to let this kind of play out for a little bit here.
Oh, 100%, yeah. And even looking at the 24-second gap between Copeland 2 and Thunder Bunny in the lead. Copeland's lapping quickly enough that actually we don't need a very long green run at all for them to close that down. 5 laps should do it. But yeah, it'd be good to see that car catch the winning formula. I have a feeling if the winning formula could get ahead of 111, they would drive away.
Well, they did earlier, right? They got ahead of the 696 and the GTR 99, and that's exactly what they did. Oh, the 94 is going to just keep it out of the pit wall. at the exit of 13. If we jump over to that camera, you will see a backwards Lexus IS 300. Be the final corner. There it is. Just barely kept the right front corner of that car out of the concrete barrier that separates the track and the pit wall.
The car has been causing issues through the last 4 hours. It's not the first time we've seen that car. Certainly, that car caused one of our yellow flags.
True.
That car also went off on the one.
It did, yes. It's about the only car, I think, that's spun at the exit of 13. We've seen a lot of cars vary sideways, but that's the first one I've seen actually end up facing the wrong direction here. It's amazing. We're approaching halfway here, Scott, and I feel like simultaneously nothing really has happened of major significance because we've had so many full course yellows, but I also feel like everything has happened just because nobody's had any consistent pace for the last 4 hours. It's just been little bursts.
Yeah, it's been a story so far of the track evolving in different directions. I think at the moment we're heading in a direction that's going to benefit the GTO and GP1 cars a bit more than the GP2 and GP3 cars. I can't. Yeah, I can see a little bit of snow from the onboard, from the external cameras, but not anywhere near the amount we've seen before. And the sky's way brighter than we've seen potentially at any point today.
So the lap time isn't there yet, right? I mean, the ultimate pace has been.
A couple of cars outside the top 15 who are setting personal bests at the moment. But yeah, the guys at the very front aren't quite on their ultimate pace.
No, if we were to see a couple of lap times dip below 2:10, I'd say we're making real progress on the track. And I think to some degree we probably are. But the numbers aren't quite reflecting that just yet.
There's the end of that.
Of course, yellow. Yep. Spin drivers left at turn 5 with a slight impact. That is the number 98 Mustang, and Gabe caught that. Nicely done. There it is to driver's right coming down the hill, and that's basically an instant replay of the same incident we've seen a dozen times today.
Yeah,
it doesn't take much imagination to try and figure out the physics of what happened there.
Exactly. We can see the time marks that it's just followed straight into the same spot.
Yeah. Fortunately, the whole Montrose safety truck is literally right there.
Right, so this is an 8-hour race, so we've still got 4 hours 15 minutes to go. So I don't think anyone could even think about going to the finish. It seems ridiculous to even talk about that with 4 hours.
No, but you could, if you pitted now, you could do it on one more.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, no question.
The question is, could you not pit now and do it on one more? Right, can you get from 5 hours 25 remaining to, or whatever?
I think if we carry on with the same frequency of yellows, then absolutely.
Yeah. Well, that assumes that the track doesn't begin to dry out.
Right.
Which, oddly enough, is actually going that, from a fuel strategy perspective, would play well into the hands of the GP2 cars. Right, having that little extra in hand on fuel.
Actually, but then the lap times will go away from
well, exactly, right? So then you're basically just saying, well, you can't give up more than a pit stop or so, hypothetically, in the last whatever stanza of the race. As we said all that, snow picks up again over.
I was going to say, just as we were talking about the weather improving, the other way again.
It's basically going to be this, I think, for most of the rest of the race, with the only point that while the track is still saturated, we don't really have the big puddles or anything like that are dotting the track. They're just kind of limited to the very edges of the circuit. I still can't feel my toes. This is...
Bring spare socks.
I doubled up on socks today.
As in you wore 2 pairs?
Yes.
No, that's the wrong move. The right move is to just bring lots of dry pairs of socks that you can just keep.
They're not. That's the thing, though. So listen, I wore 2 pairs of socks today, and as soon as I put my shoes on, I'm like, you know what? I'm going to be setting up cameras in the snow. What if my socks get wet? Then I get 2 pairs of wet socks on at the same time. And I don't have anything to change into. So I thought I had really burned myself. Turns out I was able to get the whole thing done without getting my socks wet. So I'm like, all right, now I've won. I've got 2 pairs of socks on, and they're all dry after I did everything I needed to do out in the snow. And guess what? It's so cold in the commentary booth, it doesn't matter.
What kind of shoes are you wearing?
Sneakers.
Yeah, that's an error.
That's all I have.
Yeah, well, there's your problem.
Yeah, you're probably right. Oh well.
Is there a space heater available?
I actually thought when I left here last night, I was like, you know what? Do I need to stop at a Walmart and pick up a space heater? And then I didn't do that. There is one just up the road from here, which, I could do that theoretically for tomorrow, but it's supposed to be into the 50s tomorrow. So
I was going to say, what is the weather like tomorrow? What kind of race?
Very, very sunny and 55. So
Okay.
temperate and pleasant.
That's cool. We're going to get 2 very different races this weekend.
Yeah, and it's I'm kind of glad we had the wacky one first, because now that we'll have spent 8 hours trying to work against our natural inclinations and expectations for who should be quick, who should have pace, how far cars can go on fuel and all that. Okay, we've got the fun stuff out of the way. Now we can just watch race cars go quickly for long periods of time. And that will be a welcome change, I think, not just for us, but for the 50 some cars that are going to be prepared to go racing tomorrow.
Yeah, it's interesting. I wonder if it had been the other way around, how many teams would have just gone home tonight and knowing this.
A lot.
And just been like, yeah, we don't need a second race that's going to be in those conditions.
I hadn't thought about that. I bet you're right.
I could apply the same logic and possibly even more logic to not racing today to save your car for the better weather race tomorrow. As our guest,
well, that's what's happened.
Is that what's happened? Because you can see of the timing screen, there's a lot of cars that haven't gone out today. Although some of them, the Chandler School car is definitely out there. So
yes,
I don't know how many of them are. I don't know if we ever got around to checking how many of those cars are actually not out there and how many, whether is it just that one car that has the transponder issue?
As far as I know, yes. The 150 is definitely not out there. The 12 is not out there. The split decision car, the PMW car, the 701, I heard from Brad McCall with a definitive answer that it was not worth risking. 111's in the pits. Very interesting.
I wonder if HC Autosport are looking at a GP2 car in the lead and wondering if maybe they should have got out today.
You might be right.
That's the only GP2 car that didn't take the start.
Yeah. Well, GP2 was a stacked field already,
So we're going to have a GP2 1-2 now.
Yes,
with the 111 in the lead.
That is correct.
That's the first time that's happened today, right?
I'm intrigued by the 111's decision to pit here, that they waited so long for the field to bunch up behind the safety car. The 98 has made it all the way back to the pits. That's how long it's taken them.
Yeah, it's curious, and it might go green. Probably not, actually. I keep thinking this is a VSC, but it's not. It's a full safety car.
Yeah.
They'll probably be able to catch up to the train before it goes green, even if it goes green on this line, I imagine. Curious decision making. I don't know if there was a specific time or specific lap they wanted to get to. It's not like they needed to pit because they pitted 4 laps ago, which is not that long at Mid-Ohio.
No, and that's kind of my point, is I'm not sure, unless this is their one more to the end, it's this and one more, and then they'll be good. Actually, there's a bunch of cars on the way in here. The 99 is in. The 348 is in.
Well, 99's another team we don't see make strategy errors that often.
No.
Weirdly, they overtook BSI Racing on that lap. Maybe they overtook them on the way into the pits? What is BSI Racing? It's a Master. Yeah, maybe they overtook them on the way into the while they were in the pit lane or something. Yeah, it doesn't look like it. Anyway, whatever. Overnight Motorsports has gone salmon. I assume that was going to be they're in their pit box. It's a bit, yeah. it's a weird feel to this one because the stints are so long and there are so many yellows that you can absolutely bank on being able to pit on one. It's got the feel of a race with absolutely no strategy, which is very unusual for WRL. So I'm scratching for stuff to talk about because I know these pit stops don't really matter all that much, because all the cars can do 2 hours plus if we're having these incredibly long yellow flag periods. Trying to back time is going to be impossible because if we have 10 yellow flag periods or 15, it could be either, and that means it's going to make a huge difference to the final lap count, and therefore how many laps we have to go now, how much fuel we're going to use in those laps, and therefore the mileage. So the fact that we've got just over 4 hours to go, I guess that's a convenient time because then we can pit again in 2 hours and be ready to go to the finish, but I'm kind of taking a guess at that point. And it's also slightly frustrating because it's nice to see if we could get a long green run, the fact that GP2 cars can go longer than GTO cars would start to play a part in race strategy. So
made it back just in time, Scott. Pace car ducks back into the pit lane and the green flag waves. Your leader is now, and once again, the number 325 winning Formula MX-5 with the 251 from Copeland Motorsports 2 right behind it. So we were talking about whether or not the 111 was going to be able to catch the back of the pack. It hasn't, but it finds itself only about 12 or 15 cars behind the race leader. There's a much larger group of cars behind it that haven't really caught it, and that group includes the 696, who's just gotten past the 401 on the restart. It includes the 18 from BSI.
The 111 made a pit stop, only lost 23 seconds, and doesn't have very many cars.
I wonder if all they did was top off, and because they knew it was going to be a super short stop, and said, "Let's get out. We think we can retain the track position. Let's get get out, and be good on one more stop."
They've done very well.
Exactly. From that perspective, I think they pulled that off. Exactly right.
And again, that's only going to be because there was a car out there that wasn't running pace car speed, which is very frustrating because all of these cars can do pace car speed.
No, but to that team's credit, I mean, you take the swing at strategy and you execute it like that. I mean, you deserve whatever gains that gives you.
Oh, I'm not begrudging Thunder Bunny. I'm annoyed with whatever car was causing this massive gap in the train.
Sure, yeah. I agree.
It's anyone who got stuck behind them is pulling their best strategy move that they can come up with at the time, and it gets ruined by somebody else not driving around the pace car speed. But I'm making assumptions here. I might be completely wrong, but I've seen a few times cars that are only lapping 10 seconds quicker than a pace car, and they've got 50 seconds to catch the train. And wow, the GTR 99 car is very slow.
Oh, the 762. Is that who that is, or is that the Auto Park at Hammer BMW? I think that might be the Auto Park car.
I think I just saw Copeland ahead of an MX-5, both cars running very fast. That might have been a lead change.
That is a lead change. They've just come past start-finish, excuse me, and on the lap we go back to green. The number 251 has taken the overall race lead.
Yeah, and they both blew past the 99
and
have just left it for dead on this lap. So that car's really struggling again. It's a different driver, because it's not the driver with the clear steamed up visor that we saw earlier in the 99. I imagine we're going to get another yellow flag here.
I would think so. It is the one car, by the way, the Auto Park It sponsored Hammer BMW. It also says it had an impact with the tire wall. From the video, it didn't look like it made it quite that far.
Yeah, I didn't think so. JTR has taken third place from... Well, Thunder Bunny have actually dropped back to fifth. So they are actually 42 seconds off the lead. So that's probably not that big a gain from their pit stop. Oh, the number one's out of the barrier, or out of the grass.
Yeah. And another takes its place.
Oh, there it is. Yeah.
As you were saying, it's made it out of the grass. I think that's the 85. Literally spun in and took its place.
understand why my cast has been 5 seconds behind all day, and I can't seem to do anything about it.
I'm not using VLC. I'm just using the website blown up into full screen. I can give you that login if you want it.
Go for it. Fastest personal lap for Harrison Motorsports. They're running down 14th. I've seen them sort of sneaking their way up the GP2 order recently. We've got to bear in mind that they're still 3 laps off their class leaders and the overall leaders. But as far as getting on the podium goes, those guys are quicker at the moment in North Loop, but they're 1 lap behind. In fact, they were pretty much exactly 1 lap behind from what I can tell.
Scott, you had made the point earlier about the 325 potentially getting out into the lead and then just driving away from the GTO cars that are behind it. That's kind of what's happened here, but it's with the 251 instead of the 325. It's got the clear track. It's not really battling with anybody per se. Now it's into the 213s. But there's consistency behind them as well, because the 696 is down into the 14s and 15s, which is the first time we've seen that in a couple of hours. We've got the 401 down into the 216s, which is the quickest that car's gone for a while as well. Meanwhile, the Pinnacle 727 has dropped a bit of pace while it's been stuck back in traffic, as has the number 511 from Choice Racing. So it seems to me like these swings in pace have as much to do with clear track and track position as it does with anything else. Slow Thunder Bunny 111.
I was going to say, their last lap was a 234. And
yeah, I think they've done a driver change here.
Yeah, if that carries on, then they're going to drop straight off the lead lap.
Yeah. They got passed by the number 21 from North Loop Motorsports back at the carousel. And,
do you think they... I'm not sure they could have made a driver change because their last pit stop was very short.
It is possible they're just stuck in traffic and haven't been able to generate tire temperature because they've been constantly passing cars.
Seems unlikely because they're slower than almost everyone else on the track.
Yeah, I don't know.
Well, we have an onboard with that car. It's not very reliable, but and I haven't got it loaded up. I'll give it a check, see if I can find it.
Just jumped on board the 147 with some fascinatingly synced audio here. Gabe is the audio engineer, so I'm not exactly sure how you end up in a position where you have old audio mixed with current video. There we go. I know there's been some crafty work to get these transitions and framing done. Oh man, look at that car all the way through turn 4 and 5. Just absolutely all over the place.
Waiting on that login, by the way.
Oh, sorry.
The 111 is passing cars, so it's really difficult to actually get a feel for what speed they're doing because the camera's flicking around like crazy. They've obviously got some water in the system or something, but they're definitely passing cars. They blew past the Chandler School car. They're now catching one of the BMW 3 Series very quickly, so I think it's up to speed.
Yeah, your point about them not being able to get a driver change done in 23 seconds is, I think, the right one.
Yeah, we generally...
It's interesting. It's a stark difference.
Fuel and drivers take roughly the same amount of time.
Quick off and on for the 986 from WGW back at the carousel. No harm, no foul there. So we crest halfway in the first of 2 8-hour races this weekend at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. A reminder that you are watching the World Racing League on Driver's Eye Live. Thanks to title sponsor Haggerty Motorsports for being on board this weekend. Special thanks to Cooper Tire and Sentinel as well. Our good friend James Candelaria providing a bunch of the Sentinel onboard feeds that you see, not necessarily on our behalf, but our tracksides all run through his streaming infrastructure. And eternally grateful to James and the work that he's done for not just us, but video streaming for amateur motorsports as a whole. Our product is a unique one, but in large part owe James a thank you for his contributions and developments with the Sentinel product. A little under 4 hours to go now. Checkered flag to come at 5 o'clock Eastern time. Thanks to all of you for your company this weekend. Good number of you watching on YouTube for what has been a pretty extraordinary opening half to a motor race, particularly one at this level. It is a pretty unique thing we've gotten to witness this morning, and the end result, if you're a fan of WRL or a regular follower of World Racing League events, is 2 GP2 cars, first and second overall, which is a really remarkable thing. That the Copeland Motorsports 2 Hyundai Veloster, which is not a car that would normally even be here. Same goes for the number 325 from the winning formula. Those are 2 cars that we don't really ever see, and here they are on a rare appearance in the series, leading a race overall. Pretty, I don't want to say convincingly, because there are a handful of GTO cars behind it going quickly, but they've been in 2 of the only cars that have been in contention consistently basically all day. Neither of those cars have really faltered. The 251 dropped a little bit of time from an early pit stop. That was basically it. Did we have a change for third there? Well, we did have a change for third. Back and forth from the 696 and the 401. As I brought it up, the round 3 car had taken the 3rd overall spot and the lead in GTO, and then as soon as the words came out of my mouth, it went back the other way. And the 696 now takes the class lead, a 2:11.8 last time around from a 2:14.8 from round 3 racing. Meanwhile, your leaders are in the 12 and 2:16. The 2:11?
That JTR car hasn't been anywhere near that speed.
No, it hasn't, but you look down the list, Scott. Choice in the 212s, Pinnacle in the 211s, Moorhead in the 213s, North Loop with a PB at 217. Oh, double yellow. Just as we were getting some consistently quick times out of a handful of cars, we've got to go double yellow again. And this is for another car off at turn between 5 and 6. That'll be the 197 from Overnight Motorsports.
Yeah, same place.
Yeah, same incident. This one just didn't make it to the tire barrier. So hopefully this will be quick. They've certainly had the practice down there at turn 5.
Yeah, it's frustrating. There's absolutely nothing we can do about it, but that specific problem has caused, I want to say 5-6 yellows so far today. And yeah, then unfortunately, because we're not doing VSCs for probably good reason in these conditions, yeah, they take a little while to happen.
I can't remember if we brought this up today or if I was just discussing it with Joseph yesterday. But the specific issue down there at turn 5 is because they've replaced a whole section of Armco and all the catch fence that goes with it. It's all very bright, new, and shiny, fresh red paint on the Armco, all of that. But the work that they did in the off-season has left a ton of ruts from the construction vehicles and a ton of mud and dirt without any real erosion control. And as soon as that gets wet, it just becomes a mud pit. So any car that gets in there when it is wet just immediately gets stuck.
Well, the specific issue is that drivers keep losing it on the exit of turn 5.
Right, but it is exacerbated by the fact that they can't get themselves out of there once they're in it. So you can have a harmless spin and press on, and that's happened a couple of times, but more often than not, once you do have that otherwise harmless spin, now you are stuck. And there's nothing you can do about it, other than to keep your car on the road in the first place, which, you know, I would say we've seen probably half the cars that took the green flag backwards at some point today. Or off track at some point today. So behind the pace car again, the one thing this is going to do, or one of the things this is going to do, is condense the lead lap once again. We've just had the 111 come by.
Yeah, actually, that's a good point. I was looking at the 511, which is one of, if not the fastest car on the track. I think they're once again trapped just off the lead lap.
Well, they wouldn't be just off the lead lap, right? They would be a full lap down. Oh, you're saying when the safety car came out? They were trapped a lap down.
Yeah, because if you go on there, if you look at their onboard, they're about the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. They're the 8th car in line.
Oh, so they're definitely there.
Oh. Actually, no. I was just going to say if my power goes, I just had a very big crack of thunder outside my window. But my building has a generator, so I should be okay. But I don't know if my internet's going to go. So you might be on your own in a minute, bro.
Well, we can handle that. Done it before. You know, you used to do Thunderhill on my own.
So yeah, the 511, that's going to be a story to follow for the next half an hour or so, is whether they can get themselves on the lead lap. They are. Yeah. I think that they have potential to be the quickest car on the track, although actually JTR might.
So that's the spoiler, right? Is now you have a car in the top 3 that is actually going fairly quickly.
Yeah, but it's behind the Choice car at the moment. So Choice needs to overtake Copeland, and I think they are slightly quicker, like a second or two. But
part of the issue.
That's the sort of thing that's going to take 7 or 8 laps to process through to get up behind them and past them. And if we keep getting yellow flags every 5 laps, then it's just never going to happen.
It's not just that it's going to take that amount of time to close the gap, but part of that, or a big chunk of that, is, as we've seen throughout the course of the race today, the GP2 cars are within a second or two of their pace as soon as we go back to green, whereas the GTO cars seem to take 5 or 6 laps to get anything like, useful temperature into their tires and to get things up to actual pace. Some of that is them being mired back in traffic. They're not taking every restart at the front of the field. So you do kind of have to reset your expectations there. But I think there is something to that. And like you say, Scott, if you're only getting 7 or 8 laps on every green flag run, it's not really enough time to do anything, even if you are only within a handful of cars of the leader. So
it does mean eventually when those GP2 cars make their final pit stops, 511 can stay out and probably catch a yellow a couple of laps later and end up on the lead lap. But
probably?
Yeah, probably. Although also obviously a GTO car needs to pit more often than a GP2 car, so it's not necessarily going to work in their favor.
No, that Copeland car, by the way, has now gone past the stint length it had on its first run, which was 45 laps. I don't think that's representative of how far that car can actually go. The winning Formula car went 60 by comparison. So
I'm going to mention another thing that's definitely going to go completely the other way the second I say it, but this is definitely the driest the track has looked all race. I actually think I can see a dry line on the back straight there.
There are definitely different shades of asphalt at the final corner.
Yeah, there's some.
Now, some of that is the surface itself is slightly different, but you're right. This is the longest we've had any sustained sunlight, and there is actually blue sky coming in from the west. There's a substantial enough break in the clouds here that you can see blue sky and real sunlight. And now the steam off the track is vigorous.
Interesting. The camera's not picking that up at all. I'll take your word for it. Yeah, I think if we don't get any more snow, which based on today we will get snow in about 5 seconds, but if we don't get any more, we're quite quick. Looks like we're quite quickly going to get a dry track. Yeah, look. I would say the outside of the track here. Just camera trick. Does actually look further as well.
Yeah, I've been seeing that a couple. I've thought that a couple times today from that camera angle, and I think it's just a little bit of a trick.
Yeah, because I think you can see reflections in the same part of the track further around the corner. Yeah. Okay, it's not as dry as it looks, but definitely on the way up to the keyhole, I think, and then on the back straight, looking very dry. So. Relatively speaking.
Yeah, and if it is going to start to dry out, your GP2 leaders here are going to have to put an effort in and try and get some stuff done. Indeed, the 251 has got a huge jump on the green flag here. I'm not saying he jumped it, but has really made an escape out the front of the field, and he'll sail off into turn number 1. You'll see it here in just a moment. Is that a stuck camera, actually? Oh, no, there it is. So there goes your overall race leader and GP2 leader, the number 251. It sure does, around the outside, Scott.
Through the middle, yeah.
Yeah, I think you're right. Now, that is one of the quicker corners on the track, so you would expect that to be one of the first places we get a dry or drying line.
We've talked about the 511 trying to move forward, but actually Pinnacle are right behind them, 1.8 seconds behind. We've also got the 401 round 3 car on the tail of JTR, literally nose to tail with them. We have an onboard with the 401.
That'd be a good one to jump to here.
That could be a good one to.
Because that is not just an overall position battle, but that is your GTO lead battle as well.
It's easy to forget that. It's the race for third overall, but yeah, it's the GTO lead.
Which could very quickly become, well, I don't say very quickly, but, you know, give it an hour, that could become the overall race lead, you know.
Okay, so now that the cars are up to speed, it's very obvious that there is a line on the track that has no spray. I'm not going to say dry, but it has no spray. And then as soon as the cars have to move off that to go and overtake, loads of spray. So there's definitely a drying for sure. It's absolutely not something we could have said at any other point in the race. So yeah, it's considering the temperature, I'm shocked it's drying up as quickly as it is. I've been at plenty of British karting tracks in this kind of temperature where the rain stops and you're still at the track 15 hours later and it's exactly as wet as it was at the start of the day, despite no rain. But yeah, I'm shocked that we're drying up so quickly here as the 401 looks down the inside into turn 5 of the JTR car, which is being bolted by the 01 hammer car. Ducks down the inside into turn 6, but it's super slippery down there. JTR car has to double tap the brakes on Apex because he's understeering wide, and the 401 moves to the left. This 01 is very much in the way of this lead GTO lead fight. They're going side by side through the corner before Thunder Valley that I don't know the number of. JTR holds on to the lead. We're seeing green boxes flash up everywhere. Everyone's setting personal bests on this first lap. I think we're going to be below 2 minutes in a 2 or 3 laps here.
2:08.4 from your overall leader, 2:08.8 from the 727 Pinnacle. Here is your onboard with the 401. Visibility not the best out of that car, Scott.
Yeah, the wipers are not doing many favors here.
No, oils, I mean, this is the problem you run in the rain.
So to your point that you just made, by the way, the fastest, despite all of the fastest laps on the track, the fastest race laps so far, the fastest car on that lap was, the leader who had clean air, but also it was a GP2 car. So those are still the faster cars at the moment.
True, yes. Well, and look.
Oh, yeah, that's a demonstration of the inside of turn 1 is not dry.
Yeah.
So that was the 401 having trouble passing the 01, which has been stuck behind for half a lap now.
So there's an issue potentially brewing here, Scott, where, okay, we have a drying line where the cars are consistently running, but maybe we don't have the temperature and the energy being put into the track offline to start to dry that out. So the traditional racing line may take substantially longer to dry out and return the track to quote unquote normal than you would otherwise expect. So you may actually see cars continuing to run the rain line even though it's it's dry there. It is still wet on line.
Yeah, that's absolutely going to be more so.
Very odd situation to be in.
Yeah, I've been in this situation in karting quite a few times before, and it's actually the time I find it's the time of track condition. That didn't make sense, but it's the track condition where the driver can make the most difference. You'd think it would be the wetter the better for the good drivers, but actually these conditions here where there is a very specific line that is significantly more grippy than anywhere else, a bit of bravery and confidence driving into that dry track, and you get temperature in the tires. Like, it's a snowball effect where you just get faster and faster and faster, whereas anyone who's a bit tentative, anyone who's a bit inaccurate and missing lines will be 4 or 5 seconds a lap slower.
Yeah. The other point to make is that we are still 30 seconds off of the pace that we were doing yesterday in qualifying.
Sorry, the 609 is grinding to a halt.
Oh!
Way down, from turn 5 to turn 6. It's on the apex of turn 6 right now. It was just half off in the grass, and it's now on the track, but going. It seems to be chugging. I haven't got sound.
No, it's got either a puncture or a suspension issue. You can see every rotation of the tire. You can hear it.
I haven't got sound, so I'll take your word for it. But hopefully that means it can get back to the pits without bringing out another safety car. This is a time, like I was saying, this is a track condition where it's going to be really interesting to see how pace changes. And
just like that, the JTR Motorsports car does a 2:01.8.
Yep.
5 seconds, basically 5 seconds faster than anyone else has gone all day.
So the first car to come across the line going that quickly was the 727 from Pinnacle Motorsports down into the 203s, and then much deeper in that same sort of pack was the number 696, and they came through with that 201.
That is 5 seconds quicker than the GP2 car in the lead. So we've had the crossover now where the GTO cars are starting to demonstrate the pace that they actually have. Surprised the 401 the 401 dropped 3 seconds on that lap to JTR, but now I'm looking at the 401s on board and they are right behind them again. So I don't know what happened to JTR on this lap. Must have. Here we are on board with the 401.
Oh, they're right there with the 325 as well, which is a position battle, isn't it?
325. Yes.
Yeah, that'll be the battle for second overall.
So they both over 325.
Yeah, they've just gone through.
Yep. Okay. So this is a GTO versus GP2 as we see it most of the time.
Let's not.
That was.
Go ahead.
Sorry, I'm a bit behind. See if no, I am live. I'm just way behind you guys. Usually it's the other way around. 609 is absolutely crawling up to the penultimate corner.
Yeah.
Hopefully everyone's just aware and we can get this 609 to the pits without bringing out another safety car. This is exactly what local yellows are for. Hoping that nobody.
These transitions, man. Fantastic. This is Brian Guidinelli, by the way, managing director of Haggerty Motorsports. So today, not quite being so kind to our title sponsors.
Actually, I'm gonna rewind on this camera to see if it was just something that happened suddenly or if there was a reason for it. Just bear with me.
In the meantime, I just want to remind everybody as we now kind of have to reset ourselves with GTO becoming the primary class of concern is the GP2 battle will still be internally very, very interesting to follow. But worth mentioning that the 696 and the 401 were your pole sitter, your front row starters. The 401 in particular was the pole sitter this morning, and at the moment is going slightly more quickly than the 696.
So it looks like the 609's problem was just, I think it was potentially a right rear because the car got kind of sideways through turn 5 and then he never accelerated out. So maybe just a right rear tire deflation. It's strange that it's causing, like, I don't know, punctures that happen like that as we've got our first laps coming in under, loads of them coming in under 2 minutes. JTR down to a 154. So the track is drying incredibly quickly, and the tyres are obviously coming up to temperature for the first time all day. We got cars all the way down the field below 2 minutes all of a sudden. Even
I think we're going to see a change for the overall lead this lap, Sky.
You know, the fastest GP2 car on the track is ITS Racing down in 18th.
Oh, interesting.
Suddenly a 158. Who are they? Where have they come from? So yeah, complete reversal of what we've seen all day.
Well, so that was kind of where I was at there. I didn't want to dismiss GP2 now that they are going to get shuffled out of the overall lead picture here, because
it'll be on this lap as well.
Yes, exactly. That battle internally in GP2 is going to rage through to the end of the race unless one of them has much better dry pace than the others. But GP2 is such a deep field this weekend with 13 cars having started that it's really firmly announced itself as being very, very interesting and worth following today.
Hey, Brandon.
Yeah, go ahead.
It's snowing again.
Oh my gosh. JT's back as well.
I brought the snow.
Just in time to see
JT had the
GP2 car fall out of the lead.
JT heard his production cars were in trouble, so he thought he'd come and help him out.
Yep, brought the snow. Miata must win.
Well,
it's a Velociter right now doing it.
I'm more of a Velociter guy anyway, but
okay. No one's perfect.
The Michaels family of Velociter dealerships.
Sam owns one, loves it.
Was that
Lexington,
Ohio? Rain starting in 3 minutes.
Here we go. So it's going to be just at presumably JTO. I don't know if we're able to find. Yeah, the lead change has happened already.
Yeah.
So they should be coming through here, this camera, pretty soon.
Obviously, about a 2-second gap between them. ITS Racing flying as far as GP2 time to go. Although still are the winning formula now, 57-0.
We'll see. This is where the BMWs come back.
Sorry, update. Harrison Motorsports GP2 car sets the fastest lap of the race for anyone at a 53.4. So there are some.
Nice.
I have no idea how that's possible.
By the way,
What's that?
I had a message from Harrison earlier.
Yes.
They're a BMW specialties shop based out of Atlanta. Second race ever. They just they're group of Spec E46 drivers. They just came from Barber, and they had a P1 and a P2 finish.
Well, congrats, guys. You currently have the fastest lap of the race.
GP2.
In the dry. Very impressive.
They are 12th out of 14. 12th overall. I thought I had stayed on GP2 there. But 4th in class, and really only 3 laps off of the overall lead. Or of the class lead. I hate when I do that.
Both
although I guess they're the same thing at the moment. Yeah. But I don't know. I mean, if you've got a couple seconds in hand here, and we can get some green flag running, it's not entirely out of the question.
Well, this will change in the next 5 minutes again. Even if there is no, the track will dry more. The GTO cars are going to get faster, I think.
That is definitely true. I'm not saying an overall win is out of the question, but certainly in class.
Yeah.
Being 3 laps off of the lead. And remember, the pace has been so slow today, Scott, that we really haven't seen the outbreak of WRL going to WRL. And
we haven't.
The race thrown into chaos right when you least expect it. That hasn't happened yet.
I think it kind of did in the top 5 of GP2 very early on, and we didn't really notice it because they were just outside the top 10 at the time. But there were 5 GP2 cars going around very close together, and all of a sudden that seemed to explode, and we just had the 2 left.
That's true.
For example, what's happened to Copeland Motorsport was 1. They were beating Copeland Motorsports 2 early in the race, and they're now down in 20th, 5 laps off.
Worth mentioning the Moorhead Speedworks car as well, because that is your GP1 leader, and finally, I mean, it happened an hour ago, but the GP1, the best cars in GP1 have found some significance here. Because for a long time this morning, GP1 as a whole was an afterthought. They were the slowest class of cars on track. None of them were going particularly quickly. PC couldn't stay on the road. I mean, it was polar opposite of what we'd expect, and now we find a GP1 car up into the top 10.
But still 3 seconds slower than fastest GP2 car.
Sure. Yep.
So yeah, I have got half an eye on that car because I'm wondering when GP1 is going to do the thing that they usually do, which is exactly what GP2 are doing in this race. So yeah, as things dry out that GP1 car, there really is only one competitive GP1 car left, isn't there? But I'm expecting that car to get faster and faster.
Fastest car on track, Harrison Motorsports, number 146, 153.4.
Yeah, that's what I just called. That's the fastest lap.
Oh, sorry. I didn't know that you had pointed out that was...
Or is that a new fastest lap?
No, it's not. I mean, it's confusing because it's come up as green, but it matches there.
There we go.
The absolute PB.
Actually, no, sorry, Brendan. It is because somebody's beaten that fastest lap.
Yep.
It's another GP2 car.
I know. Quality time racing.
Oh, it's the Honda S2000.
Yes, right. Yep.
That was another car that was way in the top 5 early in the race because I remember calling it out, but then it disappeared.
So on the surface, this phase of the race is kind of what we expected. GTO cars come to the fore, JTR cars very quick, goes to the overall race lead, starts to pull out a gap, yada, yada, yada. It all makes perfect sense. And then you dive deeper, and it almost has gotten more bizarre.
It's as bizarre as it's been right now.
Yeah, certainly the most counterintuitive.
I don't understand how the Veloster, which by the way did a 209 that last lap, so that's an issue. But I don't understand how I guess it's obvious, those cars were set up to drive well in the rain, but the 2 fastest GP2 cars of earlier in the race are now 2 of the slower GP2 cars.
Yeah.
And we've got guys way down the field who are 5-6 seconds lap early.
Well, so there is a contribution, I think, here from the fact that the racing line, or let me put this a different way, the current dry line is not the shortest line. It's not the traditional racing line. And we kind of saw that coming 20 or 30 minutes ago. But there is now a distinct difference between cars who are choosing to run the traditional dry line and just run in the patches of moisture, and those who are sticking to the line that is almost completely dry and running through that. You can see it at turn 1.
You would kind of hope everyone's aiming for that. As Pinnacle Motorsports puts in the fastest lap of the race at 50.3, they're running 6th. 6th overall, 5th in GTO. But there is an element of getting stuck in traffic is even worse at this time because you can't go offline easily.
Yeah.
Because it's wet. So you get away from the dry line. So there is going to be, as JTR now improves the fastest lap of the race to 50.0, there's going to be an element of some cars down the field are going to be going faster because they've got clean track and can just stick to the racing line. Or the dry line, I should say.
You've got to be
on that. Yeah, we're seeing some wild swings in pace from lap to lap.
Copeland into the pits.
It's going to be cars getting stuck behind GP3 cars for long periods of time because they can't go offline.
So another point worth making here is I think often in transition periods of the race where, especially when you're going from dry to wet, you get people trying to do heroics, thinking, oh, I can stick it out, oh, the grip will be there, oh, it doesn't look any worse than it was last time. And they put the car in a place it shouldn't be or try to get it to do a thing it can't really do, and somebody makes a silly mistake and throws the car at the scenery. And I think it's worth remembering that you can also do that going from wet to dry, where you get too aggressive too early. We don't have the issue of different tire compounds or anything like that, but you get too aggressive too early, try a different line, and it's not going to work, or you get too aggressive in traffic, stick it up the inside of somebody where the track is still wet, and you end up creating a problem for yourself. Now, we've already been cleaner than we were really at any point when the track was very, very wet. But we find ourselves now where I think a bunch of drivers are going to kind of have to actively reel themselves in and not do anything silly until they know that the line is finally drying out in places that they can make passes and revert to a traditional drive. Race fastest lap from the 511 now from Choice Racing, 148.2.
Yeah, it's swapping around all over the place, that fastest lap.
So the 511 did not unlap itself before the 696 took the lead. Is that correct?
It is correct, and it's also, not only is it not done that, but it actually was overtaken by Pinnacle, who are now in the lucky dog position.
So, but they haven't unlapped themselves either. So those two cars restarted basically together, and they're both still one lap down.
Yeah, and they were in the opposite order. So I was expecting Choice to be the one trying to unlap themselves, but actually they lost a place and have not unlapped themselves. Despite the fact they just set the fastest lap of the race, so they still got pace.
So the point is here that they are going to get caught. If we get another full course yellow, they haven't done anything to help themselves yet.
No.
And they may have missed their opportunity because now the 696 is, one of the moving cars on track.
I'm trying, I've not got enough. So this is the JTR car.
Nope.
I don't know what the Choice car looks like, but I think it might be the Choice car 4 positions behind it. Possibly. No. Difficult to tell from the onboard. No, the Choice car is behind the Lexus, so it's not. In which case, I guessed. I'm trying to work out if Pinnacle is actually on the lead lap.
Well, here's the leader coming up to start finish now. That's the 696 just coming off the final corner. And I look to my left.
Pinnacle
there's the 511.
Yeah, Pinnacle is on the lead lap. But it's
interesting.
So they have managed to keep themselves ahead of JTR and unlap themselves. They are, well, in that lap they were quicker than JTR. They might have even overtaken JTR.
Oh, spinner at turn 1. Ooh. And it's taken is that a BMW off into the gravel with it?
Yeah.
Is that the Choice car? 346, okay. Did we catch the car that looped it? I missed the number there.
BMW that went off with it has managed to keep going. It looks like they're going to get back on track.
It's the 511 and the 362, so we had the numbers both right, but I misinterpreted what that meant.
So it's the... Okay. Well, I'm on board with the 511. Yeah, the 511 actually spun them.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, the 511 dived down the inside, and because the dry line is on the outside of the corner, the 511 was forced to try and turn through the corner on the wet line, slid wide, and tipped the 362 into a spin.
Guys, did I not have a whole spiel about that 5 minutes ago?
So that's going to be penalties for sure. So that car is... They got away with it in terms of damage, and they got out of the gravel, but they're 100% going to get a 2-lap penalty.
Yeah.
So they're now... Like, if this race stays dry, they're out of contention because you're not going to get 2 laps back.
No, that will have done it. Full course yellow to go retrieve the 362 from the turn 1 gravel trap.
They were really close to unlapping, which is probably why they were pushing so hard.
I think so.
They were really close to unlapping themselves. They've now trapped themselves a lap down, and they've guaranteed themselves a 2-lap penalty.
Well, and the irony there is, as has now been put on display, that inside line wasn't any quicker anyway. You were going to post a faster lap time sitting in behind that car than trying to run a shorter line up the inside.
Maybe. I think that's a GP2 or GP3 BMW. So it's easy to think that car's a lot slower than you. But yeah, I think hindsight will tell you that was a silly move to make.
Yeah.
Probably just overestimated the amount of grip on that damp tarmac.
Yeah, I think so.
So, yeah, I mean, the line was there. There's plenty of open space, and you're trying to pass a much slower car. He's just misjudged how much he'd understeer on the wet track.
Let's reset here. 401 into the pits, 511 into the pits. 511 probably doesn't matter quite so much. The 99 is into the pits, and that car has not.
Here's a point. Hope just pitted on the green, right?
Oh, did they? Yeah.
Well, yeah, we called that they were in the pits. And in fact, actually, I didn't really notice. I didn't think about it at the time, but why were they pitting? We've had so many yellows. Why did you ever pit on the green?
No, but they pitted at 45. So they pitted 15 laps earlier than anybody else in GP2. So I think they were basically at their stint length.
There was a yellow flag like 6 laps ago. Why did you not pit under that?
Maybe they assumed they were going to get another one. I don't know.
In 6 laps? I mean, they almost did. One came out. But that's if they were 6 laps short of pitting or running out of fuel, and a yellow comes out, why would you not pit there? That doesn't make any sense. So maybe they have a problem, but they're back out again, and there was a reasonably normal length of pit stop by the looks of things, but that's going to have dropped them off the lead lap for sure. Meanwhile, I imagine if winning Formula need to pit now, they'll do it now under yellow, and they'll stay on the lead lap. So that's really shot Copeland in the foot if they didn't have to do that.
I want to make the point about the timing of these pit stops here, because we are now trending towards a dry track that it might last to the end of the race. It also might not, but this could last. We are at 3 hours and 25-ish minutes when these cars came into the pits. You split that in half and you get yourself about an hour 40 or so. When I say it out loud, that's a really long time for GTO cars to go on a single tank of fuel. But if you're still not at a fully dry track, I guess there is a world where you could make it on one more from here.
We can definitely make it on one. One more.
2 more.
Yeah. Well,
which maybe is the target.
Well, the interest for me is that I think 325 probably can make it on from here, being a GP2 car.
I think I'd buy that.
If we're thinking about them having a chance for the overall, if they can pit now, and then if it goes green, they're going to lose a lot of time.
Yeah, they could be just outside of their window, though. That might be the case. Where they'd rather
make
wait.
one less pit stop. If it goes green and they make one less pit stop, then they'll save a lap or so. But I think they'll drop more than a lap in 3.5 hours. So, but it's still interesting. I think we can pit now and think about going to the end of one.
Yeah. So I wasn't necessarily suggesting that you need to have an answer now, or you should have an answer based on when cars are pitting now. But it is something to think about. That okay, we're into the second half of the race. You generally start back timing when you can feasibly save yourself a pit stop, and that might be with 2 stops to go through, or 3 stints to go, let's say. And I just wonder if the timing now has been chosen to come in and get some of these things get a stop out of the way and try and stretch it. The other thought is that now that the track is drying out, do you look at a different compound of tire or a different tread pattern if you have, multiple options at your disposal? Because I'm fairly sure I just saw the 401 doing tires.
Interesting. Yeah, if you have the option, then absolutely, this is the time to do that.
If there is something that's better. Now, I don't know if that's true for everybody. We know, obviously, the 401 has Cooper Tire associations. I mean, the whole Round 3 crew kind of does. But this is... I don't know. It's an interesting thought. Power down an immediate wheel spin.
Huh.
But even that pit lane exit, pit exit lane has some dry patches there.
I just saw I think it's a BLZ, the garage, which I don't think we've seen all day.
That should be the 66 NRG. They've only done 8 laps, I believe.
Well, there you go. Maybe now that it's dried out,
that's what I was wondering. Our team's thinking, it's dry now, let's go do some laps.
So here's the thing, the Chandler School car's out there, and just a moment ago, I saw a green flash on Race Hero of the 150 Core Motorsports Mustang. It's still showing 0, but I have no other reason why it would flash unless it just came across to start its first lap.
Yeah, there's a black Porsche Cayman exiting the pits here as well, and I'm wondering if perhaps that is the 701. Don't know.
What's interesting about the Chandler School is they've absolutely 100% definitely been out there all day, but they are now not one of the teams that have no laps. They have 11 laps. So timing has suddenly decided they're on the track.
Yeah.
They've definitely been out there all day.
Green flag at start finish, guys. The 696 leads the field back to racing into some graying and darkening skies off to our west.
Let it snow, let it snow, let it snow.
Says the Miata man.
Yeah, this is going to be very interesting. So the winning formula decided not to pit there, even though I hypothesized they might have been able to go to finish on 1-4. How long ago did they pit? So they pitted on lap 60. We're now on lap 105. So yeah, there's not really any chance that they can go. There's any chance they can go. Anyway.
Oh, there's the snow down at turn 2.
Aha!
It has arrived. So, the difference here is now we've had some energy into the track here, and it's not been... Yeah, it is. We've got some energy into the track, some temperature into the tires, ostensibly. Obviously, we just had the full course yellow. But I wonder if this is just immediately going to go back to a damp track if the snow sticks around a little bit, or if we're going to see a period here where the track actually stays, in decent shape.
I'm not seeing a lot of evidence of precipitation on windscreens, so it doesn't really marry with what we're seeing from the external cameras. But I think I trust what we see on a windscreen more than what we see on a...
Yeah, sure. Well, it's certainly a better representation of what is, at track level.
401 does have its white as well, which it wouldn't have. Seeing a little bit on the 511's windscreen, a little bit more than anyone else. Yeah, actually, it's starting to pick up, I think. We'll see. Right now, it doesn't look like it's making a lot of difference, although that Lexus in the middle of the screen there would indicate otherwise. As it goes up that pace.
Well, it hasn't been backwards at turn 5 yet, so
I was going to say.
So far, so good.
Yeah, just keep it on the track, boys. Let's not bring it out the yellow.
From or fastest lap of the race from the 696, so it's not bad.
Okay, that's interesting. Yeah, it kind of through the middle of the track. I'm seeing a few cars that look like they're tiptoeing a little bit, but that might be a precaution rather than necessity, as the 511 gets very slippery. But I think that again that was because it was trying to pass a car on the inside in a corner where the outside is dry and the inside's wet. I thought we'd learned our lesson on that, boys. But yeah, it's looking a little bit slippery. I think you might find this next lap is not as quick for JTR, but there'll be a good barometer because I think they're in clean air. Yeah, this is looking. Yeah, I mean, you can see from the visibility there must be a lot of snow in the.
It's sideways.
Yeah, it's sideways, but we can't really see those trees very well anymore in the background. The other
that is aggressive.
Neary windscreen, the 609 has turned its wipers on as well. Yeah, I think. Oh, okay. Yeah, it's just getting back to as bad as not bad as it's been, but it's back to the kind of average we've been at all day. Let's see what JTR gets across the line.
I was right. The Mustang GT4 is now out on track.
There you go.
Yes.
So let's keep an eye on lap times here. The 696 is out in clear air, and it's gone from a 147 to a 50.6. Yeah.
Do we have two Mustangs on the track?
Yeah,
we should now.
The 98 and the 150.
Oh, no, it's a BMW in front of us. Is that a Mustang or a BMW?
It's a BMW ahead. It's a 3 E46.
No, the black car ahead of it.
Oh, I can't see that far.
Anyway. Yeah, so yeah, this is we've got the Thunder Bunny Cayman. They've got their wipers on as well. So yeah, it's very visible actually, the snow now from the onboard cameras. Actually, I don't remember. No, the yellow again.
Double yellow, yep.
So now everyone's going to cool their tires off, and
it's going to get slippery.
Yeah, this could make it very interesting. Oh yeah, this is. I don't know if the flakes are as big as we've seen, but that's as many of them as we've seen. I think all day. Yeah, Brendan would be maybe lose this much. Yeah, it depends how much these guys slow down to safety.
This might as well be 10 o'clock this morning, at least in terms of the heaviness
pretty
of the
serious.
snow.
All right. Well, it's a shame that Copeland Motorsports have managed to drop themselves 2 laps off the lead with a questionable strategy choice.
No, it is, but with fair credit to the 325 from the winning formula, they're still in contention there.
Yeah, they have just lost second place to 1.
That was inevitable.
Well, not in this weather.
Well, the previous weather.
They didn't lose it in this weather. They lost it in the dry. Also, it's very funny to me that we just had a handful of cars who decided not to go racing today come out on track, and immediately it started snowing.
Which, by the way, that weather is all my fault. So, WR Paddock, you can just blame me, Ryan West.
Hashtag blame Ryan.
Go ahead and tweet at me at Ryan West on Twitter.
That's very funny. So let's take a look at what we're expecting here out of this little snow shower. A break in the snow in 26 minutes, but it is supposed to stay this heavy for a portion of that.
Sorry,
also, it is very funny. This is rain to the north and to the south of the Mansfield area, but snow in the middle.
Oh, was that? I don't know if that was just the angle. No, I think it was. It looked like that BMW was very sideways going out of camera shot there. Just the slight fisheye.
It is possible, though, because remember that drivers have now had a taste of dry weather running, and now they've got to recalibrate to, you know, the off the line wet weather running we had for 4 hours. And indeed, under yellow, off goes the number 94 Lexus, off goes the number 231 BMW. The 147 has passed the Lexus under yellow, although I think you can make the case the Lexus was still off track, so that's fine. Into the pits comes the number 401, which was just in, were they not?
I'm not sure.
No, they were in a few the last yellow. They were in.
So let's talk about tires.
Do we know anything about tires?
No, not really, but I'm wondering if either... Oh, you know what they may have done? They may have changed 2 tires.
And now they're coming in to do the other 2?
Yeah, trying to stay on the lead lap here. It's gone back up on air jacks, and immediately they bring tires out, but I can't tell if they're just doing the fronts, maybe?
Oh, no. The Core Motorsports Mustang's gotten salmon.
Yeah, it's in the pits directly across from me. They brought it right back in.
Oh, guys, come on. Bring it back out.
Off goes the 197 Boxster at turn 12.
Overnight?
Yes. With wipers at absolute full tilt.
Why are we under yellow?
There was
We're not sure yet.
Four off at turn 2 by the number 721. It does not say 4 off and continue.
Okay. Number 609 is just going into turn 2 right now.
Oh, it's sleeting.
I don't see any cars.
Is that sleet or hail?
Oh, okay. No, it's off on the right. Is that same white and black BMW in the same place? It's a very strange place for that car to be. It's on the exit on the inside, 90 degrees to the track. Yeah, we would have just missed it on this shot, Gabe. It would have been in the previous corner. Are there any other cars going that way? The 99 is just heading up that way. At least their onboard is. So we'll be able to get a shot of that.
No, it's a 348.
Which is
Chattanooga.
Chattanooga, yeah.
Oh, really? Okay, so it's not the same BMW. I wonder how it ended up there. Oh, no, that's a different car in a different place.
Oh.
There's a car on the inside of the keyhole.
Oh, no, that would have been the 721.
Which is...
That's the car off at turn 2.
That car is cleared now, by the looks of things. Oh, no, sorry, it's in the middle of the road. Yeah, I think that's the same BMW that was stopped at the same point on the inside of the keyhole maybe an hour ago.
RRT Racing?
Bummer.
I would only recognize what the paint scheme looks like from the back.
Spin and continue at turn 2 at 12:17.
Rough day for them so far.
This has been a fascinating day.
Yeah, we won't forget this one quickly.
It's like we're being, for all of the races we've had where it almost rained.
No precipitation.
Almost happened, and then nothing actually happened. We're getting it all kind of at once here. I really had a thought.
Not getting it rained.
That's true. I really had a thought that when we were done and the track started to dry out, that was going to be it. Also, I want to spare a thought here as I look up at the man in the starter stand. That spare a thought for the marshals here.
Corner workers, yeah.
Yeah, this is. I can only think of a handful of times when I was miserable out on a corner, and it was stuff like this. The cold is just brutal. It takes so much out of you. And the men and women who are out staffing the corners this weekend so that we can all go racing and enjoy ourselves as much as any of us are enjoying ourselves in this weather. They're the ones out in the elements with absolutely no protection. Pit marshals, same goes for them. You know, just staying dry, trying to stay warm as best they can. It's a hardy bunch, but just when you thought maybe there was a little bit of light at the end of the tunnel, so to speak, it comes back with a fury. So here we are again.
As a redhead, I'll just say that I'd rather have this than triple-digit weather.
Yeah, and our cameras would rather have this.
Yes.
Thermal state has not been an issue this weekend. Although we did lose the turn 7 camera before we went green, which is a little strange. I'm not sure what happened there.
Looking at the picture it got frozen on, I would say it froze.
There.
Well done.
People jumping around upstairs again. It's very, very loud.
Trying to stay warm.
I guess. I'm pacing.
As somebody pointed out in the YouTube chat earlier, it's, you know, the drivers can at least get a little bit of warmth from their car. You know, at least the transmission tunnel can be a bit warm in some cases, but a lot of the people on the pit wall don't really have much of an option there, especially if you're having to work on a car right now.
Green flag. Yeehaw! Into the pits comes the 511 from Choice Racing. Okay. Interesting. Well, no, it's. I mean, we had basically written the car off, but that's a second stop for that
Yeah,
car.
yeah. I think they're going to end up with a GLAP penalty. So
Yeah.
But yeah, still a weird choice.
I like that flashing green on the graphic there.
Oh,
with
slow
our
car
friend.
out there? I just missed it. It was very far off the driver's left, like either was coming out of the pits or had made an error.
I can imagine the pit exit is definitely an ice rink.
Yeah, there's some cars who think there's more grip in turn one, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Drivers, I should say. Yeah, there's the 5-on-1 coming in the pits. My cameras might be a bit behind. They are.
What are we taking bets the kind of pace on the track is right now? We think it's gone all the way out to the 212s and 15s, or?
Oh yeah, definitely in the teens, if not
Yeah.
20s. I think with the cold tires, it's probably going to be a few 20s.
That's fair. The 696, I'm thinking maybe like an 18 here, maybe a 20.
In these conditions, that wasn't the car that was getting up to speed the quickest.
No, it's
Possibly
true.
You could see Copeland, perhaps.
Well, I was going to say, so let's keep an eye on the two GP2 cars then. Actually, three, because North Loop Motorsport is there right with the 251.
Yeah, well, that's more the 251 dropping back to them.
Oh, fair. Yeah.
That question
And the 21 hasn't made its second stop yet.
Right. Oh, slow car on the back straight. I think we should be able to, if that car stops, we'd be able to get it with our back straight.
Yeah, turn 3 camera, Gabe, if you've got it.
I don't know if the car was stopped or just going very slow compared to the...
Oh, no, so there's the 197 is very far off the back of the field there.
Ah.
Here comes your overall race leader, number 696.
Must have carried on moving.
He's
oh, wow. The speed these guys are going into turn 4 is walking pace. It's actually the same car that was stopped on the inside of the keyhole.
Full course yellow.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
I was just going to say, keep an eye on the battle between round 3's 401 and Hammer Motorsports. They were across the line a half second apart.
Well, there is a Hammer car in the
Oh,
mud. No. It's the number 1 again, the auto market car. That car was in the mud at turn 4 earlier, and now it's just past it at turn 5.
That's the one that keeps disappearing off Race Hero for me. It's been a bit annoying.
Nobody has any idea what this is.
I'm going to assign it 17th. You're welcome, Tim.
A couple of housekeeping notes.
That might be optimistic, to be honest, considering pace is that order.
That's why I said you're welcome.
Yeah.
Couple of housekeeping notes. The 362, after being punted off track at turn 1 by the Choice Racing BMW, came into the pits and was given a 1-lap penalty for a fueling infraction on the insert pit stop.
Yeah.
So, insult to injury there. The 251, a 1-lap penalty for a fueling infraction. So that is where part of the time has gone for the Copeland Hyundai. So that's not done that car any favors. It was the Copeland Hyundai 1-lap penalty for a fueling infraction. Visor up.
Interesting. I don't really see anywhere on timing. Lost that. Maybe has it definitely been applied?
Usually these things happen simultaneously, where the penalty is applied and it appears on the timing sheet.
I guess when it dropped from 3rd to 8th, I thought that was just down to the pit stop, but yeah, maybe that's an extra lap as well.
Also a 3-lap penalty for the 99 for a pass under yellow.
Oof.
Yeah, it's a big number. Those are really our only penalties today. We did have one for the 75 at about noon.
It's relatively difficult to get penalties when we're under caution almost the entire race.
Yeah.
Yeah, you'd be surprised. It's something I'll talk about every single race. Put the visor down.
Look at the attitude of the car as it's pulled backwards out of the mud. I mean, the ruts there are just insane.
Oh yeah, it's deep mud now.
By the way, the JTR car did a 216 the only lap we had. So, track's not quite as bad as I thought it would be. I think it might be after this one, but...
Yeah, no, this is where you're going to lose a lot of it, because now nobody's circulating at pace. There's no sun. I mean, It's not like it's been snowing all night or raining all night, so we're not arriving. It's not 9 o'clock this morning. This is spicy. But it's not going to take long for it to get there. Actually, turn 1 doesn't look as bad as it could.
Man, I remember one time when I went off track in the mud, coming back on track, this car is so sketchy. If it just completely cakes the tire, you don't know if it's an issue with the suspension or if it's just the tire, and it's, next 10 seconds is a bit hair-raising.
So the 325 car is going to, I think it's the next car in line behind the 111. So on the restart, and in these conditions, we might see that Mazda get back up into second place. A little way behind the overall leader. Moorhead Speedworks in the pits. Weren't they in the pits very recently? They were. 15 laps ago. So not sure what's going on with the GP1 leader there. So that's them trying to back time somehow.
Maybe they're just being cautious.
Well, right, and
they haven't been
not.
full race, they left it a ridiculously long. Their first pit stop. Well, they've left it ridiculously long periods between all of their pit stops so far. It's a bit out of character. They're very safe in GP1. They got 3 laps on Big Mission Motorsports. The 99 is in the garage, or in the paddock, by the way.
I wonder if they... Curious.
See if I can figure out anything obvious from the replay. No, looks like they were just going along in line under safety car and just drove in the pits.
Maybe they just had to park it.
I was going to say, you picked up a 3-lap penalty for a pass under yellow in your class.
You're ways down.
Back in 10th. Which, I mean, there's points to be had there, but I just wonder here if maybe they've decided that, yeah, you know what, the weather's back, track's wet again, maybe this isn't super worth it.
Yeah, better just get the car prepped for tomorrow.
Green flag is out again. With the return of some blue skies off to the east of the Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. So, and some steam out on track again. It's very interesting. So this has been very odd last hour or so, and now we're under the 3-hour remaining barrier in our Saturday race.
The 511 almost lost it. My onboard's on delay, but coming out of turn 5, they almost did the same thing everyone's done. Getting very sideways and requiring almost 360 degrees of opposite lock to save it. And that was still under yellow, although they're all trying to catch the back of the train. Yeah, let's keep an eye out for winning Formula, who were 14 thousandths of a second behind them going just now. So I'd suggest they may have already made that difference.
Well, the Thunder Bunny, might be able to pull away on. Ooh, that looked interesting in turn 2 there.
There's a big gaggle of cars on their way out of the keyhole there. To your point, there's the 696. Copeland has absolutely thrown it into turn 4. There goes the 325, actually, just up the inside of Thunder Bunny. So as it comes back down the hill on the other side, that pass is done.
Done.
Yep. So Miata into P2.
Woo-woo.
GP2 leader into P2, and now is going to set off after your overall race leader. So the conditions, at least briefly, are coming back towards the GP2 cars. And I don't expect it to stay this way for long. But I would say, as long as we don't have any purely dry conditions between now and the end of the race, like we had, say, 30 minutes ago, 45 minutes ago, that there is a chance here that the 325 could still play a role in the end of this race in the overall picture.
Oh, yeah.
Also worth noting, the 325 is about to lap the Copeland 2 car, who I think has had the penalty applied. And there it goes.
So yeah, now they're 3 laps down. So yeah, I was right that they didn't appear to have had that applied.
No, indeed. You know, and I was kind of wondering. It seems to happen every race. There's a team that gets caught out by pit lane infractions, and it seems to happen without fail. You know, everybody gets an example, at least one example per race of somebody not paying attention to the fueling rules or making a mistake, and still it happens. It repeats itself over and over. And unfortunately, it's caught that Copeland car out that was having a really strong run all day, led the race overall at various points. Got caught out with some bad timing on yellows and unfortunate pit stop adjustments. But now the penalty bug has bitten them.
Did that AOA car go off in Exit 2? It looked like he was carrying a lot of speed on the outside line, more than normal.
The 111 just had a trip through the gravel through the keyhole. Managed to get back on, only losing a few seconds. So that would be the third place car. I don't think that's why they did a 217 on the last lap.
Oh, car up top of the keyhole there.
Oh yeah, driver's right coming down the hill.
It's one of the Hyundais.
It's the other Copeland car, the 257.
Man, they really want airtime, don't they?
They're getting it today. For better or for worse. So pretty evenly matched last time around for lap time between the 696 and the 325, but I would say that the conditions are, well, I say that. I'm going to say they're trending in the direction of the 696, and that might actually be true, but he's just been fighting through traffic, and now the 325 is going to get a little bit of a launch here off of the final corner onto the front straightaway. Those are the 2 first cars in your shot, and as they head down to turn number 1, I suspect it's going to be the, we can stay on the turn 1 camera there, Gabe. The 325 is going to have just lost a little bit of time to that 696, leans on the right side tires through the corner, and gets that initial punch on the exit of turn 1, but I don't think that's going to be quite enough to get the move done down into the braking zone at the keyhole, where we await the arrival of our lead 2 cars. No, not at all. The 696 really has the legs down the straightaways, which is quite right.
Yeah, the Thunder Bunny car did a 221 on that lap, so that's indicative of their trip through the gravel.
Yes. Worth watching the gap between the 111 and the 727 here over the next couple of laps. 727 is going quite rapidly, as it has been for probably the last hour and a half, regardless of conditions. It was quick in the changeable conditions. It was quick when it was purely wet. They've also done a 221, so forget that. Oh, 196, very, very slow off the final corner. And he just drifted to driver's right in front of, I think, the 760, it was either the 762 or the 421, who had to take to the mud to get around it. It's kind of indicative of somebody not really paying as much attention there as they ought to. And 111 is not
flying.
No, really, really kind of struggling for grip on the racing line, the traditional dry line, which is odd. I'm not sure why it was there in the first place, to be honest. And now kind of shoving the 21 out wide on the way into turn 9 there. New race leader. Woo! The number 325 gets past the 696, as does the number 251, incidentally. Big wiggle from the 421 Thunder Bunny came in off the final corner. 210.2 for the 325. So this seems to be where that car, well, we know it's where that car excels. It did it for the better part of 4 hours, first thing this morning.
At the risk of doing a Ryan West pun here, would we say that Miata has the winning formula today?
You know, Ryan, hashtag blame Ryan. I think it does. I think it does. Well, I don't know. I mean, a lot of this is going to depend on the weather, right? And it's so changeable over the last, or has been so changeable over the last hour and a half. I mean, I can see blue sky here down the front straightaway, up, sort of, if I look under and above the awning. That doesn't make sense. If I look out and above the awning, sitting in front of me, I can see some blue sky. And then I look to my right, off to the west, and it's white and then gray clouds immediately behind it. Big, thick white and gray clouds. And as long as there's no sustained period of sunny weather, and it's got to stay sunny, I mean, I see no reason that the winning Formula 325 can't compete for the overall win here. It's got the pace to do it. It has the consistency in these conditions to be able to do it, but the weather kind of has to play ball, and it's so changeable that I just don't know.
Yeah, because there's still plenty of time left.
And even, I mean, you look at the radar and you try and come up with, where we might be headed, and it's just impossible to forecast. There are all types of little tiny showers that are marching across, north and eastern Ohio. We just had one kind of roll through, and then we're expected to have more develop here in the next half hour or so. So the track might dry out. It also might get cloudy, and we might get a snow shower out of nowhere. And maybe it'll be heavy enough to wet the track, and maybe it won't. There's just, there's just no way to tell. So we'll take whatever the race kind of presents us with here. And at the moment, it's a GP2 leader overall, still going more quickly than the second place car, the number 696. The margin's out to 7.2, which I guess is the other part of this, right? If you can hustle that 352 for a little bit, the 325 for a little bit, and build up a margin, that'll work in your favor as the track goes back the other direction towards the GTO cars.
Yeah, and in these ever-changing conditions, I mean, we have a car off here, driver's right, exit of 4, I believe. That
car's not going anywhere.
No, we'll probably go full course yellow here.
It's the 85, by the way.
Oh, hey, 85, hi! Okay, it's tricky conditions like this. It's important to have the right tires. I think you guys would agree with me. Cooper tires, definitely a good way to go.
Sure. Yeah. I mean,
cough, segue, cough.
You know what I could really go for right now?
Race fuels?
Some chili. Race fuels. I think race fuels is dead. It has been for a long time. The 325, by the way, being driven by Chris Adams. We had the ability to comment earlier that the initial driver of the 325 was Robert Manicherry, and he was a stud. Also reports that Chris Adams is a stud. So I think they have some strong opinions about their drivers. I would be interested to find out if Manicherry is expected to get back in the car later. And we're going to cycle through, another ridiculously strong driver before the end of the race, or if Adams is going to stay into the end, because if they are, I think that car is in a super, super strong position.
There's that yellow.
If everything else works their way.
It's irrelevant because the yellow came out, but their last lap was very slow. 14 seconds off their previous lap's pace.
Oh, that was because of the yellow.
It wasn't.
Are you sure?
It definitely came up before the yellow.
Well, no. The race hero yellow didn't match the full course yellow.
I think he's pointing out the fact that both cars had already passed the start line, And if you look at the gap, it's only a second now between them.
Yeah, they were very slow compared to JTR as well, but it is also snowing a lot again.
Yes. No. So my point there was that the when they came across the line, I believe the double yellows were out, but it wasn't. The flag status on Race Hero was not full course yellow.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So it shows as a green lap, but half the lap was run under yellow conditions.
And allow JTR to catch up.
Oh man, look at that! All of a sudden, again.
You're welcome.
Listen to the wind too.
I mean, that's cool to listen to, but I think Uncle Cooper's a lot more fun to listen to. What do you think?
I don't know if Gabe's paying attention to. Oh wow, I'm the one not paying attention.
You
Holy
sure?
cow! Holy cow! I got to turn my Discord on.
I've been trying to do this segue for like 5 minutes now.
I didn't know he was prepared. I'm very sorry, and I apologize to Gabe.
How did you not get that last one?
Why don't we just take a breather? I was thinking about chili. I haven't eaten lunch, and I'm
I
cold.
thought you were talking about chili because that's part of the advert.
I was, but I didn't know that Gabe was prepared, and then I forgot about it. I was going to say something on Discord, and then I forgot. So look,
It is hypothermia.
it's really cold for everybody. Anyway, why don't we go say hi to Candelaria Racing Products, Cooper Tires, and Haggerty Motorsports, and come back on the other side and run into our last little chunk from Mid-Ohio, although I think we have more than a chunk's worth of drama and activity to come from Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. Back on Driver's Eye Live in a moment.
Focus, guys. We're in a race to the finish, okay?
Here's where the rubber meets the road.
These initiatives move the needle, like, at all.
Well, let's shift gears a minute.
We're really kind of at the apex here.
We need to put the pedal to the metal. We need to nail those hairpin turns, cross that finish line, and take that checkered flag. Woo!
Hit the track with the world's largest motorsports calendar, track day insurance, and more. Haggerty. Let's drive together.
It's your Uncle Cooper. Sure, once in a blue moon, you might need your tires for hauling a horse in a hailstorm. But most days, you're gonna need your tires for tougher things, like teaching your sister's kid how to parallel park. Thankfully, these Cooper and Duramaxes aren't just tough, they're everyday tough. Okay, there's a lot of improvement. Go with the Coopers. Cooper! It's your Uncle Cooper. Your SUV is a multi-purpose tool, like a corkscrew fish scaler. And that means your tires should be multi-purpose too. Like these Cooper rugged Treks. They're tough, but also run smooth as butter. And with dual sidewalls, it's like having a multi-tool that can look like a completely different multi-tool. Don't take that idea, by the way. I'm gonna patent it. Go with the Coopers. Cooper!
Sentinel by Candelaria Racing Products is a comprehensive motorsport video system incorporating live streaming, local recording, picture-in-picture, flag status, leaderboards, data overlays, and more. Perfect for endurance racing, sprint racing, and HPDE. Sentinel includes everything you need to get started. With the ability to control the live feed from the cloud and GPS auto start, you will never miss an on-track moment. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today.
Back at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course in Lexington, Ohio on Driver's Eye Live. This is the World Racing League presented by Haggerty Motorsports. Happy to have everybody's company all afternoon. Hope you're all staying warm, whether you're down in the pit lane or just out and about. It's been a fun one. And with right about an IMSA race left to go, even though I hate that race. Use it anyway. A couple of pit stops here in front of us. The 727 is in. That's the Pinnacle Motorsports Porsche Cayman from P4. The 762 is in from P5, but they've already left. And the 609 is in, which is the Sentinel-sponsored BMW M4 from Round 3 Racing.
Hey, guys.
It's sunny again.
Sunny again.
Yeah, I knew that was coming.
Give me 5 minutes. Give me 5 minutes.
It is sunny, but it looks to the west again like there aren't that many breaks in the cloud cover coming. Although the wind is such and the way the clouds are moving here that I don't know that, anything I can see from here to there is going to last very long. That might only be 5 or 10 minutes worth of weather. So currently pacing my way through the broadcast booth here across from start finish. And awaiting a green flag again. JT, obviously you haven't been with us all day today. I'd be interested on a full course yellow count.
So I might have missed a couple when I was gone, but the ones that I've witnessed, we are currently at 9.
That's it?
Again, if there was any between lap 41 and lap 82, add to that total. But I have all the ones before and since that period.
Spoiler alert, there were. Back to green.
I've got 50.
Yeah,
wow.
That sounds right.
Barber, eat your heart out.
That's counting them up on race here.
Yeah, 2 hours.
I think we can forgive. Given the circumstances, we can forgive a.
Oh, absolutely.
Well, and it's twofold, right? It's not just the fact that drivers are making mistakes and going off, and these are totally. I mean, this is as extreme as raceable weather gets, right? Anything beyond this, and it just would not be raceable.
It's borderline as it is.
It wouldn't be reasonable to be asking for hot balls, considering that sometimes cars are randomly just doing stuff that drivers can't predict.
And even behind the safety car.
Yeah, that is the other end.
Yeah, a lot of these offs under dry conditions, I'd be saying, do we really need a yellow, or can we do a hot ball here? What are wave yellows for? But yeah, when cars are just kind of veering randomly, well, then yeah, you can't really.
And that was made abundantly clear yesterday that, hey, if you go off and you get stuck, it's going to be a full course yellow. Let's try and avoid that. And obviously there's not much the drivers can always do about it, but here we are. Some blue sky there off in the distance.
Yeah.
Kind of facing the north and east on the onboard camera here, the 147, as he gets passed by the Ginger Racing Team BMW.
All right, the storm.
For them today.
Sorry, what's that, Scott?
That's the first mention of them today, which is only
Yeah.
last couple of races we've talked about them a lot.
Yeah, intrigued there. Also intrigued by what we're about to see across start finish. Lead change. Actually, a couple of things here. So the 696 is past the 325, and the 727, having just pitted, is barely on the lead lap. Like, is 2 cars in front. So he's actually just unlapped himself, I think.
Just pitted as in, they must have pitted during the yellow. Yeah.
Yes.
So, how have they ended up in that position? You would have thought they'd be on the back of the train.
Well, maybe they're falling back to the leaders then. Maybe they came out just ahead of the green flag and they're slipping back in the direction of the race leaders. I actually I wasn't paying attention to the screen there, so I don't know if they've stayed out in front of that sort of lead duo or not. JTR, by the way, has not pitted since lap 65. By what I see here, they've made 1 pit stop so far.
In which case, they are very due.
Well,
assuming 65 is
we have all of Joseph's information available to us, and it tells us, oh, it doesn't want to load. Well, that's irritating.
I think when they've only made 1 pit stop, it's going to tell us they can do 65 laps.
It's probably
because that's
true.
the only information it has to work on.
So you can go to 130, basically.
Yeah, based on
well,
that
we did have dry running in there, so it may be a few less than that.
Well, it also pitted under yellow, so it probably didn't pit as late as it possibly could do.
True. Yeah, no, that's true.
I don't think we have useful information. We know it can do at least 65 laps. But then that depends on the amount of yellow. So, no, I think it should be due relatively soon, but don't know how soon. What are we? 5 hours and 20 minutes into the run. So it's averaging 2 hours and 40 odd minutes at least per stint, which is crazy. on a normal second class event.
I mean, honestly, even with this weather, it's a little crazy.
I wonder if some of these teams are going to struggle to get all their drivers through the garage because they're not making enough pit stops.
Well, if you have a 3-driver lineup, you can just say everybody gets one stint, you go as far as you can, and however. What is that noise?
Yeah, my
somebody splitter?
I have the sound confused. A lot of these teams, I think, have 4 drivers, at least.
Right. JTR for sure is 3. At most 3. I know that. Winning formula, well, let me phrase this differently. The track conditions appear to be favoring the JTR car at the moment, sort of in that crossover, which seems like it's about a 208. If the track has more pace than a 208 in it, then the GTO cars are quicker. If it has less pace than that, then the GP2 cars are quicker. Which is an interesting number, but that seems to be where things have been at in the last couple
Well, it's
hours.
strange because about 10 laps ago, when Formula Car did a 207, and the JTR car at the same time was doing 211s. So that would indicate the track's got quicker, but the Mazda somehow got slower. Unless the Mazda was struggling.
Maybe in a little bit of traffic or something there. I'm just trying to find what that number is where, okay, the track starts to get worse and JTR just did a 208. Means now we start to look for the GP2 cars to be a little bit quicker. I don't know what car was in that shot. One of them was the 696 making that noise, but I don't know that that's who that was.
Maybe it was the 325 having a massive lifter tick.
We can stay on that last corner shot for a second, Gabe. Let's see if I can match the noise to the car. Yeah, see, I couldn't hear it there. Oh, it's one of those 2 cars.
Yeah.
It'll either be the 727 or maybe the 197. I didn't catch the number on that car as it went past, but it appeared to be sort of a deep red, burnt orange type of color. Burnt red, perhaps. Looks like potentially more snow on the way from the west.
Man, you know what I'm happy about?
No.
Cord Motorsports is back out there.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
So the weather has gone the correct direction again, and we're allowed to get ourselves some Mustang action.
Yeah.
Nice.
We need an onboard. Yeah, you can see it in screen right there behind the BMW.
Oh, it's come out. Is that just in front of the Pinnacle car?
It's in between the leader and the Miata.
So that's important because it means that the leader has put the Pinnacle car a lap down again.
Yeah, and you can see the Miata falling off pace.
Yeah.
Bit by bit.
Our GP1 leader is about to move into second place in GP2.
Interesting. I mean, we only appear to touch on that Moorhead car for a couple of maybe a minute at a time, but it has been steadily marching its way back up now into the top. It'll be the top 6 overall, won't it?
Yep.
I mean, it's just one of those unfortunate cases where you have a car that's been doing very well within its own class. So it tends not to get talked about too much, and at the same time, GP1 just has kind of had their own issues in general with pace, so they don't necessarily get a lot of attention for, what we've been putting out.
Yeah, I mean, the GP1 performances have been totally overshadowed by the GP2 performances. So it's, yeah. Oh, as we have more snow in turn 1, although we just went from the last corner camera, where there was no snow. So it's obviously very localized.
Literally just arriving there.
Nice.
It's
Told you
not
5 minutes.
in front of me yet. like I said, there's no predictability to this, and the track is definitely beginning to dry out again. But you know, it's going to hold this in this transition state, and if it does, I think it's going to favor the GTR car or the JTR car, excuse me, for the most part.
Well, it's interesting. The last lap, the Mazda was quicker, and now the snow is it's probably traffic, but they were in the 204.
204s, yeah.
204s, which is faster than the 207 range you were speculating was the crossover. So at least the car's competitive in this track condition. But if the snow comes again, then it's going to start going the way of the Mazda once more. We might be able to go back into the lead.
Yeah, the second that snow lands on the Mazda, it just all of a sudden gets 10 extra horsepower.
I'm not sure that's a good thing. I mean, that's part of why it's so quick is that it doesn't have the extra horsepower.
That's true. Well, I have
actually, if we can find that lead back on the track, I imagine the snow looks like it's getting relatively serious.
So it's on our screen. We just saw the Mazda go through.
Oh, did we?
Yeah. So keep an eye out for the Copeland Hyundai, and he's the Mazda's a couple cars behind him, I believe.
Which means that the JTR car must be.
So right here on the front straight, you can see BMW coming through. A couple cars back, you'll see the Mazda come into frame after the Copeland here.
I think that noise is the Pinnacle car, guys.
I would agree with that.
So here's the problem, is that the Mazda was 10 seconds slower that lap, so something's happened.
Yeah.
I wonder if it was in the traffic that the JTR car was in the lap previous.
They were basically nose to tail, so they should really be in the same traffic.
Unless one can slip through and the other gets held up.
Well, yeah, one gets it on the straight, and then the other's stuck behind it all the way through the twisty bits.
Yeah, potentially.
Real quick while I have it on timing, 75 AOA is second in GP3.
By far the best run of the AOA cars.
Yes. Presumably, I have no idea because half the time they're not on time and scoring.
It's true. Winning Formula is going to have to be careful here because Thunder Bunny is right there with them, 3 seconds behind, and they especially as the track dries out again, they are in a little bit of danger here of losing second overall. Obviously, the class position change, but
yeah, it's a shame about that previous lap. They were right in a really good position to challenge JTR. Although JTR's done a 2-minute 0, which is surprisingly quick considering the snow. I was expecting them to start losing lap time, but they haven't done so yet. Which probably means that even without that bad lap, they've been pulling away. Thunder Bunny still isn't fast. Like 207s right now, as JTR throws in a 158. 207s right now are not quick. And that's what Thunder Bunny did last lap. So I'm expecting the Mazda to pull back away again after that one bad lap. They'll try to stall, waiting for it to come across the line. Which is taking a concerningly long time. 207. 204 for the Thunder Bunny car.
Yeah, they're right together.
So it was obviously a bad lap for Thunder Bunny as well. Thunder Bunny has their onboard surprisingly has started working better as the races go on. I'll keep an eye on that. But yeah, I think they're the car right behind the winning formula now.
Maybe it just needs to get warm enough.
Maybe.
That move's done on the way into turn 2.
Okay.
Just as we cut away from it, it was headed out of the shot, so we'll see him on the back straightaway. But 111 had already had the move done on the number 325.
Yeah, my onboard's on a delay, so I'll see it in a second. But yeah, I guess that little snow flurry did very little of the track condition. So yeah, the GTO cars. Yeah, for some reason he chose the outside on the braking zone. He very much had space to the inside.
Yeah.
I guess that's the drier piece of the track. Yeah, just shot around just before the braking zone. Was able to hold it in. Much more confidence. Corner entry by the looks of things. That's why they've got this big straight out speed. again prioritize the Hammer. Which is strange because I think those are the same cars. Yeah, Thunder Bunny up to second overall.
Jumped on board with the North Loop Motorsport BMW there, just as it huge wiggle up the inside of turn 4.
That's second place, I believe, in GP2.
Yeah, they've been chipping away. They've just lost position to Moorhead overall, so they're not winning the GP1 race anymore. But yeah, good run for them. They weren't one of the sort of breakaway GP2 cars from early on in the race. They got a bit behind, but have pretty much held the gap to the winning Formula car while everyone else has dropped away.
Yeah, so if you cut the winning formula out of it, and I mean they're racing for an overall win at the moment, so it's not an entirely fair thing to do. But if you peel back to the other 3, let's say the next 3 cars in GP2, you've got North Loop Motorsport, who has been quick and consistent recently, ahead of Copeland Motorsports 2, the 251, who was in contention for the overall lead through the first half of the race. And then Harrison Motorsports, who's one of the fastest cars on track in any class. 159 last time. So even though, okay, we've had some penalties and things that have kind of let the 325 get away out front, it's brought the rest of the podium battle together in a way that could actually pan out to be, genuinely really interesting over the next 2 hours or so.
Mm-hmm. And I'd also keep an eye out on the Duro BMW. Copeland Motorsports, I guess, 1, has been pretty quick as well within that class and is slowly reeling in that car for 5th.
That Duro car is just coming to the pits, which is why it's lost position to the GP3 leader. So that's a pit stop under green for those guys. On this day, more than any, I'm going to question anyone who pits under green, because there's more than enough opportunity to pit under yellow today, so that could be a problem for that car.
Yeah, I mean, if somebody needs to pit anytime soon, give me 5 minutes and, we'll have another yellow.
Yeah. I mean, this has been one of our longest... this has been one of our longest green flag runs, but it's still not long. We haven't hit 10 laps yet.
Now, I think our record is 19 full course yellows. And we've still got a bit over 2 hours.
Yeah, did we get up to 16 now?
I think we're still at 15.
Sorry, I just stepped away for a second there.
I know you had to warm up.
No, apparently I'm having a heater delivered, though.
Nice.
Yeah.
How can they tell you that your commentary sucks without telling you your commentary sucks? Get that guy a heater.
Yeah, he might be.
Right, we're back into this. The low 50, so JTR just set at 53.
Yeah.
So we're getting towards full dry lap times, I think.
Well, let's be clear there. We never really got to full dry. We got to a 147.
I don't know what a full dry time is.
No, nobody does. I mean, we had it yesterday afternoon briefly when we were doing 32s and 33s, in qualifying days. So a target time for us today might be, like a 35 or a 36 because it's still really cold out. But I think there's a good chance, because of the drive line being so far off of the optimal line in terms of distance, it may take a minute or an hour to get down from that mid 140 bracket down to, the 30s again.
1.7 from Thunder Bunny makes them the fastest car on the track at the moment. The TCS Motorsports GP3 leaders in the pits. Again.
Oh, yeah.
Wow. 155.
Well, so in these conditions, I think cars are disproportionately affected by traffic because you have to go offline.
Yeah.
And we did kind of touch on that, in the earlier drying phase of the race. But I think when you see sudden 151s from the leader where they were doing, or 155s from the leader when they were doing 51, 50s, and whatever, you get the giant variation specifically because they're having to go offline where it's still wet to pass cars.
Are you able to see the TCS car in pits, Brendan? Again, I'm always questioning whether.
I think I see it leaving, but it's hard for me to tell who it is because I can't. It's an MX-5, right?
Yes. 2008 Mazda.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just left.
Okay. So just a questionable choice to pit on the green rather than an issue.
It might have to do with driver time as well. I mean, we kind of brought that up a little bit, so maybe they need to put in a driver to get their time.
Yeah, they've got 4 lap lead.
Yeah, so not a huge issue.
Good thing to keep an eye on though in GP3 is that Battle for Third, TC Klein Racing, bit slower than the chasing overnight motorsports Porsche, the 195. That's a 21-second gap right now.
Personal best from Thunder Bunny Racing, 150.7. Personal best also from North Loop, a 55.4. That Thunder Bunny lap time, good, but not good enough to pick up any time on JTR.
Lots of personal best right now. After North Loop, we see 2 of the overnight motorsports Porsches, and now Copeland Motorsports in 5th puts in their best. Big Mission and Ginger both put in their best.
Yeah, so the track condition must be pretty much as good as it's been today so far.
I think so. It doesn't. The dry line is not as. I mean, it's obvious, but it's not as obvious as it was maybe. When did it start to dry? At about 1 o'clock. 12:30, 1 o'clock. But it is making pretty rapid progress in that direction. So. And a lot of these drivers have already been through this phase once. And some of them will have been through driver changes, but a handful will have already been in the cars as the track dries out. So they'll know a little bit more where they can and can't push as the track, sort of dries out, what actually dry looks like out on track. Actually looks really good through madness here on board with the 147. Yeah. Still have to stay away from that curve at turn 6 where the giant puddle is.
Yeah, but you can already see how much quicker these cars are able to go through some of these corners.
.49.9 from Thunder Bunny, so they improved their personal best once again. Sorry, the 111 Thunder. Clarify that.
Oh, that corner is going to feel so sketchy right now.
Yeah. Really pushed out wide there by the number 98.
Yeah. Oh, and then this. Okay.
Moorhead starting to find some pace as well. Clearing their lap times significantly faster than GP2 cars.
Yeah, and importantly there, he was tucked up to the pit lane curb there at turn 1. He wasn't hung out wide like we had seen, previously.
Oh boy, oh boy. Little bit of drops on that windshield.
But there's a lot more blue sky out to the west
than
we've seen to this point, really. Nice transition.
Yeah, I like that.
Oh, the Big Mission guys did actually go to the prison museum. I thought they were kind of joking. No, they actually took half the crew and went to go see the museum. It's very funny. Nicely done, guys.
How could we have a better time than
Better time than this, anyway.
Let's go see a prison.
So, has weather app of choice here has some snow starting in 6 minutes. That's
right now, the last one.
Yes, it is. And then a much heavier band of snow starting in half an hour, lasting for a little bit longer.
You're in the pits.
Yeah, winning formula.
Oh,
and it's green, so that's going to.
But JTR is going to be due here reasonably soon. So that's not. I mean, they're on basically the same pit cycles as JTR is. In that they have pitted once and have to pit again.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, this has now been our longest group run. So I guess a bunch of teams are going to start. It's going to start becoming apparent that under the last yellow, they didn't want to pit because they weren't far enough into their stint, and they were gambling they'd get another one in the next 10 laps. And now that hasn't happened, that gamble's not going to sort of not pay off.
Well, we might also see North Loop come in relatively soon as well.
They're in exactly the same boat as winning. They pitted 5 laps later previously. So yeah,
Pinnacle then is the only car. Well, is the highest placed car that has pitted recently. They were in on 119. And just put in their PB 148.5.
Go Snow, go!
48 flat from Thunder Bunny. Which is not all that far off of JTR's best. Looking to my left here, keep an eye out for the 696. 727 says pit expected in 29 laps. Now that car nobody's done a full green flag run today. Right, it's just go as far as you can.
Out goes the 325.
Very good pace from North Loop right now. Down to a 150.5 fastest lap.
That is quick. For a GP2 car especially, that's quick.
That's second faster than the winning Formula's going today.
PBs from Hammer Motorsports and the 257 Copeland car as well. So we are now. Go ahead.
Harrison Motorsport is GP2. We've commented they had the fastest lap of the race to all along. Their last lap was a 48 lap, which is very good.
So they are well down the order, but if it goes green for a long time, that's kind of what I was mentioning earlier, where they can do some damage because they have pace. 696 into the pits, leader in the pits.
Have you noticed who has the current fastest lap of the race? It's by 4 seconds.
I'm pretty happy about that.
That's wild.
The Core Motorsport Mustang, exactly by 3 seconds, but that's still an enormous amount.
That is a current GT4 car.
It is, yeah.
So if that car's going to race tomorrow, we get a dry race. It's going to be on pole, isn't it? It's based on the fastest lap.
Oh yeah. Yep.
No, it's got salmon. they saw the snow. They're like, we're done.
It is.
They put 1 lap of fuel. They put 1 lap of fuel in the car.
Oh no. Yeah. No. It's
just
an 8-hour qualifying session for tomorrow.
Because it's snowing now, this might be the fastest track yet.
Yeah. So they went out, did 8 laps, secured pole for tomorrow, and pulled it in and said, "No, we're good."
Sneaky.
That'd be very fun.
I like it.
3 wide down the front straight.
I gotta wonder, is it because there's snow or is it the lack of crowds? Why does it keep coming on pit road?
I think they know. Well, they're not in contention for anything. I think they're literally just using this as a test and tune for tomorrow.
Yeah.
Practice a pit stop or 2, make the changes you want to make, let your guys go out and get some track time, and not really fuss about pace. So let's keep an eye on this leader's pit stop here. I think he's already come and gone.
Okay, so
Don't see anybody in pit.
Also, if I disappear, another thunderstorm outside my window. Thunder Bunny probably going to have to pit pretty soon. Yeah, they've got probably another 20 laps because they pitted on lap 84 last time. So yeah, if they manage to bridge to the next yellow, that could be a big advantage for them. I don't imagine they'll end up a lap ahead of JTR here, will they?
111 says pit in 2 laps.
Really? Oh, okay.
What it says.
JTR managed to go from lap 65 through to now. Thunder Bunny pitted on lap 84, so they're running way short. That's
Yeah.
the case.
Well, and that's not necessarily that they've gone. They've maximized their stint length.
Yeah, they can.
We don't know.
They can make it on one from here. One more pit stop.
I would think so, as long as it doesn't go full dry.
Oh, even then, an hour and 5 at Mid Ohio, where it's not a high throttle percentage track.
Sorry, were you talking about Thunder Bunny or
Thunder Bunny? If they were to pit in 2 laps, I think after that they could go on 1.
Oh yeah, easy. Sorry, I thought you were saying one more from now.
No. So JTR and Thunder Bunny will both have to make 1 pit stop before Thunder Bunny's made their next pit stop.
Yeah.
So they'll
1
be pretty.
minute is the gap.
So there's no point in Thunder Bunny pushing it now because it won't save them a pit stop. Although,
well, it depends on how much.
There's a good chance we'll get another yellow, and I would want to pit under yellow, but
I would basically take it to the next yellow, unless you think that your stints have been, if you think you can go another 15 laps and happen because you've just been putting under convenient yellows, then maybe you do stay out. Try and do it on 1 more. Oh, I think you're right, Scott. I think if you get a yellow, you have to pit 1 more time. Or you've got to pit.
So yeah, in that case, it's surprising they're going to pit so soon. So, new fastest lap of the race, ignoring the obvious qualifying hot lap run by Core. Pinnacle have just done a 46.5.
Yeah, so quicker than the JTR car.
Yeah, it's quicker than anyone except Rawscon. As I say that, Moorhead Speedworks, the GP1 car, puts in a 44.6.
That is not that much slower than the core line.
So right now, Moorhead Speedworks are starting second. If that's the way we do it, or do we split the GTO and GP?
I think we still split the classes.
Yeah, everything's still split. Yeah.
So Moorhead now throws in the purple color as Racing Ruins by doing 42.8. It's okay. The track speed is just massively increasing. Core needs to get back out there. Which they are apparently because they're not salmon anymore.
Yeah, they're going back out.
4 more gallons. Let's go.
What an exciting qualifying session.
Well, see, I'm also curious because in 1 month's time, Core will be back here, I believe, for an IMSA race with this very car, or this very type of a car. Obviously, different tires, but this could be a good time for a little bit of testing in terms of
different tires and, in theory, different BOP.
Yeah. But you're still getting a good feel for what kind of settings, limited setup, works here. A little bit of driver time for drivers to get a bit more experience.
Yeah, I was making the implication that the BOP will be different in theory, assuming they are really running WRL BOP right now. Which, considering they were 2 seconds quicker than anyone else.
Were past us.
I'll go no further.
I did hear a buzz that they ran slicks briefly yesterday.
Well, it was a HPD whatever.
Yeah,
E.
That's true. That is
so they can get away with that.
I mean, their times were still not allowed.
If they did that now, what's the worst that could happen?
DQ, slap on the wrist.
Interesting point.
40th anyway.
Yeah. 46.9 from the 111.
46.2 from the 727.
But what of the 696? We ask.
7.8 is reasonable.
Yeah, he's in a bit of traffic here.
0 from 41.6 for choice races. That's another new fastest lap, which I almost missed because they already had the fastest lap.
Oh, 42.9 from JTR.
Getting up to speed. Again, though, still not as quick as choice. We're getting faster and faster and faster. When are they due? It's not that it matters because they've lost. I assume they ended up with, they're 4 laps down. So I assume there was a 2 lap penalty in there somewhere.
For choice?
Yeah.
Yeah, they were due the penalty for the contact, the 362 on turn 1.
A little bit of a shame because they would be in a pretty good position on the field. They pitted relatively recently. But yeah, they're happy. But also they're 4 laps down, so they must have lost another 2 laps somewhere else. Pit stop, the fastest lap for winning Formula has been a 56.1. They are now 15 seconds a lap off the pace. So unfortunately, that might be the end of our storyline with GP2 having a chance of winning the race overall.
For now, give it time.
It was going to take the track staying wet, not even just damp. I mean, it was going to have to stay wet for that to be the case, and couldn't really ever go back to dry. Otherwise, it would start losing all this time, and that's where we're at. Whether
choice is flying,
as is JTR, 42.3, quicker than choice that time.
All right, core, balls in your court.
It's in their court.
Yeah, North Loop gone salmon.
Yeah, it was just up 39.9. They've returned it to the rest of the field.
Just don't take it to go home.
Sorry, that North Loop situation is not. Oh wait. There's a blue-ish car. Oh no, they are in the pits. They're just before start finish. I thought they were up after, but no, they are.
I hate that.
Well, I don't know if I mentioned this while you were on air, but I'm at pit wall level, so I can see cars come down the hill and pit in, but if I don't catch that, they fall in behind the pit wall, and I can't see any details of who they are. Just gotta kind of guess.
It's genuinely really funny how obvious it is what Core's doing. I imagine they'll go salmon in about 30 seconds.
Yeah, most people pay $2,000 entry fees to race.
So if they do happen to put slicks on for whatever reason, track record in GT4 is a 27.3. I'm not sure how the slicks will respond in these conditions, but
oh yeah, I don't think. I think in HBDE you can throw that out there, but today I think you probably just run it, especially.
I genuinely think they've put it on low fuel, and they're happy. They've done enough laps to be happy with the car is running okay, and now, hey, why not stick it on pole tomorrow? So I'm sure that car is legal.
We've busted the 140 barrier. JTR Motorsports Engineering first into the 30s, 39.55.
Core was.
Core was first into the 30s.
Oh, I didn't realize Core had done that. Sorry, I was receiving my heater a minute ago. I didn't realize that's what happened.
I don't care. I'm warm.
But yeah, so JTR have gone quicker, so they're now on pole tomorrow.
I mean, really, if you're Core at this point, you think it's going to dry out. You sit and you wait.
Yeah, I think earlier on when they were doing 44s, it had started snowing, so I think they'd seen that and decided that this might be the best the track gets, but it stopped snowing straight away, so now the track's just getting faster and faster and faster. They did follow up their 39.9 with a 40.0, I think. 48.8, sorry. But they're still out there doing hot laps.
So as we come up to 2 hours to go here, 3 o'clock, just short of 3 o'clock local time. Check if I know we said 5. one of the ways I approach the end of these races is to ask sort of who holds all the cards or who holds the right cards. And I don't know because of the weather that we can really accurately predict that, especially as it relates to fuel strategy, pit strategy, mileage, that sort of thing. But it feels to me like JTR has just about everything.
Yeah, one thing we probably should be, we're joking about the fast laps that are happening, but what's happening at the same time is that Thunder Bunny 111 is not fast. They're setting their fastest laps of the race so far, but they're 8 seconds off what JTR is doing. So that car just does not have pace in these weather conditions. So even though they're in the lead, they're losing chunks of it constantly.
Yeah.
I mean, we actually were told that they were going to pit in 2 laps. I think that was about 3 laps ago. So
yeah, but again, I'm not convinced because of the way the yellow flags were working earlier, that they were running anywhere near their actual fuel.
Sorry, so what were you basing that on? I assumed it was basing on...
I guess. Oh, you mean the pit in 3 laps? It's
2 laps.
Joseph's timing monitor.
Oh, sorry, I thought you'd received a message. Yeah, I'm not trusting
No.
today.
Oh. Yeah,
No,
well, I'm just telling you that based on how far they've gone today, that is when they are expected to pit.
Oh,
but I don't believe that they've gone as far as they can.
No, I think they'll pit in 20 laps or something.
Well, so if that's the case, then they almost certainly will be able to do it. They can make it another 20 laps. It's half an hour. Well,
yeah,
that is close.
Touch and go. Maybe that's why they're running so slow. Maybe they're trying to stretch it.
Yeah, but that is only a positive. Eventually, you just give them so much time that you'd be better off taking the splash.
Well, lucky for us, their onboard has throttle telemetry, so I'm going to watch it.
Oh, yeah.
See if there's much left on coast. But that could be. They've gone down to 44 now, which is still not fast. 6 seconds off the pace. Meanwhile, yeah. I mean, 6 seconds off the JTR pace. A lot of other cars are in the 40s and 41s. That's not going to win them the race, because if they have one more JTR also has one more to do. JTR's going to catch them in the next 10 laps or so. So yeah, that's even if they can make it on one more, that's not it's not going to win them the race, but it probably would get them second. They might get second anyway. That's been twice and they can go flat out.
Well, so there's another question. If you're going to assume that JTR has everything going for it and is in the strongest position from here to the end of the race, which I think they are, what happens behind them? Thunder Bunny is in contention. Pinnacle is in contention. Somehow.
Sorry, Brendan, can I interrupt?
Yeah.
We've got North Loop Motorsport Salmon dropping the field. I think more than they would do with the pit stop.
Yeah,
yes, I've been watching that.
No, they are still in the pits.
Because
not only are they in the pits, but a tow truck is just pulled up in front of their car. I was wondering why a white tow truck just randomly pulled into the pit lane.
So what that's done is that has promoted a great battle for 5th now between Duro Duro and Chattanooga, who's been slowly reeling in the 142. They've been going quicker and quicker each lap, but Chattanooga's been just, consistently a little bit quicker, and so that gap's down to 10.5 seconds now. That's good points there.
Am I also right? Go ahead.
I was going to point out another good battle that just disappeared, and that was the GP3 leaders were 1.3 seconds apart. One of them was AOA, and as I was checking to see where that car disappeared. So is that real? Was that an aberration?
So
you can say, Scott.
TCS had pit 10 laps ago. They had been, I think, a lap or so ahead of the 75. Something like that.
Wait, is the 85 actually GP2?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's GP2, the 1575.
Okay, so I'm totally confused. There is no battle in GP3. Carry on as you were.
There is. They're just a bit further spread out.
Anyway, sorry about that. Lots of personal stuff.
North Loop, yeah, unfortunately they did cross the timing line there, but towing probably back in the paddock.
That is
BSI Racing Cup car is Salmon.
Moorhead is in.
MX-5.
Okay,
Sorry,
so
Jimmy.
this. No,
How
this
dare
won't
you.
be the last for Moorhead, will it? So they're going to have one. Anyway, here's the North Loop car getting towed into the garage.
Ignition also comes in from second in GP1, so they're staying on the same strategy as Moorhead.
Winning formula with their fastest lap of the race, 47.7. But
Still
yeah,
slower than the Harrison car, though.
Yeah, that Harrison car is rapid in these conditions.
And is now into second.
We'll have to. Well, first of all, that car is definitely going to be on top of GP2 tomorrow. Yeah. All else being equal. But we'll have to watch that car tomorrow because it's going to be in a much more GP2 normal position. It's not going to be racing.
Yes. Yep.
Scott, which car did you say?
Harrison.
The one.
Because the S2000 would like to have a word with you.
Oh my gosh. GP2's been so much fun today.
Oh yeah. To be fair, it normally is a lot of fun. I think that's why Chattanooga dropped down from GP1.
I'd buy that.
Because GP2's all the rage.
We've had some really great GP1 races recently.
I mean,
top three.
The top of GP1 is fantastic. PC
Yes.
Racing, Moorhead. I mean, it is a great class. But GP2, when there's depth to GP2, it's fantastic.
Oh, JTR! Just as I was going to make a really interesting point, you ruin it. Up until 3 seconds ago, the car that was on pole for tomorrow overall was the 986 Will to Win car. Where the hell has that come from? They're running 37th.
It came from Ross Bentley, Scott.
Okay, but we haven't mentioned them all day. I didn't even know they were here, but they randomly.
They had an issue earlier, I believe.
Yeah, obviously they're 43 laps down. They've done 100 laps. But, now JTR just ruined that. But yeah, right now, front row for Will to Win tomorrow. As they set another fast lap, 38.54. Oh no, they don't. Sorry, that's the race hero telling me they've gone faster than they actually have. Meanwhile, Thunder Bunny car is still not trending. Oh, well, so there you go. Pinnacle is second fastest lap of the day, 38.2. Thunder Bunny's still in the 43s, so 5 seconds off of Pinnacle and 7 seconds off of.
And crucially, Scott, they are about to lose the lead without having made an equivalent pit stop to the 696.
Yeah, correct. I've still got a sneaky suspicion they're trying to make it to about an hour and a half to go.
Yeah, I'd buy that. But if you've already lost the lead, you know,
which they now have lost the lead. Are they in the pits?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, so that proves that. So they're just. And they're definitely not going to be able to make it unless it rains again. Yeah. Although, actually, Brendy, I do remember you saying about 20 minutes ago that we were expecting snow in half an hour. Is that still true?
And these things are really hard to predict.
Did we see course lap?
Look. This has a brief shower starting in 10 minutes.
Which is about when you said it would happen.
Yeah. So I think the heavier precip that would have impacted things here has stayed further south. There is a chance of a heavier shower developing about half an hour-ish from the end. But it seems like between now and then, it's likely to stay, just a bit like this with maybe the odd small snow shower.
Don't you tease me.
I don't know if Thunder Bunny needs much to make it to the end, because obviously if rain comes, that does two things. It increases fuel mileage and it shortens the race in terms of mileage. So I'm not sure they need if they got a half-hour rain snow shower, or we went back into the 2 minute plus range, they might be able to make it from here. It's kind of what I'm getting at. I don't know if that's what they're planning or hoping for, but that's something to think about, and that would probably get them securely into second overall. So yeah, keep an eye on that. I don't think there's any harm in them trying for that, just in case it happens. I think they may end up losing out to Pinnacle otherwise, based on their pace. If it goes dry to the engineer, and possibly 762 as well. But that's a lot of things. Well, it basically relies on the grind.
Right.
So we'll see what happens. Harrison, by the way, putting in more really fast laps. Their fastest laps down to 363, which compared to winning Formula, that's 2.5 seconds quicker. Hopefully that is 4 seconds faster than they can. Yeah, that's so. Yeah, that point I made right at the start about wondering which cars are going to go really fast during the wet and which cars are going to be relative to those. That's most obvious in GP2, where the two cars that are very, very fast in the wet and not that fast as well. Vice versa in Harrison.
727 from Pinnacle, pit expected. Still leaving Joseph. I'm saying here.
You also have to qualify for all of these predictions with according to data, which is by no
Yeah,
big asterisk.
It's very true.
Because if you say something demonstrative, I'm going to assume it's a text.
No, that's fair.
Yeah, so like my data, I briefly saw the 75 leading GP3, and then it disappeared. Who knows?
Well, that's race hero. Profit today. The driver of the 325 now is Aaron Leakty. Apologies for the pronunciation.
I think
there's no hashtag stud on that, so I'm going to assume he's rubbish.
Okay.
I'm just telling you how I'm reading.
Yeah, we're 2 for 3 on studs.
Yeah, sorry, Aaron. Yeah. They don't have the same faith in you.
So Joseph's data predicts that the 727 is expected in 14 laps. Now that would be a stint length of like 41 laps. It's really not that long.
We've seen most GTO cars doing, JTR is doing 65 laps, and they're usually sort of, I think they tend to go slightly long, if I remember right, back to Nola. Although they did run out. But I think that was because they were trying to push it. They don't go as long as Scream and Go, that's for sure. 762 with 37.9. Pinnacle's on 37.4. JTR 36.5. So let's Court
in the pits.
Start the race again.
Yeah, they're in the pits.
Yeah, they've set the fastest lap as well back in the pits again. Sorry, that one passed me by. 36.6 with Will's Split. It was a really quick great qualifying session.
Well, I mean, from that perspective, it is adding, as JTR sort of skips away at the front here, it is adding a layer of intrigue that we wouldn't otherwise have. So I'm fine with that.
Yeah, we've got another fast GP2 car. I'm trying to work out quite how fast it is. The RRT Racing 1995 BMW 325i. It's done a 43.7. It stacks up pretty well in GP2 as well.
I believe the fastest is a 42.8 from the S2000, wasn't it?
Yeah, I can't remember which team it is.
Quality Time Racing. Oh, they've actually done a 41.6 now.
Right. So I think they are probably fastest, and I think maybe that RRT car is now second fastest. 43.7.
No, third. Second fastest is Harrison, 41.9.
Of course, yeah.
Winning formula is fourth fastest, followed by the 521 Copeland.
Yeah, Copeland's 251. Or is it the Copeland 1? No, 251. Yeah.
It's a 2.
Yeah. You said 521. It's 251. You said it.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, that's a much quicker than them. They've gone 2 seconds off of their previous fastest lap. So yeah, Copeland showing some pace in the drive, but 3 seconds off fastest GP2 cars.
Big mission
That's
does
a
their
great-
fastest.
Little battle on deck here between 0-1 and the 511 for 6th in GTO. Hammer does a 41.6. Choice Racing does a 37.8. And the margin is 21 seconds.
Oh, we're getting lots and lots of fastest laps again. 37.4 for Thunder Bunny 41. Kind of stands out.
It's interesting how quick that Thunder Bunny M2, the number 111, was in sort of the changeable weather or the less fully wet weather, and now that it's back to basically, as close as we've been to full dry anyway. It's now a couple of seconds off the pace.
One thing we haven't really touched on is the fact that this is the only time of the race that we've had a fast track, and we don't know which drivers are in the car. So
true.
It makes sense that at this point you're about to put your fastest driver in for the finish. So we might
assuming you didn't have them in during the conditions when they were at their worst.
Sure. Yeah.
Right, which would have been another wise choice.
Yep.
Well, the one
Unless you
goes
just have
fastest.
3 very, very fast drivers in the case of somebody like JTR.
Yeah, first car below the 35s was the win.
Yeah, you know what?
We're very close to that qualifying pace you were talking about, Brendan. There was about 32s, is that what you were saying?
Pole was a 32.3.
Yeah. So we've been into sort of just outside 2.5 seconds of that.
Yeah, I'd say the Cooper tires would be able to get you there.
Get it. There's a couple of things we need to take care of there. Are we prepared for this? Oh, look at that.
Yeah, I think we are.
I haven't had Discord up in a while. Sorry. Yeah, let's. If Gabe is ready for it, I'll just wait for him to confirm that he is. We've got a couple of items to take care of.
He could have fallen asleep while waiting.
That's fair. A few minutes. Okay, so we've got a couple of things to take care of here. When we do go to ads, dear Facebook viewer only, we're going to have to change over to the finishing portion of the stream, as we frequently do. And because we can't get 8 hours out of Facebook Live, just turn it over. You'll see the video end. When you do that, or when you do see that, just refresh the Facebook page, and up will pop part 2, the finish for today. You can always, of course, join us on YouTube, where we are live all the way through to the checkered flag at 5 o'clock today. But that'll all happen when we go to ad breaks, and we'll lead you all into that as soon as producer Gabe is ready to do that. The Core Racing Mustang across from me in the pit lane here was pushed a couple of stalls, probably 2 stalls up the pit lane by its crew. It looked like they tried to get it restarted, and then the driver jumped on the brakes and brought the car to a stop. So I don't know if they can't get it restarted, or if they're trying to, or planning to, push it all the way to the paddock. Now they're running with it now. I think they're trying to get it bump started. And they got it going.
I'd assume it's fast enough to get to the paddock.
I wonder if it's a starter or a clutch on that car. Very odd.
Oh, nice. Will the wind goes faster. Takes a half second up.
Yeah, 34,903. That's quick. Wait.
44 now. I don't know why it hasn't updated on the right, but
that is very odd.
It's because it's a 39,444. It's a race.
Oh, that it stayed purple.
It didn't actually go faster.
Yeah. Very odd.
Anyway.
All right. Well, I think we're all set here. Hour 43 to go. 3:16 local time, and checkered flag is looming, dear viewer, after what has been a fairly exhausting but very interesting Saturday 8-hour race from Mid-Ohio. If you're on Facebook, watch for the new part to come up once the ad break is over. If you're on YouTube, you will see us back here in just a few moments' time from trackside. at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course in Lexington, Ohio. World Racing League on Driver's Eye Live is back in a few minutes.
Okay, all right, all right. Hard stop at 6 today. We need alignment by then, people.
Here's where the rubber meets the road.
Have these initiatives moved the needle, like, at all?
Well, let's shift gears a minute.
We're really kind of at the apex here.
Well, we gotta stay agile.
I said we fast track the pivot.
Can we circle back? Keep everyone in the loop.
Focus, guys. We're in a race to the finish, all right?
We need to put the pedal to the metal. We need to nail those hairpin turns, cross that finish line, and take that checkered flag.
Yes, Josh. Yes!
Start your engines! Woo!
Ready to hit the track? We've got you covered with the world's largest motorsports calendar, track day insurance, and more. Haggerty. Let's drive together.
It's your Uncle Cooper. Truck owners who run Cooper AT3s are some of the most dutiful people I know. Even if that duty is to haul a load of this stuff. It's not glamorous, but it's their duty nonetheless. So if you and your truck are constantly tackling the regular duties of the day, go with a tire that can handle them all. Oh, man. I stepped in it. Go with the Coopers. Cooper.
Sentinel by Candelaria Racing Products is a comprehensive motorsport video system incorporating live streaming, local recording, picture-in-picture, flag status, leaderboards, data overlays, and more. Perfect for endurance racing, sprint racing, and HPDE. Sentinel includes everything you need to get started. With the ability to control the live feed from the cloud and GPS auto start, you will never miss an on-track moment. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today.
Back at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course in Lexington, Ohio on Driver's Eye Live. Brendan Kaczmarek joined by Scott Michaels, JT Tammy, Gabe Howe on production. Joseph and Ryan are no longer with us. No. Joseph is not with us for the rest of the weekend. Ryan has not been with us today, but we'll be back tomorrow for our second 8-hour race of the weekend. We are back live on Facebook as well. Got the whole thing done during the ad break.
They got lost in the storm.
Killing it. That's rich coming from someone with your skin tone, JT. You know, I thought for about a second and a half before I made that joke out loud, but then I just decided to go with it anyway.
Yeah, you gotta commit. Just like on track.
Dark clouds gathering again off to the west, and I know that this is not terribly surprising, but it is a bit darker than it has been over the course of the last 45 minutes or so. It doesn't look like there's any major precipitation coming, although the weather app of choice does suggest something here in about 45 minutes. I don't know. Honestly, at this point, the weather has been such a storyline today and has been, in its own way, kind of exhausting to follow that I kind of don't care what we get from here on out. And I'm not sure that something within the last hour would, unless somebody threw it, at the side of the road, would make enough of a difference for it to matter anyway. Pit stop while we were away there from the number 727 Pinnacle Motorsports, number 127, which says to me that their 40-lap stints were not a fluke. That really is the farthest thing to go.
Not a big deal because we have an hour and 40 to go, so they can definitely do half of that. So there'll be one more pit stop from here.
Yes.
They did come out of the pits, by the way, right behind the winning formula, but basically a lap ahead. So that kind of gives you an idea of the kind of time that GP2 cars are heading to, because they were ahead of before we went fully dry. We've been green since, so for them to have dropped a lap, that's on pure speed, which is not unexpected because the GTO car is 5 to 10 seconds a lap quicker in these conditions. Personal fastest laps from both of our top two, the ATR and 762.
Yeah, credit to the 762 here, by the way. I'm not really sure where they came from.
They've been around. They had a problem
early.
Partway through. Yeah, they had a 5-lap period where they were 20 seconds off the pace.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm remembering.
But they are a lap back. Actually, I was just going to make the point that those two cars came across the line to set those fast laps, and they are basically together.
Keep in mind they started 5th.
Sure, no, it's not that they were. They don't deserve to be there or anything like that. It's just I remember that period of the race where they were, like Scott said, about 20 seconds off the pace, and at that point, I kind of written them off, just mentally, because there were all these other things happening around them. And then about an hour and a half ago, I looked down and the 762 was in the top 5. Oh well, I discarded them because all these other things were happening. And they're back, and I don't really know how they got back. I guess I assume to some degree it's because of this pace, but
yeah, well,
better weather.
Well, yeah, I mean, better weather has dropped the two GP2 cars down. Pinnacle just pitted. Thunder Bunny's been painfully slow, and they still are. They are 6 seconds off the pace at the moment. And Pinnacle should overtake them on this lap. So I think that's about to happen. I think 762, they're the same distance behind JTR as they were partway through the race when they had their issue.
Yeah.
Just stayed there, and a few other cars have fallen by the wayside. I don't know if they're genuinely second.
They're more due, I think.
They might have 2 more due. They haven't pitted for 40 laps. So they might be able to make it on one more. Don't know. Depends how far they can.
Pit expected in 18, which would definitely be close enough to the end.
Asterisk.
Sure. Yes.
No, you're right. They went from lap 65 to lap 180. So that's 3 laps. They've currently gone, what did I just say, 40 laps. I think they might be due a little bit before then, but anyway, that sort of realm, so they should be pitting with about an hour and 20 to go. Still some touch and go.
Sorry, for the 762?
Yeah.
I mean, if 18 laps is correct,
I don't know where that's coming from. That seems slightly optimistic to me. Again, their longest run of the day has been 53 laps, and if you add 53 laps onto 118. Get to 170, which is in about 14 laps from now.
Yeah, no, that's true.
And there's been a lot more green flag run than they did during their part.
So that's the other part of that. All of these numbers, really.
Yeah, I think they might be in like 9, something in that region.
Yeah, so that'd be a bit closer, but that's 15 minutes or so, right? 14, 15 minutes. Yeah, so hour 20. I see your point.
Yeah, 50 laps. So if we then say they can go 50 laps from there, that's 75 minutes, which is absolutely bang on an hour 50. So it's going to be, they're going to be very touch and go. One caution could make the difference for them.
In an attempt to defend third, Thunder Bunny has gone fastest. They're 10th in front of Pinnacle.
Yeah, they're fastest lap.
No longer.
There it is, yes.
As you were saying it, I watched the 727 drop over the hill at turn 13. Timely.
Yeah.
I can only talk so fast.
So those two cars are both due a pit stop, and now Pinnacle is ahead in third and much faster on average. So we should see that. I think we're seeing Thunder Bunny drop away from any chance for the podium now.
Yeah. Worth keeping our eyes on the onboard for the 401 for the next little while here, by the way. They are catching the number 325 Miata for 5th overall. Obviously not a class position change, but they are, like I said, in the running for a top 5 overall here.
Yeah, I think from that onboard we can actually see them now still. It's definitely a white.
No, that's so the car in front there is
18.
The margin is basically 10 seconds, but it came down by 6. basically.
Lots of win just extended their lead in the pole position race for tomorrow. The car that's moved into second is somewhat frustratingly Thunder Bunny, but not the one that's running fourth, the one that's running 11th. So it's done a 34.9. So that's the car that they would like to have in the top 5, because that might give them a chance of a podium. But yeah, the Cayman was not anywhere near as competitive in the wet as the M4. So that car's dropped down to 11th. I don't know if they also had a problem. I kind of feel like they've been in that kind of position today throughout the snow. And now the car's got a lot of pace in the dry, so it's going to start up front tomorrow as the 762 car and the JTR car immediately knock them back 2 places on the grid for tomorrow. JTR has set the fastest lap of the race with a 33.595. 762 crossed the line a few tenths of a second before that with a 34.8. So those 2 cars, that'll be first and third on the grid for tomorrow, I think, because we're built to win in between them. 4, last time I looked, were back out on the track, but they haven't improved their fastest lap, much to JT's chagrin.
They got time. That, or this just proves the Porsche is a better car. Kidding.
Okay.
Interesting, GP3 Overnight Motorsports taking third from TC Klein. I'm not sure if that happened before or after the pit stop.
Yeah. The pace isn't there in that car for sure, and Overnight's actually pitted more recently. So we need to do some digging. They had a warning on their last stop. I don't see any penalties.
No,
the AOA car is weird.
Yeah, it keeps popping back up in second.
That overall position change is happening.
Yeah. Quick lap from Thunder Bunny, finally, down into the 138s. Which at the moment is just quick enough to hold off the 401. But if it can't sustain that, then I would think the round 3 car is going to start making some decent inroads on that car. And that will be.
I don't think so. The round 3 car is not much quicker. If you look at their fastest laps, it's going to be.
That is true.
So I think the top 3 at the moment are just very fast. Where even is the next Hammer, the 1. Yeah, everyone outside of the top 3 is just not the same.
Yeah, the choice car is another very odd case because that car was ridiculously quick as the track got to its sort of rise point when we were dipping into the 35, 36. It was one of the first cars to get into the 35s, and then all of a sudden, its pace went right back out, and it's in the 40s.
Well, first it's just gone Sam.
Yeah, I noticed. Noticed that.
I'm not sure that was the point when it was fastest. I think it was fastest when we were about 10 seconds a lap slower. So it was really very much. I thought it was very much in the transitionary phase where it was setting fastest laps.
No, so my point is, so that 135.1. That was only 5 laps ago.
Yeah, but everyone's setting laps that fast.
That's true.
I think it was significantly quicker than anyone else at one point, and that was more in a wet as well.
Sure. I guess my point is that as most of the GTO non-leaders are doing 38s, 39s, that car had been into the 35s and is now out to 43. Or at least last time.
I would suggest that's just about that. That might be an in.
Could be.
Is it?
No, I don't see it.
It kind of should be, because it hasn't pitted since like 108. They're now on like 155, so it would be due relatively soon.
I just don't see it here. It would have to be before start finish, and oh, here it is.
I'm being dumb. I have their onboard up, so they are going around.
404
yeah,
lap.
Oh wow.
What's happened there?
I'll do a bit of investigation.
Have they received their penalty, by the way, for the contact on turn 1?
Yeah, they did do a pit stop.
Oh, okay.
That's what it was. It was a slow in lap. It was a 143 in lap and then a 404 out lap. I don't know why that didn't come up.
Yeah, I don't either. 401 into the pits with the wipers on?
Maybe they've got the pit lane speed limit.
I don't see anything on track.
762 is apparently in the pits.
So that's earlier by a couple laps than we would have thought, right?
762. That's about one. Yeah.
We had basically said an hour 20. Hour 15,
Yeah,
hour 20.
We were hoping they'd get to an hour 15, and they haven't. So I don't think there's any chance that they're
No.
without 50 rounds. Well, I say Carl or Brett, or both. Same for choice. Not that choice is particularly relevant. So, yeah, and obviously round 3 are in the pits. I don't know if we'd you mentioned that with the windscreen wipers.
I did, yes.
The far one.
So that again, that's a car that's not going to make it. It's not going to make it. Yeah.
Not with that attitude.
Likely to. The winning formula, are they going to make it to the finish? They pitted on that 132, so it was a while ago, but how long did the GP2 go? They can do. Well, they've done over 70 laps on a stint earlier. Still probably not. Fastest lap of the race from JTR, 33.0. That's. Am I right in saying that's a couple of tenths off of pole yesterday?
Yeah. Yep. Just about three quarters of a second.
In much colder weather with much more traffic. That's impressive. Much older tyres.
Winning formula sets a PB of 42.9. I was going to make the case here that, I mean, we're starting to run out of time, but the Harrison car is still and has been lapping more quickly for, as far as I can tell, at least an hour. Every time we mention GP2, it's, look out for the Harrison car, it's going quickly. And indeed, it just set its PB again at 140.5. So it's still picking off 2.5 seconds a lap there.
It's been much longer since they were in the pits, and they are also 2 laps behind. So they're definitely not on the catch. So I think they're pretty nailed on the second place in GP2 because they're also a lap ahead of the two in the pits right now. Yeah, it's all spread out a bit in GP2 after a fantastic first 2 turns of the race.
Yeah, Chattanooga, Turnwagen, and Duro are really the only 2 left. Kind of squabbling with them. It's 20 seconds, and the Chattanooga Turnwagen car is going quickly. So it's not settled.
Yeah, it's been fluctuating back and forth.
It's kind of amazing how those margins in GP2 stretched out seemingly all at once. I know you guys can't see the details on some of these cars from trackside, but the 762 car is a mess.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, it's just mud take down the side. All the way down the side. It's snowing. Woo! Not heavily, but noticeably.
Yeah.
You see it on the camera here as well.
All right, this is where winning formula gets back in the game.
I think it might be a little late, JT.
Nonsense.
I will say that if these conditions are sustained for any period of time, the one car that's left in contention that did set itself apart a little bit from the JTR car in changeable conditions was maybe the Thunder Bunny 111. But it was a very specific phase of track condition, and I'm just not sure the track is going to get there or stay there.
Yeah.
Especially stay there.
Well, that looks like it's coming down pretty good there.
It is. It is. Now,
look at a bunch of braking right where the curb ends on driver's left. Quite a few of the cars were wiggling under braking there.
What, it's not taking long for the track to slow down there. You can see it on camera how much I mean how much more tentative they were on the way in there. Now it's not snowing that hard here at start finish, but as 762 comes across the line, it's a 141.5. Whereas we had been down in the 30s, and some of that was traffic. But the ACP car is here.
Oh yeah, the 52.
The number 12 just turned a lap.
Oh, 12. What? Oh yeah, 12. Duh.
I think what's happening here is every time a car that decided it didn't want to go out in the snow decides it's going to go turn some laps, Mother Nature's like, yeah, well, watch this.
Hold on, you missed this. Let me catch you up.
You're not getting away with not racing in the snow today.
And split decision also went out as well.
99, just I saw back up briefly as well. It's funny, I didn't see the split decision car on track. I'm sure
they're already back in, but they did 7 laps. Just enough to put in a 36.7 for tomorrow.
Our weather app here suggesting snow properly now starting at 23. So there is, between this little flurry here and, whatever we might see in 20 minutes to half an hour, somewhere in that range, we may not be done with the precipitation yet. Man, Thunder Bunny's last lap of 149.6, kind of hemorrhaging time here to 727, but also to the 762. Oh, on board with the 1-1. There we go.
Really good on board too.
Oh, is it? Wiggle there on the way in. Really early on the brakes there in traffic. And I think that's where a lot of the time is coming from. Because nobody really wants to go offline. Or at least this driver doesn't want to go offline.
Yeah, changing conditions.
Even here, when you see he just pulls off to driver's right, where it's really not wet, but the tarmac is maybe a little darker, and immediately just backs out of it and falls back in single file. It's also worth mentioning that the consequences down at that portion of the track are severe. Right? You're doing a buck 40, it's a braking zone, walls are close on either side, and we've seen in the last, this year and last year, 2 fairly sizable accidents with cars just getting it wrong or being caught out by a particular condition on track or another car.
Yeah, the runoff today doesn't really slow you much.
No, exactly. So I don't blame anybody for taking the conservative option, especially because of the conditions. I don't think we touched on the update that was given to us from North Loop Motorsports, the number 21. But word from that BMW camp was that whoever was on board the car at the time, it sounds like they maybe dropped a wheel on the exit of the keyhole. And when they did, it caught the splitter and yanked the splitter off, which also pulled off a bunch of cooling items, and that was so that car is done. least for the day. I'm not sure that it's for the weekend. I'm sure they'll provide us a little more information on that, but we won't be seeing that number 21 car again. It does also explain why they were able to kind of make it back to the pits, but didn't want to start the car up and drive it back if they were having issues. So explains the tow truck and pit lane as well. Lap times haven't really come back down since that last snow shower. We're into the 39s at the front of the field at the moment, which is probably fair. I don't think I'd be pushing it anyway. I mean, they've got the JTR team now has over a lap in hand over the 762. I'm sorry, the 727. The 762 is in fourth and very much chasing down the Thunder Bunny number 111.
Yeah, just a bit there.
I think that's, I know we're just on board the 111, but we could ride on board with them for a while, maybe a lap or two, and let the 762 kind of come up to the back of that car, especially if we have rear camera in the shot. Maybe that was there. Anyway, that is the battle for third overall and in GTO. So the last podium position is likely to change hands in, I mean, the next 2 laps, tops, you know.
Oh, looks like the 98 Ford Performance Racing School Mustang's coming back out.
Oh, nice. The core car is in the pit lane. They are pitted next to each other. The core car is back in the pit lane with the hood up.
Interesting. The 946 Mission Motorsports GTO car goes fastest for the race so far. So conditions aren't too bad right now.
No, it's not sunny, which I don't think is helping things very much. I think that probably was contributing to the very rapid lap times we had, you know, a little earlier. I also am curious about the state of the tires, not so much. Well, let me put it this way. Most of these teams will have been on the same set of tires all race, right? They're hardly worn during the wet. We had a ton of full course yellows. You know, we've only done 169 laps to this point. We have an hour and 14 to go. Don't expect a lot of tire change. Right? That's all fair. But, you know, in a series where generally speaking you can get about 4 to 5 hours of tire life out of these tires in the dry, being that we've had now an extended dry period for the first time today, I do wonder a little bit if they are a little more reluctant to handle the transition conditions, right? When it's a little damp or a little damp offline, you know, the tires really aren't at their peak like they were for the first couple of hours, and now they maybe just lost a little bit of tread or a little bit of grip, and you have much more tentative drivers in the changeable conditions because of it. Now, this may not matter. You know, it may be dry till the end of the race, and the only effect might be that everybody slows down a little bit here, and we just kind of ride in the mid to high 30s for the rest of the day. But I don't know. The only cars I know that changed tires were the 421, and I think the 401 also did a tire change. 609 may have as well, actually. No, at least one of the round 3 cars did.
762 Porsche came in up into third, getting around the Thunder Bunny M2.
So that's happened. Yep. Yeah, good call. Car's going very quickly, and I mean, frankly, the Thunder Bunny car is down into the 39s as well, which is great.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Definitely finding some speed, but
it's just not enough.
Yeah, 76. I think the fastest car on track that I've found. 136.3.
Yeah, it's right there with the
Hammer.
36.8 from Will to Win. Hey, cool. A 36-4 from PMW Motorsports, who's decided to come out and play. Welcome,
nice.
welcome. It's a BMW running in GTO. They've done 5 laps. They're going to go chase down Team ACP.
Gotta coordinate with the guest here in a second.
That's fine. Also looks like the 421 Thunder Bunny is reeling in the 401 round 3 racing BMW. That's going to be a fight for 6th in GTO. Gap's about 8 seconds right now. Thunder Bunny was 2.5 seconds quicker that last time by. The other round 3 racing comes across the line as a 36.8. So not going to be that easy.
No, I think the 609 is just in the pits now. The 421 is in the pits.
Okay.
So
there goes that.
Well, I think a lot of this is this will be last pit stops
backpedaling, yeah.
Just about everybody.
Ooh, GTR's back out, judging by the onboard.
Yes. Yeah, I saw them actually
come down pit lane.
Back into the pits, yeah. Yeah, Pace is back in the track now. JTR does a 35.2, 35.9 from the 727. I had actually wondered if maybe there was a world where the 762 could challenge for a second, but the Pinnacle car has stayed, I think, consistent enough that the answer is probably not.
Did we not think that the Pinnacle car might not make it?
Oh, I actually don't recall the details there, Scott.
Neither do I. In my head, I thought it was the 762 that we were talking about there, but they pitted after. They pitted on that 160.
I don't think either of them can make it, frankly. I think the 762 is going to short stop.
Right.
Which, 50 seconds can be made up in a bad pit stop, or in a pit stop where, you have the upper hand. It's not impossible, but they're not really making up a lot of that on track.
Let's do a bit of work to try and figure out how many laps we've got to go and therefore how make a judgment. So we're on lap 172, 70 minutes. So we've got 70 minutes to go and 1 minute and 35 seconds. So that gives me about 45 laps. So that would put us at 218 or so. So that would require from Pinnacle 218. That would require a 66 lap stint from Pinnacle, which is I think not way too long, but I think it's too long for them.
Both Hammer cars go fastest in their for their race.
But it would only require a It would only require a 58 lap stint from 762, which they probably aren't capable of. So yeah, probably it seems pretty likely that they'll make it to the end. So they'll both need a stop, but 762s will be shorter. So probably not 50 seconds shorter, but they've got time to make up some of that in that time. They do seem to be faster.
stepped outside and it's cold, but I thought it was cold in the booth. And upon having stepped outside, walked back in, I now realize it is actually a fair bit warmer in here than it is outside. So
You do have a heater now.
count my blessings. Right. It just didn't feel like it was making any progress until I compared it to what it's actually like outside. And now it is definitely an improvement. Leaders in the pits. And this. Go ahead.
We should be their final stop.
Yes, I think it's actually a bit early for them, but I think they're in their window there pretty comfortably, so that'll be an issue. So we're expecting just one more from. I missed obviously while I stepped out. 727 and 762 are both good on one more.
We're definitely good on one more. If they get a safety car, we might get one or maybe two of them finish without a pit stop.
So that's more what I meant. Like, are they both going to require one more? Are they both, or are one or both?
I think so. Yeah.
On
Pinnacle would need to do a 66 lap stint, which is quite long for them.
In the dry, especially.
Yeah, especially in the dry. 762 would need a 58 lap stint, which again. 762, yeah. If the yellow flag comes out, they might have a realistic chance of whether they would even choose to do that. We've seen in the past that teams, certainly when it's code 35, teams don't tend to do that. They tend to take a pit stop and just.
Right.
In Ohio, when dropping to the back of the bunch, it's quite a long time. I would probably strongly consider staying out of those circumstances. So yeah, we'll see what happens if that circumstance arises.
Well, you've got to catch it just right. I mean, before the field bunches up, if you can pit, while the field is still strung out or actively bunching up, then maybe you only lose 10 or 12 spots of track position.
Yeah, especially as you don't need a huge amount of fuel.
Yeah. Or relative to the leader, you're only, a handful of cars in front of him and you can get in and out without losing too many spots, but also without losing the lap. I don't know. It's all dependent on very specific circumstances that we don't have information on. But I would suspect we're going to see both of these cars in regardless.
In the meantime, Pinnacle's back on.
Yeah, I don't know that that's going to last.
Yeah, it depends on JTR's pace.
Spin from the 511 and 39 right? Continue. Possible contact from the 410 and the 18.
Which corner was that?
At turn 9. That's the quality time racing. GP2 S2000. Yep.
MX5.
Exactly. It just says 3:41 p.m. So, I guess it's 15 minutes ago already.
Oh, okay. I'm going to start with the now. I assumed it was the last lap. And I'll leave that. Got a few fastest laps coming in. So while the really top teams aren't that close to their ultimate pace, but similar So that 762. Just that 33.0 is what blows everyone else. Yeah, blows things out of proportion. It's just so much quicker than anything else. We've had some comparable times for GTR.
Yeah, so I mean, this great situation for tomorrow is not really resolved yet. We're still getting quick times from lots of cars we haven't, oddly enough, lots of cars we haven't seen, which bodes well. I mean, it throws cars into the mix that weren't at all in the mix today for one reason or another, and kind of puts them forward tomorrow with a car that hasn't run a full 8 hours of endurance racing in the rain. Right? So that provides the opportunity for some chaos and intrigue, tomorrow during our second race. And I don't know. I mean, there is another part of me that we've watched 7 hours so far today. We've got the last 60 minutes still to come here. But once everything returned to normal, I say in air quotes, it was the same one car that had a clean run now is also the strongest car. Right? The 696 has been focused pretty much every race we've run, certainly in terms of raw pace. Now it's made some little mistakes, fueling penalties, that sort of thing. But you iron those things out over the course of the season. And yet again, once it was left in contention and the track dried out and we were left with a standard race, it's fallen the way of the 696 again. And I'm very impressed with how it's basically race in, race out. They have everything working in their favor. They weathered the weather, so to speak. And when they got to the other side of the damp track and all the chaos that threw at us this morning, they just picked up right where they left off in the dry, from basically every other race. So we have a visit.
Ooh.
Yeah, give me a second. We'll set him up and add another voice to the mixer.
Yeah, that JTR car, I mean, today, in the first stint, and also in this last stint, that car has had absolutely nothing on the GTR 99 car. However, that middle section, GTR 99 seems to have had a mechanical problem, but even before then, they kind of dropped out of contention on pace. So JTR's, you could make an argument that the JTR's strength is in its consistent driver.
Yeah.
Which might be what just keeps them, like, their pace isn't, it is kind of, it's the class of the field, but it's not like exceptionally so. It's not way out there, but they're just relentless and they never slow down. Which is going to make them really hard to beat tomorrow.
So, as we get under the 1 hour to go, and the 511 BMW comes down the front straightaway, well, welcome to the booth, Will Choice. Welcome along, Will. Yep. Not the first time we've spoken to you here. I think we last talked to you at Daytona, but then you had just built a brand new BMW M3, right? New car. Very exciting. And it was quick, and it was fun, and it was loud. And then you turn up at NOLA, and you've got a black and orange M4.
Yep.
So things happen quickly in the Choice Racing stables.
Things happen very quickly.
So let's talk about the story of how the M4 came to be, because we know it, but I'm not sure all the listeners do.
Yeah, I mean, we love the E46 platform. Half of our fun that we get out of this, endurance series is building and developing the cars. Our whole team is just a group of me, my dad, and all of our best friends that we've known for a really long time. No employees, no nothing, but we're at the shop 5 nights a week, hanging out, go to dinner and all that stuff. We've always wanted a GT car, M4, M235IR. We actually almost got an M235IR when they first came out, pulled the plug. Little bit too expensive for what you got, and GT4 cars definitely a better platform to be on. So we just kind of waited and finally pulled the trigger.
So today of all days seems like the day you'd be most grateful to have the GT4, right?
Oh, the windows are nice.
Yeah. And you've got the ABS and the traction control,
yes.
Right?
Oh,
so what was it like today specifically? You spent appreciable time in the car.
I mean, realistically, the traction control with the snow and the rain and everything was just a game changer. Being able to roll into the throttle softly and having the car catch you in case you need it. I really don't like using it when it's dry. I never do, but during the rain, it's awesome. And definitely on the lot quicker in the rain with it than without.
So the challenges that you guys had in the GT4, it was interesting watching from our perspective. GP2 cars were lightning quick.
Oh,
ridiculous.
Man. Yeah.
I mean, we couldn't really figure it out because you guys have all the aids. You have ostensibly everything working in your favor, right. And yet here you were getting outrun by a Miata.
They just left me. I mean, those guys were really good in those cars. The Hyundai does have an advantage being front wheel drive.
Sure. Yep.
But I mean, the Miata, whoever was driving this morning, I have to find him and go shake his hand because I mean that was insane. He was just sliding everywhere and walking every single GTO car out there.
So was it for you guys? Was it a matter of just having too much power to get down comfortably, or was the car not set up well for the
yeah, and it's a lot heavier, so it's harder to get it moving. We have bigger tires and everything, but the lighter cars can kind of get up and go quicker in the rain. They also have a better rolling speed. Our weight's trying to slide us the entire time. They're a little bit lighter. I mean, yeah, it's the E46 is definitely, I think, quicker.
Oh, interesting.
I could be quicker in the rain.
Yeah.
It's a little bit more sketchy driving, a lot more demanding. You really have to work the wheel and everything.
Yeah.
But just the lightness of it and being able to stop and move the weight around very quickly.
Did the old new E46 have traction control?
No, nothing.
Okay.
Nothing
so
at all.
Up against it here regardless.
Yeah.
Okay. So I want to cast back one race weekend, back to Barber on the Sunday.
Mm-hmm.
You were in the car at the finish?
I was in the car at the finish.
Okay. So it was something we don't often get in the World Racing League, at least from our perspective, where you have basically green flag running for an hour with two cars going head to head and matching each other every single lap for pace. It's you and Kolof's car, I believe,
yes.
right?
Yeah. And,
Talk me through that hour in the car. Were you balls to the wall every lap trying to chase him down?
Pretty much. And JTR was also 20 seconds behind us. So,
yeah.
They were, I could see Cole in front of me, so I knew where he was. And my team kept being like, hey, JTR's quicker than both of y'all. He's catching you. I don't know if they have time, but if y'all slip up, he's right there. I mean, we were pushing it, and new car to us, and at NOLA, since it was so cold, we never really had tire issues there.
Yeah.
We ran the Continentals, and they lasted all day for us. And so now we're on the AO52s, first time at Barber with those.
Yeah.
And everyone tells me they've got grip till there's cords, and I think I turned my personal best lap 4 laps to the end there, and I came off and both my rears recorded.
So you literally had nothing left at the end. You were just as fast as you could go as far as the tires would take you.
Yeah, and it was, Cole's a little bit better passing than I am, so he definitely, I need to work on that. He could just get by the cars a lot quicker than I could.
So what's the plan for you guys for the rest of the season? You've got the M4. Am I right in saying the M4 is all you have left?
We still have the 522.
Oh, okay.
The E46.
All right.
We plan on running that maybe at a couple, COTA, since we're in Houston, so that's super easy. We still have a bunch of our friends that used to drive with us. They're just doing other things, other hobbies, motorcycles, and all that kind of stuff. Yeah. But we'll definitely run it again and run 2 cars for a couple of fun races.
Mm-hmm. Nice.
But as of now, we plan on doing most of the season, probably except for maybe Sebring and High Plains.
Okay.
We're kind of in a points battle, sort of. JTR's walking away from everybody.
Yeah.
I mean, they're phenomenal out there.
You guys are equivalent cars in 2018 F4s, right? Same year and everything. Is it just a matter of them coming to grips with the car a little bit quicker than you guys? Or?
I think so.
Okay.
And they really work hard on setting it up. We're actually next door garages with them.
Oh, nice.
So we were just kind of chatting up. First time meeting all the guys. They really like that car.
Oh, really?
We're still slowly learning at it. We really haven't even made shock adjustments.
Oh, wow.
Honest. Yeah.
Wow, that's super impressive. Man.
Yeah.
That you guys have been as quick and consistent as you have without really diving into it.
We got it from a really awesome team in Belgium. They maintained it. It was kind of just they bought it. They thought it was gonna, some of their Super Trofeo guys want to campaign it. They didn't really have an interest, so it was kind of their, their car that they let all the guys kind of drive their wife truck spot.
Sure.
So we got it with only 1,200 miles on it. We thought it was the lowest one, but JTR said they got theirs in October with only 300 miles on it. And I'm like, oh man.
So for tomorrow, then, dry race on deck. Do you guys think you have the pace in the dry to kind of take it to them, or is this basically what we have now? Is what we're going to get tomorrow?
I think we're all going to be a little bit closer.
Okay.
We all got kind of spread out because of the rain and everything. I don't know how many drivers JTR has, but I think they have speed on us. I think Bill and I together are pretty much identical with Cole and Sarah in the luxury car.
Yep.
Duking out with them and Barber.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's going to be really interesting. And GTR also is
Sure.
up there. They had some mishaps today. Don't really know what happened, but they were quick this morning for sure, especially in the rain.
Well, I mean, tomorrow's a new day, but the depth is there in GTO this weekend.
Oh,
A lot of quick guys. Even once the track dried out today,
right?
Everybody started coming out and setting fast lap after fast lap. 762,
the 762, yeah. So
Yeah.
the last time I got out of the car, I was with the 762 and JTR. We did about 15 laps together, just nose to tail. The 762 is the next garage with us also.
Oh, cool.
Man, they were really pitching it in there. They're fast in that car.
Nice. So you're looking forward to tomorrow then?
Really looking forward to it. I like driving in the rain and everything when it's not 30 degrees. It was a lot of fun. It was a lot of work this morning, but we're really ready for tomorrow, being at both dry race. Bill's back in the car now. He didn't have any dry laps today, so I'm just like, get out there, take us to the end, get your mojo on the dry line.
Nice. Well, thanks for stopping by, Will.
Absolutely.
Yeah, you're welcome over here anytime, of course. And see you guys tomorrow.
Thank you.
Take it easy, man. Will Choice from Choice Racing, the number 511 BMW M4.
Ooh. Man, we've had a couple more cars venture out in the closing stages of the race. Now we've had some good weather. Let's see, the 701 Round 3 Racing Porsche in GP1 has come out. As the number 2 from ACP Tangerine Associates has also come out, in addition to the 12 car. And now the 127 from Pinnacle Motorsports has just put in its first lap.
Yeah, we're down to just 2 cars that haven't started today. All of the GTO cars started. They were good. 10 of them didn't start today. So particularly for those teams that have live streaming. It's a bit of a weird thing with Pinnacle Motorsports 127. There are 2 cars with that name. Both of them were way down. One of them is the number 127, and another one is the 326.
Yeah.
But Pinnacle obviously had a car running right in front of them, so they brought. Both of the Pinnacle Motors 127s just mixed around at almost exactly the same time, except completely different outcomes. So I guess those are 2 separate cars.
Yeah, they have a total of 3 Porsche Caymans.
Okay. Oh, the car at the front is called 127 as well. Okay. I don't know why they've added the 127. Okay, so yeah, they've got a total of 3 cars, but they only really started 1 today. Interesting times going on there. But yeah, so now we've just got NRG and giving us a total of 51. Hammer Motorsports has passed the winning formula, or 5th overall, and Moorhead Speedworks are dangerously close to winning GP2 because they're within 13 seconds now of the winning formula, which is GP2. Moorhead obviously being a GP1 car. I don't know where. I think the winning formula is going to have to pit again. I'd expect them to be able to go longer than a GTO car, but not long enough. They'd need to go like 80 laps. I think they actually go pretty soon, probably. Moorhead, probably also going to have to pit. They haven't pitted for. They're about 41 laps in. Yeah, 47 minutes to go. So yeah, I'd expect both of them to make one more pit stop, but Moorhead are obviously significantly quicker right now, being a GP1 car in the dry versus a GP2 car in the dry. About 5 seconds a lap difference. So, and only 12 seconds behind right. As Thunder Bunny continue to chip away at improving that pace, we're down to a 37.0 now, which is starting to be a bit more comparable with the other competitive GTO cars. Probably enough, in fact, definitely enough, to keep them ahead of Hammer Motorsports because they are over a lap ahead right now, and also Hammer's not that much faster. So yeah, they're definitely not going to catch any cars ahead of them. They're the best part of the lap behind the car ahead of them, but they are well over a lap ahead of Hammer. So yeah, they'll be 45th pretty much nailed on. 762 is now, so that's a race that's worth looking at. As I noticed some snow.
Yep.
Yeah, from the 609s on board.
Yeah, it's snow from the track sides and snow up, obviously, in my window here as well.
I'll just finish my point on the battle for second. 762 has closed that gap down to just under 37 seconds. And we're expecting them to have a shorter final pit stop. So if that gets any closer, then that's going to end up really close after these two cars make their final stops. But this snow could change anything. What's your read, Brendan? Do you think it's going to get worse? Do you think it's going to affect the track?
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely gray-ish to the west, but these little pockets of snow are so localized. I mean, if you look at a radar, they're no more than 4 or 5 miles around, that you could just flip the edge of one and it could fizzle out and nothing could change, or it could kind of spread over the whole track and you end up with a more longer, more widespread shower. And I honestly just don't know. Things are changing. They change so quickly and have been all day.
39 from both of the lead two cars there, which is relatively slow. So let's see what 762 does this time around.
36.
36.6. So
yeah. So, I mean, look, these two cars were close on pace, right? The 762 and the 727 anyway. And we know that there's potential fuel intrigue there with the 762. If it does need it, if they both need a stop, the 762 is probably a little shorter. So this still has every chance to come together.
Definitely. Yeah, especially with
I think more likely than not it will. Regardless of weather.
Yeah, it's going to come together more than it is. Whether it will be enough.
Oh, I mean, even if you put 15 seconds, as enough, 10, 15 seconds there as being within striking distance, I think it probably will. I think that is the most likely outcome for those two cars, as long as everything stays kind of the way it is there. They're also really the only cars left in the mid-30s. Everybody else's times have gone out. 01's did a 38, so kind of made a liar out of me immediately. But
yeah, while the Thunder Bunny car did a 45. Pinnacle's just come across the line with 40.4.
Yeah, I wonder how much of this is the track actually immediately being affected. That Pinnacle car's wide at turn 1, by the way. It slid a little bit on entry, it looked like, and then immediately was a car and a half width wide all the way through the corner. And that's a follow-up from the question I kind of interrupted myself on is, does the snow affect the track immediately, or is it just kind of gliding across the surface without, making any major impacts on things? And I just don't know.
Another 3.5 seconds out of that gap. 762 sets at 36.9.
Maybe it's a mental thing. You start seeing snow for a lap, you start reverting back to that older line just as a precaution.
Sure, and it does mess with your visibility. I mean, you've got snow, even when you're driving down the highway, 70 miles an hour, the way snow changes your perception of speed, and I'm not sure what's going on with the front of my car
Lost.
Yeah, I think so. The way it changes your perception and sense of speed and, how quickly things are approaching. It does mess with that a little bit. So it's not just like rain. So with Thunder Bunny in the pits here, this will almost, well, they were never really in the battle there for third, but change on the deck for 6th overall, or on deck, I guess. 325 is about to give up the spot to the number 147 from Moorhead Speedworks. That's only an overall position change. Obviously, that GP2 Miata is they're not really in the same fight here, but it is the GP1 leader finally getting ahead of the GP2 leader, which is more just, all you can do as the change actually happens right in front of you, but the out in front. But all you can do is acknowledge the speed and the effort that was put in from the guys in the 325. If this had been a dry race all day, we'd have just, except for you, JP, kind of put them to the side, looked at them as running away with GP2 and said, wow, they really dominated the class. How cool is that? But instead, we had a good 4.5 hours where they were, on merit and speed first overall. Right? The drivers, the car, all got them there. And, they're okay. They're not going to come home with an overall trophy or an overall podium. We don't really do that in the World Racing League anyway. But they are going to walk away saying, hey, we dominated GP2 pretty thoroughly. Had a decent battle with, a couple Hyundais, but we led a WRL race overall on pace and on merit for hours. And that's a pretty cool thing. As order is kind of restored in terms of how the production classes are stratified in our overall ratings. Into the pits, the 727, which feels significant, Scott.
Well, we were expecting a pit stop.
Yeah.
That gap is actually, that was a slow inlap. Usually inlaps are in the 140 range. Maybe.
He got stuck in behind a Hyundai through the carousel. The 257, actually. I know, 251, sorry. So he got stuck behind them all the way through the carousel because they were both on their main things.
Okay, well, that's going to cost them a little bit of time, and we've been talking about how that battle with 762 is going to be, it's going to come down to a handful of seconds, I think, and that's not going to help losing a handful of seconds on the end of this.
No, indeed.
Yeah, we're expecting 762 in at some point as well. You never know, that this might end up being green flag this on the Pinnacle, and there can be a yellow flag for 762.
Exactly where my mind went.
However, Pinnacle was running right behind the GTR, so it's unlikely they're getting to things in the lap. So that shouldn't cause a
Yeah, if you're Pinnacle and you're going to need the stop anyway, do you just make the stop? I'm sorry, if you're 762 and you know you're going to need the stop, you know you can't make it, do you just make the stop and let it fight out on track?
Depends where you are relative to the leader, I think. If you think that you can stay ahead of them and catch a yellow, and that will get you a lap, or the best part of the lap, then you stay out. They've been set, there's 235s in a row, and Pinnacle have only been bringing in for the
Yeah, everybody else dropped some pace there when the little snow shower came through. 762 is really the only one that didn't.
Yeah, them and Hammer, although Hammer have just turned.
They're in the pits. They're stopped before start finish.
So, and then round 3 racing, the 401 is just done 34.7, which is their fastest lap of the race. Same for the Thunderbird 41, also just set their fastest lap of the race. And winning Formula, they also just set their fastest lap of the race. So, there must be some good pace in the track right now.
Yeah, still some flurries around, but other than that, it was completely dry. So,
I think 762, actually, yeah, you go up to the keyhole and there's definitely some problems. I think 762 is going to have the pace to take this position anyway without a short pit stop.
Yeah.
Really with Pinnacle losing some time and
As these things kind of start to play out here, or I guess finish playing out, most cars in the window for their final pit stops here. I do want to take the opportunity to take care of our last
service.
commercial obligations. Yes. Normally service here would involve food. This one's just an ad break. But we are down inside the last 36 minutes, 37 minutes here of our Saturday race from Mid-Ohio. And looks like Gabe is ready. So we will go say hi to the necessary folks and then come back for the final half hour or so of our first race of the weekend. Back in a moment.
Focus, guys. We're in a race to the finish, okay?
Here's where the rubber meets the road.
These initiatives move the needle, like, at all.
Well, let's shift gears a minute.
We're really kind of at the apex here.
We need to put the pedal to the metal. We need to nail those hairpin turns, cross that finish line, and take that checkered flag. Woo!
Hit the track with the world's largest motorsports calendar, track day insurance, and more. Haggerty. Let's drive together.
It's your Uncle Cooper. Truck owners who run Cooper AT3s are some of the most dutiful people I know. Even if that duty is to haul a load of this stuff. It's not glamorous, but it's their duty nonetheless. So if you and your truck are constantly tackling the regular duties of the day, go with a tire that can handle them all. Oh, man. I stepped in it. Go with the Coopers. Cooper.
Sentinel by Candelaria Racing Products is a comprehensive motorsport video system incorporating live streaming, local recording, picture-in-picture, flag status, leaderboards, data overlays, and more. Perfect for endurance racing, sprint racing, and HPDE. Sentinel includes everything you need to get started. With the ability to control the live feed from the cloud and GPS auto start, you will never miss an on-track moment. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today.
Back at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course for the last half hour of our first race of the weekend, and it wouldn't be the conclusion of the race if we were in the middle of a snow shower. As it's been all day, if you haven't been with us, if you're just wrapping up your Saturday chores or duties, as it were, and you're just checking in for the first time, it's been a doozy. Snow this morning, wet track all the way through about 1, 2 o'clock this afternoon. Snow showers throughout the day today. We thought eventually it would become rain. It hasn't. It's just been snow and flurries. Temperature of about 33, 34 degrees. It's windy. It's just been a tough day. But we made it, and brighter things are on the horizon for tomorrow. 55 degrees, sunny. Much more pleasant day of racing, and hopefully a slightly fuller grid, bearing in mind that we had a handful that did not have interest in putting their cars on track with an inch of snow and 0 track temperature. So things have shaken out, maybe not exactly like we expected, but we've got the 696 JTR Motorsports Engineering BMW at the front, one of the fastest, most consistent cars through the dry portion of the race today. They've been that way most of the season. But behind them, questions still to be answered. In particular, the battle for second overall, second in GTO with the 762 Racing Porsche Cayman, the 727 from Pinnacle Motorsports. Sort of doing battle. The 762 owes us a stop. We are fairly certain. And the question to be answered there is, can they keep the pace up? Chasing down what I believe before the stop was about a 35-second margin. And what kind of fuel are they going to have to put in that car, and how much time is that going to save them relative to the deficit they had before? So keep an eye on all those things.
Battle I'm watching is going to be for 7th in GP2 between the ITS Racing BMW and the 257 Copeland Motorsports Hyundai.
Why is that, JT?
The gap was 8 seconds last time by.
Oh.
With Copeland, now it's 9.5. but Copeland had been a little bit quicker there. They're pretty evenly matched, so they've got 32 minutes to hash that out. Copeland was a bit quicker, I believe, earlier during the harsher conditions, so maybe this might be going a bit more towards their side of the advantage.
There's really not much else in GP2 there of interest, which is surprising. It certainly had the car count. It was very interesting for a long time, but I guess because things never stay the same, if they're interesting in the mid-race, there's a chance it's going to string itself out by the end. So that's kind of where we ended up there with the GP2 class. Margins are fairly big in GP1 as well. Moorhead Speedworks leads the class by 5 laps over the 134 from Big Mission Motorsports. Ginger Racing's number 46 and third.
What's kind of escapes us with GP1, amazingly like GP2's doing, is that it's actually pretty remarkable we've got GP1 car in the top 5 overall. We don't get that every race. It happens sometimes, but
yeah, I mean, I was sort of eulogizing the GP2 effort from the winning formula, and they've slipped even further now to 8th overall, which is again to be expected. But that was happening as the GP1, and specifically because the GP1 car was overhauling it as the top production car.
I think some cars around the GP2 are supposed to have, so I think they might move back up again.
Probably true there.
But as we've said, this Moorhead have just lost 5th place because Hammer overtook them on that lap.
Well, and Hammer had just pitted, so they weren't necessarily there on merit anyway.
But considering how much that car was, relatively speaking, struggling in the wet, they've had a short race and they've had to make up for the deficit, and they've still won themselves in the conversation in the top 5. So it's still a great run.
Yeah. Looks like there was maybe a decent battle that kind of passed us by in GP3 between Overnight Motorsports, the number 197, and TC Klein Racing in the 93. The margin was 7 seconds a couple laps ago. It's up to 12 now. So I think that actually, the position's probably changed hands fairly recently. Big gaggle of cars here in turn 5. Team ACP, I think, has both cars out now. The 12 and the
52.
Yeah, I think it's the 52.
Yeah, we saw right before the snowstorm there, quite a few of the GTO cars that had not yet come out finally do a handful of laps. Both the other Pinnacle Porsche came out as well, so all 3 were out there. We had mentioned PMW Motorsports, split decision, the second JTR as well.
Sorry, Moorhead is in the 147.
I thought they pitted quite recently.
I thought they did too, but not even close.
No.
They were in at 141. It's been 50 laps.
Yeah. Well, I'd still expect them to go slightly heavy GP1, but yeah, sure. I definitely thought they pitted actually recently. Which is why they were running so high.
Gabe's managed to catch the inlet there, the moment of pit entry very well on transition.
Oh, okay. I thought the same thing about the winning formula. I thought they pitted recently, but they haven't. It's been closer to 70 laps for those guys. Well, 60.
The 18 BSI MX-5 is being pushed up the pit lane by its crew members, and again, I can't really tell if this is destined for the paddock entry or if they're trying to get a bump started. I think it's being pushed towards the paddock. In comes the number 1. That's the Auto Parkit sponsored Hammer BMW. Nobody knows where that car is because it's had horrendous timing issues today for some reason.
Last I looked, I believe it was 9th in class.
I'm sure it cycles through there every so often.
I last
I
had it.
haven't looked into this, but has it like only been displaying the 85 or the 1, depending on who the most recent cross the line is? Like, is that how that's worked?
I don't know, because they're both missing right now.
So are you seeing the number 1?
Not right this second. It's
Okay, so
it's currently by
across the line now.
All right, yes.
12, and now it disappeared.
Yeah. Come back.
But I can't tell why it disappeared. Like, I didn't see the NEAOA cars come across the line. GP2 leader in the pits. And the snow has very much picked up.
Oh yeah, there it is.
Yeah, this is sort of the last little hurrah I think I was seeing on the radar.
So I think I don't care about this, but I think the GP2 leader was quite close to the GP1 leader, and they've both come in the pits. I think the GP2 car is going to end up with a shorter pit stop just because they use less fuel. And then with this weather, we might end up having those two positions swap back over. So I mean, it means nothing, but it could be just a little intrigue to see which production class ends up finishing higher.
So I think the MX-5 is still in the pit lane. The 147's just come through in real time.
Yeah, the MX-5 is a lot late.
Right. So my point was, as the 147 came across the line, I believe the 325 was still stationary.
Right.
Lots of droplets on the windshield of the 147 there. And now, just as soon as the snow really kind of kicked up, blue sky appears again to our west.
Yeah, it kind of looks like it's dropping again.
Yeah, and again, I don't think these little showers are, well, maybe down here at the keyhole. It looks a little crazy, actually. But everywhere else, it actually seems like in front of me here, it's really not affecting the track. The carousel's fine. Turn 13 is fine. Oop, that's a Lexus in the gravel.
Oh no, 9-4.
Well, but this could be significant because if they can't power through to the other side, and they're stuck in the gravel there.
Just about to hit 80 green laps.
Well, more significantly, the 762 potentially still owes us a stop. If we go full course yellow, they may get hung out there.
Depends where the leader is. Because there's a minute and 10 seconds or so between. Oh,
yeah, there is definitely a car.
There's a pile of cars. It's not just the Lexus. There's three or four of them off.
Oh, are there?
Yeah, there's. Well, I was on board with the 609. There was a.
Oh, so the
Porsche Cayman that I nose to nose.
Interesting.
The Lexus was actually driving through the gravel at the time. But the other two cars were coming off the station. It's quite. I don't know if our external cam up there can pick those up. Maybe they're a little bit too far.
Yeah, I think so. So the flashing white lights are on the 150.
Sorry, I saw on the Thunder Bunny replay. There was another white.
There we go.
Car off on the exit, but that was moving.
Yeah, we could pick up an onboard somewhere around the first couple corners, the last couple corners of the lab. That'll lead us around to where that is. We may be able to pick up some of the details.
401's about to get to 10.
Yeah, if we have the 401, Gabe, that may be the answer for us.
Alternatively, the 511 is also just heading to 10.
So the 18 and the 127 are 4 off and stopped at turn 2. The 94 went off and continued. So those are the two cars that are stationary at the moment. 762 has jumped into the pit lane.
There's really no excuse for the 127 to be off. It's done 16 laps today. unless it got taken out. Yeah, those two cars are nose to nose in the gravel.
They appear to be separate incidents.
Really? They're very close to each other. They've ended up in the same place.
Well, I mean, fired up into a braking zone that's, just gone through a snow shower. It's supposed to break at the same point, you're going to end up in the same place.
727's ended up gone salmon. You sure it's
the 127 and not the 727?
The log says 127.
Hmm.
I suppose there's a world where that is actually the 727.
I can definitely see that confusion being made.
Yep.
It's going to ruin the only battle.
That is classic.
Basically, the 762 is in the pits, by the way, but that was basically the one car that we didn't want to crash at this point.
Yeah, I mean, either one of these two cars. Through comes the other Pinnacle car, so it is definitely the 727.
Well, no, there's 3 Pinnacle cars.
Oh, is that right?
There's a 127.
There are 3.
Oh my God, the 762's gotten a 1-lap penalty for a fueling infraction.
Ooh.
Oh, wow.
Left the visor up.
All right. It's not going to matter if that actually is the 77 in the gravel.
No, and the 111 is actually 2 laps behind the 762. So.
Yeah, it is because it's definitely going to be. That's definitely the 727 in the gravel because now Thunder Bunny has come across the line and being given 2 minutes behind them. I say definitely. I'm pretty sure that's going to be the 727 in the gravel.
No, I agree with you. I think
Brennan, have you seen the 85 MX5 lately on pit road or anywhere?
Is that the black one? Or
The yellow one. I think it's the yellow one.
No, yellow one's a 75.
Okay. I know the black one's circulating. I saw it a moment ago. Maybe that's the 15.
Yes, so the 15 was the one that was in the tire barriers at turn 9 earlier this morning.
I thought that was the white one.
Oh gosh, I don't know. Anyway, why do you ask?
Because it was running second in GP3, battling with the TCS Motorsports during the pit cycles, and I have not seen it cross timing in the past 5 minutes, and I keep waiting because I know it's one of the ones that disappears very quickly, and I haven't seen it. So potentially Overnight Motorsports is sitting second and third.
The 85 is the white one. That's just come past me here.
Thunder Bunny's moved up to 3rd, so it's almost certainly the 727's in the gravel. There's also a really close race for 5th overall between the Hammer 01 and Round 3 Racing 401. And we have an onboard with the 401. So on the restart, that'll be a good one to look at. Meanwhile, the winning formula dropped a long way back through its pit stop cycle, and is actually only 1 place ahead of Harrison Motorsports overall. But I think it might be, it's 3 laps, 2 or 3 laps ahead. I'm not sure how they managed to drop quite that far back. I was expecting them. I think there's just quite a lot of cars on that lap. I was expecting them to be close to Moorhead, but I think they actually are. Yes, but Thunder Bunny and Choice Racing are also in that train.
Yeah, this Choice Thunder Bunny battle, now that it's closed up here under Full Course Yellow, might actually end up being a good one.
So
That'll be the battle for what is that in GTO? 7th?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also,
and they'll be right behind Moorhead, so it'll probably be the battle for 7th overall as well.
Oh, good point. Yep.
Keep an eye on both of the Overnight Motorsports Porsches in GP3. I want to see what the gap's going to be like once safety car bunches up field properly, but it seems like the 197's a bit quicker.
Oh, and Brendan, we're going to ruin that battle because Choice Racing are in the pits at the moment.
Nice.
I mean, they'll still end up rejoining the same train, presumably, but they'll be right at the back of them.
Yeah, I think they've actually gone back out already. 727 is circulating again.
Okay, so they'll hold on to 4th.
Yes, and comfortably so, because I think the 01 is in the queue, and the 727 is about to join the back of that.
Yeah, I think they've got a lap.
Better part of.
Yeah.
But not out of contention for 3rd here, depending on how far back the 111 is.
I think it might be. But yeah. So you said the Pinnacle are driving up behind the queue, are they?
They are, yeah, they are lapping to catch the back of the queue. They are.
The 111 is the third car in the queue, so it's right at the front. So I don't think I don't think they're going to have time to make up that lap, even though they are significantly quicker. They've just got so much traffic to get through, and only 17 minutes to go right now. So by the time we go green, I don't think there's going to be time. But we'll have to keep an eye on it.
These race cars are messes. Some are worse than others.
762 is still listed in the pits. It's gone to 3 laps down. Oh, it did lose a lap.
Yeah, so I think what happened is they deleted the lap, their out lap, and it showed us.
They should have been 1 lap down, but they've ended up 2 laps down. So we've got a 2-lap lead now for JTR, who are in a very dominant position.
Right, and the 111 has already come through. Right, so that margin is, well, it's almost a lap, right? From 762 back.
And it's 47 seconds from 111's pinnacle with probably about 30 car lead.
Yeah, so that's, I mean, we're down to 15 minutes left here.
The race is going to be for 5th between Hammer and round 3.
Yeah. Yeah, when we go back to green, I think you're right, Scott. That 401 on board is going to be the place to be.
Winning Formula has ended up basically right behind your head. They're only about, well, they're 15 seconds behind with Thunderbuddy 41 in the middle. So that did actually work out how I was expecting. Unless this snow gets much worse, though, I don't think. I think GP1 is going to beat GP2 today. That's what it looks like.
I think you're right.
Meanwhile, Harrison Motorsports is a further 3 laps back. It's kind of weird to have that. You get to 10th, and then all of a sudden there's a big 3-lap gap back to the next car. Oakland 2 ended up 4 laps off of winning Formula. They were racing all through the snow. There was at least one lap penalty.
So I didn't notice down at turn 2. Oh, well, there we go. Green flag on racer. Yeah, I was going to say, I don't know if we're exactly done there at turn 2 yet or what the status is, but the answer is that. Green flag waves at start-finish with 14 minutes remaining. Our Saturday race at Mid-Ohio nears its conclusion. And once again, the number 696 JTR Motorsports Engineering BMW sails it off into turn 1. At the moment, though, our eyes are going to be turned slightly further down the order to the number 401 round 3 racing BMW and the number 01 from Hammer Motorsports.
1.6 seconds between those 2 cars across the line.
Yeah, do we have the onboard for the 401, Gabe, or is that went down?
No, it's up. Yeah, going through traffic. I can't see the Hammer car. Oh, there it is. So across the line into turn 1, the Hammer car was 2 cars ahead. I think it's Easy Racing 44, which the 401 got parked down to the keyhole, and then there's a blue Cayman.
Apparently the round 3 onboards are not playing nicely with VLC. You can pick it out on track.
Yeah, they're on a bit of a delay, so I can't really. I've got them going into turn 5.
So based on that track side, I had them at, they're probably at about turn 9 right now. Yeah, there it is. Tucked in behind the number 421 from Thunderbird. And the 01 being the Liqui Moly car should, just a few cars ahead of it. There they are. So out of the final corner now comes the number 01. Then it's the Thunder Bunny 421. Then Moorhead. Then the 401. Here we go. Now, well, we had it. We can ride on that onboard for a bit, Gabe, there. If we can get it to stay up, by all means. This is where that battle is, even though it's on a delay here. Well worth staying on board. The 147 is the car just in front. You see the Cayman in front of them. That's the Thunder Bunny car. And then just up ahead of that is the number 01 BMW M4 GT4. Reminded that this is your battle for 5th overall, 5th in GTO. Really the only battle of significance we've got left at the moment. Certainly inside our overall sphere of interest. Although that 421 and 147 battle is one for overall position. It would appear. And 01's in a lot of traffic there. That's the Ginger Racing BMW up to its right-hand side up over the crest of turn 5. There's a handful of other cars just in front of it there. Looks around the outside and move is done. So now the Thunder Bunny 421 and the round 3 BMW are going to have to fight through this GP1 car. And at least one of them will get moved on here, and indeed the 401 follows the Cayman through. Up the hill, round the bend, headed towards the carousel, with now just 10 minutes to go. So we've wasted basically 2 laps here in traffic. The margin at the line, as the 401's camera comes through on a little bit of a delay here, is 2.2 seconds. So we lost a little bit of time in traffic there. Going to lose a little bit more here at turn 1, tucked up behind what I believe is the 231.
Yeah, the problem he's got here is that his Thunder Bunny car's too fast to be able to pass, but then it's doing a pretty awful job of, well, which is understandable because that car's got very little to race for right now, the Thunder Bunny car.
Yeah.
But it's being very, very cautious in traffic, which I don't think the 401 would be if they were ahead, but they haven't got much opportunity to make a dive when you've got 2 cars side by side. So he really needs to deal with the 421 car before he's going to have a chance.
Now on board with your 3rd place car now. This is the number 111 from Thunder Bunny. It's on for an overall podium and, of course, a class podium as well.
Meanwhile, the 401's managed to get side by side through turns 5 and 6.
Yeah, let's ride with the 401 for a while here, Gabe. I'll call you if we need to switch to anything else, but for sure, this is the more interest or the most interesting thing we've got going on. Apart from that car stopped at turn 9, which is why this car is stuck in behind the 326, because there was a yellow flag all the way through that run from turn 7 and 8 up into 9. Full course yellow.
I think that would be the quality time racing car.
Yeah, it looked like the red S2000.
Sorry, it did look like an MX-5, but you're right, it's the S2000.
That will be our, I think that's our pole sister in GP2.
Yes, I believe you're right. Yep.
The showing flash, which is at extreme speed.
Trying to make a tequila Patron. I got nothing.
Ed Brown in the car.
So here's a question. We've got 8 minutes left. I think Sarah Montgomery's on board the 401.
Car off drivers left of turn 2.
Sorry, no. We've got a car off drivers right at turn 8 and 9. We've got to go send. We've got to go send a truck to go get it, and then pull it off track, and then we can go green.
It looked like there was also a car off in 2.
Oh, sorry. I thought you were
not questioning.
Not paying attention to what I was saying. Interesting. Car 9, 410.
Yeah.
4 off drivers right.
I can't see anything in turn 2 from the onboards.
It's the safety vehicle peeking out from the emergency road.
So the truck is up to the number 410 now, with 7 minutes left on the timer. So I think we're going to get about two, maybe a lap or two in.
I think it'll be one at the most because it's a 3.5 minute safety car lap.
True.
Unless we go green on this very next lap, I don't think we're going to get it.
You're right. It would have to be, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
The only odd sort of potential there is if we end up straddling the minute 35-ish barrier and we're able to sort of push that extra lap further. But I think you're right. I think this is probably, unless if we go green at the end of this, it'll be 2. If we don't, it'll be 1. Although remember, this is not about a 20-second delay. So
no, I think if we go green at the end of this, it'll be 2. If we don't, it'll be 0.
Oh, really?
Well, yeah, because it's a 3.5 minute pace lap. So if we have to do one more of them, that'll be
yeah, it'll be close. Remember, this car is not, well, it is basically the front of the order, but it is about 20 seconds behind reality.
That said, there has been a history of throwing the checker a few minutes early.
That's true, although in this case, look, if there's nothing to be gained, I think I don't have a problem with it, but I don't think that's really the case here. Sure. I think you've still got a couple of positions to play for, and it's not like we have to go fix a barrier, right? Or pick up a car on a flatbed, and it's going to take us a while. This is literally, as far as we know, just strap a tow strap to the front of a car and pull it around to turn 12. Check the turn 9 camera to see the status of things. And might have the answer there. No, should be looking for, I think it's trackside 6, turn 9. Yeah, okay, so the car's gone. It's fantastic. So, the dark clouds looming in the background. Scott, I think you might be right here. Oh, so the orange safety truck is on its way. It is at pit in, actually.
Okay. So
Very
I think
gently towing that car into the paddock.
I think we'll end up with hopefully 2 green laps here if we can go green this time. Possibly 3.
3 might be a stretch. Well, yeah.
Get there in a minute. Then we'll get 3. Maybe.
So
double yellows have been dropped at the start stand, and green flag is in hand.
Keep an eye on that GP3 battle as well. 4.5 second gap.
That is the battle for second, right between the 195 197?
Yep.
All right.
I mean, the 401 has only that Thunder Bunny car between it and the 01.
Yep. The responsible thing to do.
I know the Thunder Bunny would get out of the way.
Yeah. Green flag waves at start finish, and obviously we're seeing this on a little bit of a delay, but this is what we're here to watch. Round 3, Hammer Motorsports. Battle for 5th overall and 5th in GTO. And it should be about now. The green flag waves at start finish, and the queue of cars takes off down the front straightaway. And indeed, there they go. Oh, good jump from the 401 there, because it was a good jump from Thunder Bunny. Actually, I think the driver of the number 01 got caught napping a little bit there. Slide wide from the 401. Not quite the temperature in the tires, I think. Pretty sure it's based on the voice I heard on the full course yellow. Was expecting. The 01's going to get boxed in here on the way into the keyhole. The 421 dives up the inside. That's not of any consequence. But if the 401 BMW can follow that car through, and indeed, Postal Driver's Right got the launch off the keyhole, and now that there's really no traffic to speak of, it's going to be a drag race down into the braking zone at turn number 4. The 421 jumps on the brakes a little early, and if anything, that's going to box in the number 01. And the move is done at turn number 5. Sorry, I think that's the 111 who got super crossed up at the top of the hill. The 401 dives up the inside, a big spin at the bottom of the hill. I have no idea who that was, but it was a huge cloud of white smoke there. Down at turn 6, up goes the 401, tries to go up the inside of the 111. That doesn't happen. The number 01 you can see in the rearview mirror from the the rearview camera from the 401 that number 1 is right there.
Whichever car spun at turn 6 is still there.
Yeah, it's not updated in the log here. I wonder if they're going to cover this with a local yellow and just let it ride to the end. The 111 is going to hold the 401 up a little bit here, I think. If the 401 can't get the move done at turn 1, and it can't, 01 right on the bumper. Again, just off the apex there, a little bit of a slide from the round 3 M4. And still that number 01 just tucked right up behind that car in the braking zone. Cars came through start finish with about 1:50 remaining, so I think we've got this lap and 1 more to go.
197 in the second in GP3.
So that move is done, JT, then. Is that correct?
Yep.
All right, so the overnight cars change hands.
The 609 has got in between those 2 cars left.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, that car's basically disappeared behind the rear wing there of the 401, and the 01 gets the move done on the brakes.
It's interesting. The 609 is obviously a round 3 car.
Yes, I was just going to say, playing a little bit of team spoiler there. White flag in hand at start finish, and the JTR Motorsports Engineering BMW that has more or less dominated the second phase of this race as things dried out, takes the white flag and begins its final tour of the Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. Oh man, they've just come through start finish here, and the 01 has gotten trapped behind the 111, and the 401 is gone. Absolutely running away with things for the battle in 5th, and I think it's pretty safe to say that this one is basically a done deal. So if we want to pick the leaders up trackside, probably down at turn 4, I think is where we'd find the 696. Sorry, turn 3, the kink. There it is. And then down to the braking zone in turn 4. We'll follow him around for the rest of the lap. And it'll bring home our what we expect to be the overall race leader, the GTO race leader, and tomorrow's pole sitter, because he's just done a 132.944. Debris down there in turn 5. I think there's right contact there, actually. So up to turn 9 and down through Thunder Valley for the final time. The 211th lap to be completed. We are lap total for our Saturday race, marred by weather, snow, wind chills below freezing. Off the final corner comes the number 696 BMW M4 GT4 of JTR Motorsports Engineering, and our 8-hour-long Saturday race at Mid-Ohio has come to a conclusion. What few crew members there are that wanted to see this one through to the end have made their way out to the pit wall. They bring their team cars home in what I would say has been one of the most trying, it is the most trying WRL race in recent memory. Certainly one that we've been a part of here. Conditions just, beyond compare, I think is a fair thing to say. And your overall race leader brings that 696, another win for BMW this season. Back in GP1, it's a BMW win there as well. Moorhead Speedworks, the number 147, will bring the car home 8th overall. But one of the big heroes on the day, number 325, the winning Formula MX-5 in GP2. Just a really awesome race run by that whole team to have that car in the overall race lead, contending for an overall race win when the conditions were at their absolute worst, and even through the transition back into the drive. Just really fantastic stuff. Kudos to everybody down there. Kudos also to the Copeland Motorsports number 251. They're going to come home 3rd in GP2 behind the Harrison Motorsports number 146. Congratulations to them for kind of pulling a couple of positions out there at the end. Did a fantastic job in GP2. But in GP3, your race winner, TCS Motorsports, the number 22. A commanding win there over the number 197 from Overnight Motorsports. Two Overnight Motorsports cars. So 197 leading the 195. Like JT had mentioned, TC Klein Racing slipping to fourth in the last couple of hours there. Up in GP1. Didn't mention the rest of the podium, as we ought to do. 147 brings home the win ahead of the 134 from Big Motion Motorsports. They've been second basically all day. And the number 46 from Ginger Racing back in third. In what was a highly unusual GP race, that it didn't feature most of what we thought it would. But righteous winners nonetheless are the number 147. Kept the car on the island, kept it clean, and had the pace at the end to kind of stretch the margin out over the Big Mission BMW. So, as everybody brings their cars back into the pit lane, just want to make sure we've had the audio killed on the 401 on board as well, because heaven only knows what sort of chatter we're going to get between who I believe is Sarah Montgomery and the rest of the team. Make no promises on language there, that's for sure. Yeah, I mean, I feel like we've been winding this one down for a while, JT and Scott. But now we've got a checkered flag and things basically wrapped up here. I don't want to go straight into closing thoughts here, but I don't know that there's much more to say. The intrigue and interest from my perspective was all so early on, those first 5.5 hours, that by the time we got to the dry and things started to stretch themselves out, it seemed like the heavy lifting and the hard work had already been done.
Well, it was nice to get that 80-lap green flag run in towards the end there. That was the repetitive nature of the 5 laps of green, 5 laps of yellow, 5 laps of green, 5 laps of yellow was getting a bit tiring. So it was nice to get some real running in. We definitely got some data that we can use tomorrow as well on how long certain cars can go on fuel. We know that that's under green, that's somewhere in the region of 40 to 45 laps for a lot of the cars. Then again, we didn't have a lot of cars running competitively by the time we got there, so we didn't actually get that great a race out of it. It maybe we'd have got a pretty sweet race for second if Pinnacle hadn't had their incident in the keyhole with, what was that, about half an hour to go. That was brewing up quite nicely, and we kind of lost that. Other than that, the as you say, the heavy lifting was done earlier on in the race. And as I mentioned, I think while you were setting up one of our guests, it's the relentless nature of the JTR pace that's the problem for everyone else, the problem that everyone else needs to try and match. JTR is not necessarily the fastest lap, kind of tells a different story, but they're not necessarily lap by lap always significantly faster than everyone else, but they are on average. So they just keep their paces the fastest all the time. So that's really the thing that we've found over the early part of this season, that we need other teams to find a way to match. Otherwise, it was a pretty crazy race to start with, but really all the cautions were caused by cars further down the field ending up in the grass and the gravel, and obviously the safety team being safe, but rightly so, throwing yellows for everything. But that's absolutely fine under these conditions. So as I say, it wasn't a bad end. It was nice to get 80 laps of green flag running, but yeah, as you mentioned, heavy lifting done at the start, and just a very strange day.
It really was. I mean, from my perspective, it takes, when you have a car that's as strong as the JTR car has been for the first 3 race weekends this year, it takes depth in GTO and consistency out of those cars to really take the fight to them. And when the pressure is on, we've seen them make mistakes, whether it's on track or in the pits. It does happen. But when, they've weathered the storm, so to speak, and they're left basically standing alone when it comes down to pace and the pressure is not on them, then, they're not going to make those mistakes. JTR has every card left to play or has all the right cards in its hand, and nobody else can really do anything about it. So I think tomorrow, looking forward to a dry race, a warmer day, right? More sunlight, an altogether different experience than I think we got here today. And hopefully with that comes a little bit more opportunity to take the fight to the 696. Now, granted, the margin of victory was still only 2 laps, but we know there are cars that chose not to run today or that had issues today in the rain that can really, make the majority of tomorrow look different than the way the dry running went today. Still a fascinating race for my money. JT, I know you were in and out at various points during the day. Kept an eye on the production side of things. Obviously, you got to see your beloved Miata in the overall race lead there for a while. But as Scott said, kind of a bizarre day. And while we wouldn't normally expect it, I don't know. I feel like it was still something that ought to be celebrated for its uniqueness.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there was, for the most part, battles constantly going on in GP2. And we just really got to see, the production cars come a bit more into their own at different stages of the race as conditions were, constantly changing. For me, the biggest thing is still, being consistent, staying out of trouble, especially on pit lane, not getting those penalties. I think that's what really hurt Team GTR before they had their mechanical woes. It seems they have a difficult time going through the weekend without getting some kind of infraction on pit lane. On the opposite spectrum, Ginger Racing in GP1 is a good example of staying out of trouble and being consistent. Definitely not one of the faster cars in that class, but you will see almost every single race they're in that top 5 at the end of the day. And so that's what really matters at the end of your 8 hours, is being there at the end without, those little things adding up.
Yeah. No, and that's exactly what we would need to see happen tomorrow from all of the main players. And that goes for classes like GP2 as well, where we've got the numbers and we've got cars with pace, but Copeland kind of shot themselves in the foot at various points. And Harrison had a lap penalty earlier on, but had the pace late. And so that's a car that can make a difference tomorrow as well. So we'll look for that down in GP1, 2, and 3. We'll look for another good race on the whole tomorrow, as well as it begins to sleet and hail here in front of me, which is slightly upsetting. As Amanda has to go retrieve 8 cameras from trackside. But such is life. Such is life at Mid-Ohio in April. I would like to thank all of you profusely for joining us today. It was a wild one, and those of you that were trackside deserve medals for sticking it out today. Won't you join us again tomorrow? It'll be 8 o'clock Eastern for a green flag from Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course, which means we get to get up and do this exceptionally early. And around 7:50, you'll find us at the same place as always. WRL Facebook, WRL YouTube, and of course the Driver's Eye Live Facebook as well. Thanks again to everybody for your company today. My thanks also to Scott Michaels and to JT Tammy, who are with us today, Joseph Mudrak, who joined us this morning, and of course our new boy on production, Gabe Howe, for joining us this weekend as well. And to everybody trackside who had to endure the conditions today, my thanks and appreciation to you for your time and your efforts and your expertise as well. Join us again tomorrow, 7:50 on Driver's Eye Live for Race 2, Round 3 of the 2022 World Racing League season. Special thanks to Haggerty Motorsports. For myself, Brendan Kazmarek, it's bye for now.